will be a star freelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals. Increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
In this lecture, you will learn about the placeholders component. This component is used to indicate a loading state. It can be applied to various elements, and you can set the width, color, size, and animation. Here's an overview of the placeholders component. First, we see the default placeholder, first without any content, where we have to specify the width. Then we have without any content except for a non-breaking space to get the same height as the paragraph until the content loads. You also must set the width here. And then we have the example with content, and the placeholder will then take up the full width and height of that content. And then we have a button with the placeholder being used, and no text should be inside of the button when this placeholder is being used. Then it will look like this. Then we can see how we can set the width of these placeholders if there's no content inside of it. We can use sizing utilities, we can use grid column classes, and we can use inline stars. We can use all of our contextual colors for our placeholder, which we see right here. And finally, we can also size these placeholders. We can use different min heights for these. And here I'm using them together with the font size utilities. No content is being used within these examples. Here we have the extra small, height, small, default, and large. As I said again, with these 6 different font size being applied. It will make sense when we get to it. We can also apply animation to a placeholder. Here we have a glowing animation, and here we have a wave animation. Finally, we have an example with a card here, where we have this placeholders put on the text. The image is already a placeholder image. It could, of course, be all gray image like this dark gray color here. All right, let's get started. In our code editor, we'll first create the default placeholders. So first one without content. So we have the paragraph. We'll give it the class placeholder, and we'll specify the width. We'll use sizing utility here, W100, meaning 100% width. It could also be an inline style or controlled with CSS. Then we'll close our p tag here. Then we'll create the same example but with a non-breaking space to preserve the height of the paragraph. So we add the p tag with the placeholder and the W100 again, and this time we add the HTML entity for non-breaking space, which we create like so. Then we'll create the example with content. So we add the paragraph with the class placeholder, and this time we don't need to specify the width since we already have some content in here. And I'll just grab this random text here from the reference section and paste it in. And let's wrap the line so we can see it like so. So only the placeholder class is being used. Now to create a button, we'll add the button with the type button. The classes will btn and btn primary to get the primary button, and then we'll add the placeholder class, and we'll also specify the width using grid column classes called 2, so it will take up 2 out of 12 columns in the width, and we'll add the disabled class to it. We don't add any text content in here since we don't want this to be visible. We must not use any text inside of the button tags, and that's also why we specify the width, since the button won't have a width without any content. Alright, let's save this, go back into the browser, select the screencast tab over here, and here we'll now see our examples. Without content, with the non-breaking space, so we can see that it has the same height as the paragraph, and with content and a button. We can see that we have this loading cursor here when we're using the placeholder class, except for on the button, but for other elements. Now let's take a look at how we specify the width. So we'll go back here, scroll a bit down. First we'll do it with sizing utilities. So we'll add a paragraph again, the class placeholder, and then we'll use the wW9eWwYnWfJ class to specify the width as 25%. We'll add a line break in the end, since a placeholder element is turned into an inline block, even though this paragraph tag is actually a block element. That's why we use the line break for this example. And then we update the other values here after copying it to 50, 75, and 100. So this is the default width sizing utility that you can use. We'll also create the examples with the grid column classes before we preview this in the browser. So we add a paragraph with the placeholder class and then call 1 here. Close our paragraph tag and we add a line break. Now we'll copy and paste this 11 times. Since we want to create all of these examples with one column with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Finally, we'll set the placeholder using inline styles. We'll have 4 examples of this. So we add a paragraph with the class placeholder. And then we set the style attribute to width 20%, like so. And a line break in the end. Copy and paste this 3 times and update these values to 40%, 60%, and 80%. Now we're ready to see this in the browser. We'll refresh. Here we see the sizing utilities being used, the grid column classes, and the inline styles. Next up, let's take a look at how we can set the colors for the placeholder component. So we'll go down here. First, we'll create the default one using the class placeholder and W100, like so. So this is the default color without any additional class being added. Then to create a primary color, we add the class wG primary. Now we'll copy and paste this and change it to secondary, success, danger, warning, info, light, and dark. Now let's preview this in the browser. Here we have all our regular contextual colors for our placeholder. Now let's see how we can add some sizing. So the height of these placeholders. Scroll a bit down here. First we'll take a look at the extra small height. So to create these examples, we add the paragraph tag with the class placeholder, and then to create this extra small size, we add the class placeholder XS as well. We'll specify the width to 100%, and then we'll use this font size text utility class FS1. So this will be our largest font size. Then we'll copy and paste this 5 times. And we'll use all of these different font sizes here. So I'll explain what this placeholder XS class exactly does when we see it in the browser window. Now let's just copy all of this and paste it into the small example here. Then we'll update this class to be placeholder SM. Paste it into the default example, and then we'll simply remove this extra class here since we want to compare this with the default size. And finally, for the large size, we'll update this class to be placeholder LG. Now we'll save this, go back and refresh. We can see that here we have the font size 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, so different font sizes. If we inspect this, we can see that what this placeholder XS class does, it sets the min height based on the M value, so the value of the font size. That's why we have different heights here, because we have different font sizes. So here it's being set to 0.6 M for extra small. For small it's being set to 0.8 M. We have the default, and then we have, which is 1 M, and then we have the large with the min height of 1.2 M. So if we just take a look at the default placeholder class, we can see its min height is set to 1 M. So it's only the min height CSS attribute that we're changing when we're using these placeholder XS, SM, and LG to modify the height of the placeholder. Now let's take a look at animation. So we'll scroll a bit down here. To apply animation, we must apply it to a wrapping element, a parent element. So we start with adding a div tag with the class placeholder glow. So this will define a glowing placeholder within it. So inside of this, we add the p tag with the class placeholder and W100, just as before. Now we'll copy this and create a wave animation by changing this class to placeholder wave. Now save, go back and refresh. First we see the glowing animation, and in the bottom we see the waving animation. Finally, let's take a look at this example here. We have a card with an image, title, some body text, and a button without any text right now. So now we want to apply these placeholder classes to them, and we also want to have the waving animation. So to this card body, which is wrapping our text content and button, we add the placeholder wave. Now the child elements inside of this with the placeholder class will have this waving animation. So we add the class placeholder to the title. We don't specify the width since it already has content. And here we add the placeholder as well, and we don't specify any width since it has content. For this button, we add the placeholder class as well, and we specify the width to be 2 out of 12 columns since it doesn't have any text right now. Let's save, go back and refresh, and here we see what that example looks like. There's no built-in JavaScript for this placeholder component, so you have to use your own code with JavaScript to load in the content for your elements and remove the placeholder class again when the content is ready. So this content placeholder component is only for the visual style. All the behavior, you need to create that yourself with JavaScript. In this lecture, you'll learn about the popover component. With popovers, we can add small overlay content to links and buttons with different options for custom HTML, position, animation, delay, triggers, and offsets. Here's the overview for the popover component. First, we see it applied to a link. We have to click the link to make it appear, and click the same element again to make it disappear. We can also use it for a button, like so. And here we see it with a title in the top. Notice before there wasn't any title. We can also use custom HTML inside of our popover, and we can change the position to be top, right, which is the default, bottom, and left. We can remove the animation so it appears and disappears instantly. We can add a delay to it, as you can see right there. And we can change the trigger type. So now it also appears on hover. I can click on it and it will stay. visible, and I can click on it again and it disappears when I hover off the element. We can also make it dismissible when clicking outside. Normally you have to click the element again. Finally, we can add it to disabled element, which we can see right there. So let's see how we create all of this. First, we create it for a regular link. So we add an A tag here with the data BS toggle attribute with the value popover to connect it to the JavaScript, and then data BS content, which will be the text content of our popover. I will just copy the text from the reference version of this page and paste it in like so. Now we'll add the text for our link, popover for link, and remember to close the A tag. Now if we try to watch this in the browser, select the screencast tab, nothing happens. And this is because we need to initialize popovers ourselves. So in the code editor, we'll scroll down to the bottom and we'll do just that. I won't go into too much detail since this is not a course about JavaScript. But basically, we'll create a variable called popover trigger elements. And to this, we'll query our document using query selector all to find all elements with the data attribute, data BS toggle with the value popover. So this will be all our examples on this page. Then we'll create a basic for loop, like so. And inside of this, we'll write new bootstrap dot popover and then pass in our current element in the loop. So popover trigger elements and then the I selector like so. Now let's see what happens in the browser. I'll refresh. Now we can see it appears and disappears again when we click one more time. We can now continue to see how we create this for a button. So we'll go back here and do the same thing for a button. We have the button with the type button. Classes will be btn and btn secondary. Then we have the data BS toggle, the value popover just like before. And then the data BS content. We'll grab the value from up here. So we're actually doing the same thing to use a button instead of the link. So the text will be popover for button. We save, go back and refresh. Here we see the button, and we can now click on it to make it appear and click again to make it disappear. Now let's see how we can add a title for our popover. So we'll copy this code here for the button example. Now we'll add a data attribute to include our title for our popover. So we'll do that right here. We'll simply add a title attribute with the text popover title. Save, go back and refresh. Now when we click it, we can see it has a title in the top above the regular content. Alright, next up, let's see how we can create custom HTML as our title and content as well. Paste in this default code here, and now we'll add a title, and we'll add some HTML inside of this, a span with the class batch and bg primary. Remember to use single quotes inside of the value of the title attribute. Popover title, and close this span tag again here, and close the double quotes right there, so it belongs to the title attribute. Now in our content here, we'll remove the content and add some HTML here as well. So in the strong tag, we'll add the word popover, then a space and a small tag with the word with. Close the small tag, one more space and an M tag with the words custom HTML, and close our M tag. Now to make this work, we also have to add the data attribute data BS HTML with the value true. Alright, so let's save this, go back and refresh, click on it, and now we see the primary batch in the title and some custom HTML with the strong tag, small tag and M tag in the content. Now let's see how we can change the position. We'll grab the code with the title example, so a button with content and title, and paste it in here. Now to change the position, we use the data attribute called data BS placement, and the first value here will be top. We'll update the text to be popover on top. Now let's copy this code here, paste it in, change the value of the data BS placement attribute and the top in the text here to right. Let's do the same thing, change the value and the text to bottom, and one final time and change to left. Let's save this, go back and refresh. Here you see it in the top, on the right side, in the bottom, and on the left side. Now let's see how we can disable this fading animation. We'll go back here and we'll just copy this code from the title example, paste it in here on the animation example. Now to disable this animation, we simply add the data BS animation attribute with the value false. Save, go back and refresh. Now we can see it appears and disappears instantly. Next up is the delay example. We'll paste in the code we already have, and then we'll simply add the data BS delay attribute, and we'll add the value 500, which is milliseconds, so this is half a second of delay. We'll update this text to popover with delay. Sorry, I forget to update the text for all examples, but probably doesn't matter that much. Now let's go back and refresh, popover with delay. You can see we have half a second of delay when we click on it to make it appear or disappear. Now let's see how we can change the trigger type. So we go back here and paste in this code. This time we'll be using the data BS trigger attribute to define the trigger. So we'll add the values click and hover. The default is click only. Now we want this to also open on hover. We'll update this text to trigger by click and hover. Alright, save, go back and refresh. Now we can see it appears already before I click the button and disappears when I hover away. Now when I click it and hover away, it's still visible until I click again and hover away. Now let's see how we can dismiss this by clicking outside of the trigger element. To create this, we need to use an anchor tag and not a button to get proper cross-browser consistency or support. So we add an anchor tag here, and to style it, we use the btn and btn secondary classes just like before, but we'll also need to add the tab index with the value 0 and the role attribute with the value button. Now we can use data BS toggle with the value popover just like before. And this time we add the data BS trigger attribute again with the value focus. And now we simply need the title and databs content attribute, which I'll copy from up here. Paste it in like so. And finally add some text to our link, dismiss on next click. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. And here we can see it. We can open it up by clicking, and we can close it by clicking outside. Notice that we cannot close it by clicking on the trigger element again. You have to click outside of the element. Finally, let's take a look at how we can add popover to a disabled element. Normally, we cannot click or interact with a disabled element, so we need to add a wrapping element, which will be a span tag with the class inline block. Then we add the databs toggle attribute with the value popover. And then we copy and paste the title and databs content attributes, which we also copied in the previous example. Inside of this, we can now add our button with the type button and the class Sass btn and btn secondary, and this time also the disabled attribute. We'll also give it the inline style pointer events none, and finally add the text popover for disabled element. We'll save this, go back into the browser and refresh. Here we have the disabled element, but we can actually click on it to make the popover appear and click again to make it disappear. So this was all about the popover component. In this lecture, you'll learn about the progress component. The progress component can be used to display simple and complex progress bars with options for adding labels, stripes, and animated stripes. Here's the different variations of the progress component. First, we have an empty progress with no progress. We just see the faded gray background. Then we see 4 different examples of the progress with the width being set using inline styles, and then 4 examples with the width being set using sizing classes. Then we have a progress with a label inside of it, and then we see the different heights of a progress using inline styles. Then we see how we can change the background color of the progress. Then we have another variation with stripes and animated stripes, and finally a variation with multiple progress bars inside of the same progress element. So here we have 3 different colors and then an empty part at the end. So let's see how we create all of this. First, to create the empty progress, we'll start with a div tag with the class progress. Inside of it, we'll add the actual progress bar using a div tag with the class progress bar, and the role attribute with the value progress bar, this time in one word. The class must have the dash, remember this. And for accessibility, we also add the area value now attribute with the value 0, and the area value min attribute with the value 0, and the area value max attribute with the value 100. And we close the div tag again. We don't put any text inside just yet, and we don't set a width for this progress bar, so now it will appear empty. Let's save, go back and select the screencast tab, and now we see the progress with no progress. Alright, now let's see how we can change the width using inline styles. So we go back and we copy these 3 lines here, scroll a bit down, and now let's paste this in 4 times, or let's start with 1 time, and now we'll set an inline style here. And this will be width 17%. Now we'll change the value of the area value now attribute to 17, so it will match the width. And now we'll copy these 3 lines. We'll add a line break here and paste the code in. and then update this value to 33%. We do it once more, update to 62%, and one final time with the value 86%. Now let's preview this in the browser, refresh. Here we see the width being set with inline styles. Now let's see how we can use sizing classes with the sizing utility. We go back here. Let's paste in one of these examples from before and remove the style attribute. Now we'll add a class to the progress bar class, wW9eWwYnWfJ, which will give it 25% width. So we'll also change this value here to 25. Now let's copy this, add a line break, paste it in. Now we'll add the 50% utility width class W50, like so. We'll paste it in one more time and use the 25% width utility class, update the value, and one final time using the 100% utility class width, like so. Let's save, go into the browser, have a look. This is how it looks like. Now let's see how we can create a label inside of our progress bar. Let's copy this code from up here and paste it in. Now we have a default progress bar with the width of 50%. To add a label, we simply add some text in between these div tags here. So for example, 50%. Let's save, go back and take a look. This is what it looks like. Now let's see how we can set the height using inline styles. We'll paste this code in again here, and now we want to add some inline styles to the parent element this time, not the child element. So we add the style tag here, give it the height of 0.5 rem. Then we add one more example below. We'll also give it the style attribute, the height property, and the value 2 rem. So once again, this goes for the parent element with the progress class and not the child element, which we saw up here, where we're setting the width up here with the inline style. So the parent element for height. Let's save this, go back, take a look. Here we see two different heights being used. Now let's see how we can use background colors. Go back, paste in the same code. Now we must add a background color class. So the first one will be BG primary. Now let's copy and paste this, add a line break before. The second one will be secondary. Then we have success. Then we have danger, warning, info, then light, and the final one, the final one is the dark background color, BG dark. Let's say, go back and check. Here we see the various colors being applied to the background of our progress bar. Now let's see how we can create stripes for our progress bar. Paste in the code here. Let's just remove this background color again. Now if we want to make this striped, we add the class progress bar striped. I had a spelling mistake right there. So progress bar striped. Let's take a look. Now we see the default blue color with stripes. We can also animate these stripes. let's take a look at how to do this. We'll reuse this code. So we paste it in. Now to get animated stripes, we must add the class progress bar animated. Save, go back and take a look. Here we see the animated stripes. Okay, the final example is the multiple progress bars. Let's see how we create this. First, I want to go up here and copy the code with the background info class, paste it down here. So now we have a progress bar with the background info color. Now we'll change this width as well as the value in the area value now attribute to 25. So 25% progress. To have multiple progress bars, we simply copy and paste the child element here 2 times. We'll keep the value of 25 but change the color to warning for the second one and danger for the third one. So let's save this, go back and refresh. Here we see the different colors being applied. So we have multiple progress bars in the same parent progress element. So this was all about the progress component. In this lecture, you'll learn about the scrolls by component. The scrolls by component is used to automatically update navigation targets based on scroll position. Here's what the scrolls by looks like and how it works. Here I have 4 different examples, all placed in iframes. In the first example, we have a fixed navbar to the top and we're spying on the body of the page. We can see when we scroll through the different sections that the highlighted link up here in the navbar will change like so. In the other example, we're spying on the container. I'll show you that when we get to the code what the difference is, and here it's also highlighting the different links up there. If we scroll down, we have a nested nav placed to the left side, so this is an example to show you that nested navs also works. You can see that in action on the left side when I scroll all this section here. And finally, we have an example with a list group also placed in the left side. So a scrolls by must be used with a Bootstrap nav component or list group, and it requires position relative on the element you're spying on, which were the body up here and the container in the other 3 examples. Also, anchors are required and must point to an element with that ID. Now let's go ahead and see how we create these examples. So in here we can see on our scrolls by page that we have these 4 iframes I was talking about with our examples. So we'll go into these iframes and see what we should do there. So here we have the first example with the navbar fixed to the top where we're spying on the body. So now we must add some code to the body element up here. First of all, we add the position relative, like so. As an inline style, we can also use a class or something else if you prefer that, but we must add it in some way. Then we'll add the data BS spy attribute with the value scroll, which will hook it up with the JavaScript, and then data BS target attribute with the value being an ID selector for our menu. So in this case, this will be nav scrolls by. We can see that we have that ID right there on our nav, which wraps around our menu. And because I have a margin top of 64%, which I put in because this is fixed to the top, we'll also add an offset, and we can do that by using the data BS offset attribute. This example with the value 64 for 64 pixels. Now we can see down here that we already have our code in place. So we have this nav element here which is right here inside of the nav bar. So a nav in a nav bar. And we have the anchor tags with the ID pointing and these different sections down here. Now let's go back and see this is in action in the screencast tab. Here we see the first link being highlighted, then the second and the third. So it works. Now see how we can spy on the container. So we'll select our next iframe here. And in this example, we won't add any code to the body element. Instead, we'll add code to this container here. We can see that we already have a height set to 300 pixels and overflow auto, which will add scroll bars. Then we'll also add the position relative, just like we did in the first example. This is a requirement to make the scroll spy component work. Then we add the data BS spy attribute with the value scroll, and then our target using the data BS target attribute with the value being an ID selector, nav scroll spy. I'll just break the lines like so. We can see this refers to the ID up here in our nav bar component. So now these are hooked up together and we have the links as in the previous examples with all the content down here. So let's go back and refresh. Now we see this first link being highlighted, and when we scroll down we'll see that it changes. We can also have a nested nav. So let's check out our third example right here. We can see that we are using a grid system to lay out our nav bar to the left side and then all our content to the right side. We're still spying on a container here and not on the body element, and we can see that we have it down here. We already have the position relative here, which were a requirement or is a requirement, and then we add the data BS spy attribute with the value scroll and the data BS target attribute with the value being the ID of our nav element, nav scroll spy. I'll just break the lines here again. We can see that this refers to this up here. So now this scroll spy component is connected to the nav element, and we can see that all of these anchor tags here and also the nested ones refers to all of these sections down here. So we should check this out. Refresh in our browser, we can see the first link being highlighted, and when we scroll down it changes. So this also works. The final example was with a list group. Remember I told you in the beginning, to use the scroll spy you must use a Bootstrap nav component or list group component. So in our final example here we have a list group component also laid out using the responsive grid system. We'll also target the container, which is right here. We have a specified height and the overflow, as we saw in the previous example. Then we add the position relative as well, and the data spy or data BS spy attribute with the value scroll, and the data BS target attribute, the value being the ID selector of this list group up here. So list group scroll spy. I'll just adjust the line breaking like so, or wrap the lines. So now this is hooked up to this, and we have the position relative and the data BS spy. So this should now work. We'll save, go back and refresh, and here we see the first item being highlighted, and when we scroll we can see that this also works. So this is how you can use the scroll spy component with navs and list groups. In this lecture you'll learn about the spinner component. The spinner component is used to indicate the loading state of a component or page. Here's an overview of the spinner component. First we see the border spinner, and then we see the growing spinner. Then we see the different available colors being applied to both the border spinner and growing spinner. Then we see the different sizes that we can use. Then we see it in use in buttons with or without text. And finally, we see different ways of alignment using spacing, flex, float, and text utilities. So let's get to it. In our code editor, we'll start by creating the border spinner. So first, we add a div tag with the class spinner border, and we'll give it the role of status. Inside of this, we'll now add a span tag with the class visually hidden, and then the text loading. So this will be available for screen readers. We'll copy and paste this now to the next example, which is the growing spinner. To create this, we use the spinner grow class instead, just like so. Now let's save this, go back and select the screencast tab, and here we see the border spinner and growing spinner. Now let's see the different colors in action. So first we'll paste in the code for the spinner border like so, and to color this we simply use color utility classes. So text primary, we'll give it the text color of primary, which will color this spinner border with the primary color. Now let's copy and paste this and change the color to secondary. Do it again. Change it to success, then danger, warning, info, light, and dark. Then we'll copy all of this, add a couple of line breaks, paste it in again, and this time we'll select the spinner border class and change it to spinner grow, like so. Now save, go into the browser and refresh. Here we see all the different colors in action. Next up, we'll take a look at sizing. So we'll go back here, and first we'll grab this border spinner, paste it in here. Then to make this a smaller version, we add the class spinner border SM. And now paste it in again to have the default size so we can compare it. And if you want to make this larger, you cannot use a class for it, but you can set your styling using CSS. To show this, I'll use inline styling right here. Set the width to 3 rem and the height to 3 rem. Save, go back and refresh, and here we see it. We can do the same thing with the growing spinner. So let's do that. Add a couple of line breaks like before and paste it in, and rename this. Whoops, I selected too many, sorry about that. Let's try again. Rename the spinner border to spinner grow, and remember that this should also be spinner grow SM. Alright, let's save, go back and refresh. Here we see it applied to the growing border as well. Now let's see how we can use this with buttons. So first, let us select this default border spinner code. And now we'll start by creating a button with the type button. The class will be btn and btn primary. And we'll then give it the disabled attribute, which we would expect it would have if it was a loading button, but it's not really necessary. but again, we do it. Now we'll paste this spinner border code in, but we'll actually want to move this outside of the div element and change the first div to span. So let me explain in more detail just in a moment. We also want to add the spinner border SM to make it fit inside of the button. And we want to add the area hidden attribute with the value true. So now this spinner border or border spinner will be hidden for screen readers. Instead, screen readers will see the loading text, which will be hidden on the screen since we're using the visually hidden class to wrap around it. We can also create a variation with both text and the graphics at the same time. To do this, we'll remove the span tag here, like so. But we still want to hide the graphic for screen readers. But now the text, which screen readers can see, is also visible on the screen. Before we preview this, let's create the variation for the growing spinner as well. So we edit the border name here to be grow. So spinner grow and spinner grow SM. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. And here we see the border spinner and growing spinner alone in a button, with the text being hidden and together with visible text. Next up, we'll take a look at alignment, our last examples. First, let's see how we can use margin utility classes. Actually, before we continue, let's copy this code again here, our first example, and paste it in. Now we can use margin utilities, for example M3, to add margin on all sides. We can also use flex utilities, so if we want to center our spinner, we can add a div tag with the class dflex and justify content center, like so. Then we can paste it in. We can also use flex in another way by adding the dflex and align items center. And now I'll change this up a bit, so I'll move this text up before our graphic. I'll change the span tag to a strong tag to make it more visible. I'll remove this visually hidden class. So now I first have text, and then I have this graphics, which I want to hide for screen readers using the area hidden attribute with the value true, just like we did in a previous example. And then I also want to add the MS auto, which will add the value auto to the margin in the left side. MS is margin start, so that is the left side. We'll have the auto value, which will push this all the way to the left side, and the graphic itself all the way to the right side. Maybe we should take a look now before we continue. I'll refresh. So first we see the margin 3, M3, being applied to all sides here, and then we're seeing flex utilities to center the element or to push them to each side of the container. Now let's take a look at the float and text align utilities. First, I'll create a parent element with the class clearFix, so this won't collapse. Then paste in our default code here for a border spinner. Then I'll simply add the class float end to make it float to the right side. We can also center our spinner by using text align utility classes. So I'll add the class text center to a wrapping element and paste my spinner in like so. Now let's save, go back and refresh. Here we see our spinner being floated to the end, which is to the right side, and then in the final example being centered using text center for text alignment. So this was all the ways in which you can use the spinner component. In this lecture, you'll learn about the toast component. The toast component is used to push notifications to your visitors. Here's an overview of the toast component, and let me just reload. So we can see that we now have all toasts on the screen, and after 3 seconds the second one disappeared, and after 5 seconds the first one disappeared. The delay is by default 5 seconds. We can change that delay, which we saw in the second example. We can also disable the auto hide feature, so you need to click a button to make it disappear. We can also disable the fading animation, so it disappears instantly. Here we see that toast is translucent. We can see part of the background shine through. We can also see that we can stack toasts, so they have some spacing in between. We can also add custom content, so here we have a close button instead of this closing icon. So we can click that to make it disappear. And finally, we have different ways to align and place our toasts. In the first example, we're using position utilities to position it. And this big white space here is on purpose so that we can view the code here. This is because these examples lives in an iframe. Here we have multiple toasts positioned using position utilities. You can see that code as well by clicking there. Here we're using flex utilities to position this toast in the middle. Let's see how we create all of this. In our code editor, we start by creating the default toast. We do that by using the div tag with the class toast, the role attribute with the value alert, and the area live attribute with the value assertive, and the area atomic attribute with the value true. So these are all meant for accessibility reasons. I won't discuss those in further details now. Next up, we'll create the toast header using a div tag with the class toast header. Inside of this, we'll add a strong tag with the class me_auto to add some auto margin in the right side, which will push this element to the left side. And in the right side we have this small element with the text 9 minutes ago. After our toast header, we'll create our toast body using a div tag with the class toast body. The text will be toast body text goes here. Now let's save and see what happens when we preview this in the browser by selecting the screencast tab here. So we cannot see it. This is because we need to initialize this with JavaScript ourselves. So down here I will do just that, and I won't go into too much detail on how to do this. You can do it in different ways, and this course is not about teaching JavaScript. But I'll create a variable called toast elements. Then I'll use the query selector all. That was a spelling mistake. Query selector all like so on the document to get all elements with the class toast. Then I'll add a for loop. Variable I equals 0 as long as I is less than toast elements dot length, and then increment the I variable like so. And then I'll create a new bootstrap.toast component and pass in the selector toast elements and then the index the I variable here, and then run the show method on it, just like so. Let's see what happens now. I'll refresh, and now we see the toast appearing because of the JavaScript. After 5 seconds it will disappear right there. Now let's see how we can change different things regarding the toast. So first we'll look at the delay. Back here in the code, we'll go up and copy this example and paste it in. Now to change the delay time, we'll add a data BS delay attribute with the value 3000. So this is milliseconds. Let's save this, go back and refresh. And now the second one should disappear after 3 seconds, right there, and the other one after 5 seconds. Now let's disable this auto hide feature by pasting in the code again from before. And then we'll add the data BS auto hide with the value false. Let's save, go back and refresh, and now this won't go away. But how should we make it go away then? We need to add a little bit more. We need to add a close button. So we do that just after our small element by adding a button tag with the type button and the class btn close. And for positioning, we have the ms2 to add some margin in the left side, and mb1 to add some margin in the bottom. And then we have the data BS dismiss attribute with the value toast and the area label with the value close. And no content should go inside of the button element. Now let's go back and refresh. And now when I click this close button here, it will disappear. Next up, we'll see how we can disable the animation. So we'll copy this latest example right there, paste it in. And now we'll add one more data attribute, data BS animation with the value false. Let's save this, go back and refresh. See what happens when we click it. It disappears instantly without a fading animation. Now we'll demonstrate how these toasts are translucent so we can see the background shine through. We'll start by creating the background using a div tag with the classes bgdark and some padding with the class p3, and then paste in the code here. We'll save this, go back and refresh. So here we have our toast with the auto hide disabled, set to false, and we can see the dark background shine through in the toast body here. We can make it disappear if we want. Now let's see how we can stack these toasts. To do that and get the proper spacing, you must wrap them in a parent element with the class toast container. Like so. We can paste one toast in here and one more. Now we'll save this, go back and refresh. Here we see that they are now stacking with space in between these two toasts. Now we'll see how we can use some kind of custom content inside of our toast. We'll scroll a bit down and paste in the code for the toast with the auto hide set to false. So now we want to remove the toast header. So we have the toast body left here, and we want to adjust this. So we'll keep the text here, and then we'll add a div tag with the class mt2, pt2, and border top. So we are creating our own custom toast footer with this border at the top and proper spacing. And then we'll add two buttons inside with the type button. And the classes for the first one will be btn, btn primary, and btn sm, so a small button with the text action. The next button will get the classes btn, btn secondary, and btn sm, and the text close. And we'll also add a data BS dismiss attribute with the value toast. So by clicking this secondary button, we can actually close this toast, just like we could with the other toasts when we were clicking on the close icon. So we have saved this. We'll go back and refresh and take a look. Here we see our toast. There's no close icon in the top right corner since we removed the toast header, but we can click on this close button to make it disappear. Now let's take a look at different options for alignment and placement. First, we'll take a look at position utilities for a single toast. Now to get to this code, you must locate the folder here, toasts, and placement position. And for the other two examples, placement position stacking and placement flex inside of the toasts folder. I have them open right here. So now we'll create that. First, we'll create a parent element, a div element with the class position relative and border. And then we'll add the area live attribute with the value polite and the area atomic attribute with the value true and the style attribute with the value min height 212 pixels to see these examples in the best possible way. Inside of this, we'll now add or paste in our toast here, and we'll modify this parent element for the toast by adding some more classes. Position absolute, top 0 and end 0. This will now position this absolutely in the top right corner of the parent element, which we have right here. So we're using these position utilities directly on the toast. Let's save this, go back and refresh and take a look. Here we see it's being placed in the top right corner. Now let's see how we can do this with multiple toasts. So in our code editor, we'll take the next file here in the toasts folder, and we'll create our wrapping element, div tag, class position relative, border, same as before, area live polite, area atomic true, and the style attribute with the value min height, this time 335. Once again, this height is to provide the best possible example in the browser. Now we'll add a div tag with the class toast container, which we have learned we must use when we want to provide the correct spacing for stacking toasts on top of each other. So this container will now add position classes to this. Position absolute, top 0 and end 0. Inside of this, we'll paste 2 toasts like so. So the difference on this and the previous one is that for the previous one we had the position utility classes directly on the toast, and for this one we have the position utility classes on the toast container that wraps around 2 toasts. And wrapping around this container we have the same parent as before with the position relative class and borders for styling and a few more attributes as well. So now let's go back and refresh, and here we can see the 2 toasts stacking on top of each other and being absolute positioned in the top right corner using position utilities. The final example, we'll get to that now, using flex utilities to center our toast in the middle. We'll go back and select the third file in our toasts folder that I showed you, and now I'll create a div tag with the area live attribute with value polite, the area atomic attribute with value true, and now first the class border to add a border around this element, and for positioning we add the deflex to turn it into a flex container, justify content center to center it in the middle horizontally, and align item center to center it in the middle vertically. Then we add the inline style with the min height of 310 pixels to better see this example. Inside of this div element we paste our toast. Now we'll save this, go back and refresh, and here we see our toast being placed right in the center, both horizontally and vertically, using flex utilities. So this was all about the toast component.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Here's an overview of the tooltips component. First, we see a link with a tooltip attached to it. We can see that it appears on hover and disappears when we hover away from the element again. We can do the same thing for a button, like so. We can even add custom HTML into our tooltip. We can change the position. Here we see it on top, the right side, bottom and left side. We can remove the animation so it appears and disappears instantly. We can add a delay to it. So now the appearance and disappearance has been delayed. We can also change the trigger type. So now it doesn't trigger or appear on hover, but on click instead. We can also add a tooltip for disabled elements. So now let's see how we create this. So here we are at the link example. We add an anchor tag, so a link, and then we add data BS toggle with the value tooltip to hook it up with the JavaScript. The title will be the content for our tooltip, so this will be tooltip on top. This will be displayed in our tooltip for link. Okay, now if we save this and try to view it in the browser and select the screencast tab, nothing will happen. This is because we need to initialize this component ourselves with JavaScript. There's different ways to do this, and I won't go into too much details since this course is not about JavaScript. But for this to work, we can, for example, create a variable that holds all the tooltip trigger elements. So we query the document using query selector all, and then we'll query the data attribute, data BS toggle with the value tooltip, which we just used before. It will now collect all those elements inside of the variable, and then we create a for loop. This is a regular for loop. Now it will now loop through all of these elements in that variable here, and for each of them we'll write new bootstrap.tooltip and then pass in the element. So tooltip trigger elements and then I, which is the current active one in the loop, defined here. Alright, so now it will create a tooltip for all the elements using this data attribute. So for all our examples on this page. If we go back and refresh, we can now see the tooltip is working and displaying the content in the title attribute. Next up, we'll see how we can add this for the button. So right here, we add a button with the type button. The class will be btn secondary. Then we add the data BS toggle attribute again, just like before, with the value tooltip. The title will be tooltip on top. Text will be tooltip on top here as well. All of this code that you see here, or in this data attribute, is used for when you're exporting this to CodePen. Let's just edit this text to be tooltip for button. Now let's go back and refresh. You will see the tooltip appearing on the button as well as on the link. Alright, now let's see how we can create custom HTML for our tooltip. So we'll copy this here for the button and paste it in right here. Then we'll first edit this text tooltip with custom HTML. And now to enable this custom HTML, we must add the data BS HTML attribute with the value true. Then in the title attribute we can use HTML. So let's try to do this. We add a strong tag around the word tooltip. Then we'll add a space and a small tag around the word width. Then one more space and a new span tag with the class badge bg primary to wrap around the word custom. Close the span tag again, then a space and an M tag around the letters HTML. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. And here we can see tooltip with custom HTML. Now let's see how we can control the position of the tooltips. So first of all, let's copy and paste this code for the button example down here. Then we'll change the text for the button to tooltip on top for this first one. Now to define the position, we must add a new data attribute called data BS placement. The value will be top for this first example. Now let's copy and paste this one time and change top, the value top and the text top to right. Let's do it again. Change these values to bottom. And the final time, change it to left and left. Alright, now let's save, go back and refresh. Here you see it on top, on the right side, in the bottom, and in the left side. Now let's see how we can remove the fading animation. So let's copy this code here from the button example, and paste it in right there. Then we'll update this text to be tooltip without animation. Now to remove this animation, we will add a data attribute called data BS animation and set it to false. We'll save, back, refresh, and now we can see it appears and disappears instantly with no animation. We can also control the delay. So let's go back here, paste in this code of the default button, update the text to tooltip with delay. To do this, we add the data attribute data BS delay. The value will set that to 500, so this is milliseconds, half a second. Save, go back and refresh. Now we can see that it takes half a second to appear and disappear. Now let's see how we can change the trigger type. We'll change it to click instead of hover. First, let's edit the text to be trigger by click. Then we'll add a data attribute here called data BS trigger with the value click. Now let's see what happens in the browser. When we hover above it, nothing happens, but when we click, we can see it appears, and we have to click it one more time to make it disappear. Finally, let's see how we can create these tooltip for disabled elements. Normally a disabled element cannot be hovered or interacted with, so we need to create a span tag around our element. So we're going to create a button, but first we create this wrapping element, a span tag. We'll use dInline block to set the display value, then the tab index 0 to make it available for the keyboard users, and then data BS toggle tooltip. So we put this on the wrapping element, the parent element, and not on the actual disabled element. The title will be tooltip for disabled element. Now we can add our button inside of this. So this is just a button like before, but this time it has the disabled attribute. We'll also put the style pointer events none on it to remove pointer events. Finally, we'll give it the text tooltip for disabled element. We'll save, go back and refresh. Now we can see the tooltip appearing, even though it is disabled and we cannot click on it. So this was how to use the tooltip component. In this section, we will learn how to use all of the 9 helpers available in Bootstrap 5. Helpers are used to change the behavior of elements on your page. With helpers, you can, for example, embed videos and iframes responsively, show content only for screen readers, and stretch a link to its parent element. We'll go through each one of them and see how they can be used. But first, here's a quick overview of the different parts. ClearFix, a well-known method to clear floated content if you are experiencing a collapsing container. Colored links, set the color of links in a similar way as you set the text color of elements. Ratio, embed videos, iframes and more in a responsive way that maintains their aspect ratio. Position, set the position of an element fixed to the top or bottom of the viewport. Stacks, get easy access to Flexbox properties for vertical and horizontal layout. Visually hidden, hide elements on the screen while still making them accessible for screen readers. Stretched link, expand the clickable area of a link to its containing block. Text truncation, truncate long lines of text with an ellipsis. Vertical rule, create vertical dividers like the HR element. In this lecture, you'll learn about the ClearFix utility. This is a well-known method for clearing floated content when you are experiencing a collapsing container. Here we see what it looks like with the ClearFix being applied. We have 2 buttons floated to the left and right side, and we can see that the parent element has not been collapsed. If we click the Practice tab here, we can see that the parent element is collapsed because the ClearFix class hasn't been applied yet. Now let's go into the code editor. First, we'll create the parent element and give it the background color light by adding the class bgLight. Inside of this, we'll create our first button with the type button and the classes bgn, bgn primary, and float left to float this button to the left side. We have the text button floated left. Now let's copy and paste this, change the class to float right and the text to button floated right. Now let's preview this in the browser. We select the screencast tab and we can see that the parent element has now been collapsed since all the child elements has been floated. Now we'll add the ClearFix class to the parent element to fix this. So we simply add the class ClearFix to the parent element here, save and go back, and now we can see that the ClearFix is working. In this lecture, you'll learn about the colored links utility. With this, you can set the color of links in a similar way as you set the text color of elements. Here's the available link colors. We can have a primary link color, secondary link color, success link color, danger link color, warning link color, info link color, light link color, which we cannot see since the background is white, and dark link color. So now let's go ahead and create these in our code editor. We start by creating an anchor tag here, and then we'll give it the class link dash and the name of the color. So primary for the first example. Primary link will be the text. Our second example will have the class link secondary, and then we'll have link success. Then we'll have link danger, then link warning, then we'll have link info, then link light, and finally link dark. I'll just adjust this text here to uppercase letters, like so. Now let's go into the browser, select our screencast tab, and we can now see that we have all the correct colors. I forgot to add the line breaks in the end, so let's quickly do that so it looks like the reference version. We add a line break. This is because anchor tags are inline elements by default. So now we can see it looks the same as the reference section. So this is how to make colored links. In this lecture you'll learn about the ratio helper. Using this helper you can embed videos, iframes and more in a responsive way that maintains the aspect ratio. Here's the overview of the ratio helper class. In the first examples we have different aspect ratios of iframes with video players from Vimeo. So first we see the 1:1 ratio, the 4:3 ratio, the 16:9 ratio, and the 21:9 ratio. Then we see the same 4 different kinds of aspect ratios applied to standard HTML elements. These are the aspect ratios that you can use out of the box with Bootstrap. But however, you can easily set your own custom ratio using inline style, which I'll also show you. Just to demonstrate that these are actually responsive and will maintain the aspect ratio, let me just try to resize the browser window so we can see that they clearly are responsive when I resize the window. Now we'll go into our code editor and create the first examples. To add the aspect ratio to an element, we'll wrap it in the div tag with the class ratio and then define the aspect ratio in another class. So here it will be 1-1x1. For this example, I'll add an iframe with a video player from Vimeo. I'll just open up the reference section here and I'll copy this URL. So we'll add an iframe, then you paste in your URL and we'll close the iframe again. In the next example, we do something similar. We'll wrap our iframe in an element with the ratio class, and this time the ratio 4x3 or 4:3 class. I'll add our iframe tag, go into our reference section here and copy these URLs. So I do this so we have an actually video and video player from Vimeo that has the same aspect ratio. Then in the next example we add a div tag with the classes ratio and ratio 16x9 or 16:9. Then I go in here, copy this source file or source value, paste it in here into our iframe, and the last example in this section, create a div tag with the class ratio and ratio 21x9. And we go in here and grab
that example. Create our iframe with the source like so. Now let's save this, go into the browser, select our screencast tab, and here we should see our first examples. We have the 1x1 video, the 4x3 video, the 16:9 video, and the 21:9 video, and they all look correct. Now let's see how we can apply this to standard HTML elements as well. So first we'll add some markup to see these examples. We'll first have a wrapping element with the dFlex class and align items start class. Inside of these we can now create 4 components with these aspect ratios applied. So we have a div tag with the class ratio and ratio 1x1, just as we saw from before. Inside of this we have a p tag with the classes dFlex, justify content center, align items center, and border. And the text will be 1x1 or 1x1. Now we'll copy these 3 lines, paste them in 3 times, and update these values here. So the second example will be 4 times 3, and the third example will be 16:9, and the last example will be 21:9. So these are the exact same classes as used before, now simply with a paragraph inside instead of an iframe. We have saved this, we'll go back and refresh, and here we see them. Let us just resize the browser window so we can see that they maintain their aspect ratio. Yes, they do. Finally, let's see how we can create a custom ratio using some inline style. First we have our wrapping element, div tag with the class ratio, and this time we won't add another class to specify the aspect ratio. Instead, we'll add an inline style, and here we'll override a CSS variable set by Bootstrap that has the name --bs--aspect-ratio, like so. We'll set it to 50%. So this effectively changes the padding top value, which we'll take a look at in just a moment. Inside of this, we can actually copy our paragraph from up here and paste it in, and we'll change the text here to 2x1, which is what we're gonna get when we add this padding top value, or change this padding top value to 50%. Our next example will be 25% for the padding top value, which is equal to an aspect ratio of 4x1. Let's save this, go back and refresh, and here we see the first 2x1 and the second 4x1. It works when resizing it, and if we inspect this, we can now see here we have our CSS variable with the 50% value that we have specified as an inline style. And if we look at the before element, we can see that the padding top uses that exact value. So that is how this is working. So this was all about how to use the ratio helper classes.
In this lecture, you'll learn about the position utility. With this utility, you can position elements fixed to the top or the bottom of the viewport. Here we see some buttons with the position helper class being applied. First, we have the fixed top, which will position the button to the very top of the screen. And then we have the fixed bottom, which will position it to the very bottom of the screen. Then we have a sticky top, which means that when it reaches the top of the browser window, it will become sticky, like so. Only within its parent element, now we can see that it will scroll along with the page, because the parent element is scrolling off of the screen.
We can also apply this sticky top effect responsively. So if I just resize the browser window, we can see that this one will become sticky top for small screen sizes and up. So now it just scrolls along since we're on a very narrow screen size. But if we scroll up again and increase the width a little bit, we can see that it becomes sticky, but only when the parent element is in the window. Now we can see that it's scrolling up again. Next up, we have the medium breakpoint. We can see it scrolls along, but if we increase the window a little bit more, that was not enough. Right there, we can see that it becomes sticky, and then it scrolls along. Now, the next one is the large breakpoint, so we'll increase the window again. Now we can see that this will become sticky for large breakpoints and scroll up. And the last one will only become sticky for extra large breakpoints, so we increase the width here. And we can see that it becomes sticky right there. Now let's see how we can use this in our code editor. First we'll create a button with the type button and give it the classes btn and btn primary. Now to make this fixed to the top, we will add the class fixed top. We'll also add the text position to top. Now let's copy this and paste it in here. Change this class to fixed bottom and the text to position to bottom. Let's also create the sticky top version. We'll change the class to sticky top and update the text to sticky top. Now before we preview this in the browser, we'll add a div element and give it some inline styling with the height being 150 viewport height. This will just be an empty div tag. This means that we'll get some content so we can scroll through it, so we can see the effect of the sticky top. Now let's go into the browser, select the screencast tab, and now when we scroll we can see that it will stick to the top. We can also see that the other two buttons are sticked to the top and bottom respectively. Now let's create the responsive sticky top variations. So to do this, we'll copy this code here, paste it in. Then we'll adjust this sticky top class to sticky dash and then the breakpoint, which will be SM for our first example, sticky top for SM. Just indent this and copy in this one more time. Then we'll change the class to sticky MD top for the medium breakpoint and up for the large breakpoint. Change the class to sticky LG top, and for the final example, which will become sticky for extra large screen sizes and up, we edit the class to sticky XL top, just like so. Now let's save, go back into the browser. Let's resize the browser window before we scroll any further. Here's the one for small breakpoints. You can see it won't stick until we get to this screen size. And the next one is for the medium. It will scroll by unless we increase the width here. It will stick. Next one will scroll by unless we reach the large breakpoint right there. We can see it becomes sticky. The third one will scroll by until we get to the extra large screen size right there. So this is how you can use the position helper classes.
In this lecture, you will learn about the stack helpers. With these helpers, you can get easy access to Flexbox properties for vertical and horizontal layout. you can use just one stack helper instead of multiple flexbox utilities. Here's an overview of the stacks helper classes. So here we see the vertical stacks. These are actually span elements, which we'll see in the code editor in just a moment. So normally those would be inline on the same line, but here we're using vertical stack to make them a vertical stack. And here we have div elements, which is block elements stacked on top of each other by default, but here we are making them into a horizontal stack. We can use spaces for our stack items. Here we're using different spacing utilities like the gap and margin utilities. So let's go into our code editor and let's create our first stack, which is a vertical stack. To create that, we'll wrap our items with the parent element of the class vStack for vertical stack. Inside this, we'll create the items in the stack, and I'm using span elements to demonstrate that this will turn these inline elements into vertical stacked elements. We have the class bg_light, border, and p2 to get some more prettier examples, and the text will be item in stack. Now let's copy this twice and paste it in. Then we'll create our horizontal stack as well. To do that, we'll simply copy this and paste it in, change this class to hStack for horizontal stack, and as I mentioned in the beginning, we'll change these span elements to div elements. So these will initially be stacked on top of each other and be block level elements, but by using this hStack class, they will now be on one horizontal line. Let's save this and see this example. Select the screencast tab here, and here we'll see the vertical stack and the horizontal stack. Now let's see how we can use spaces. We'll first see the example with the gap spacing utility. We'll start by copying this code here with the horizontal stack and paste it in. Now we can simply add a gap class like gap2 to automatically get this gap in between our stacked items. We'll paste in the same code down here and see how we can use the margin spacing utilities. So here we want to add some margin in the end, so at the right side using the me2 class, and on the last item we want to push it all the way to the right side by adding some auto margin in the left side, so in the start by using the ms auto class. Remember, you can learn much more about these margin and gap spacing utilities in the spacing utility lecture. Now we've saved, go back and refresh, and here we see the gap between these first horizontal stacked items, and down here we're using the margins instead, the same size between the first two, and then the last one being pushed all the way to the right side. In this lecture you'll learn about the visually hidden helpers. These are used to hide elements on the screen while still making them accessible for screen readers. Here we see what the visually hidden utility class looks like. And yes, we cannot see anything, and this is exactly how it works. If we open up the inspector here, you can see that we actually have an h4 heading element with some text here. And then with this class being added, we can see that we have a lot of CSS properties being added over here to visually hide this on the screen while still making it available to screen readers. For the second example, if I click right here, then start tapping. So first it will highlight this link here. Next up, when I hit the tab key, we can see that this will now become focused. So this is a typical skip to main content link that becomes focusable when the screen reader user taps to it. When we tap one more time, it disappears. Now let's see how we create this. So in the code editor, we'll start by adding this h4 heading element, and we'll give it the class visually hidden, like so. The text will be title for screen readers.
Next up, we'll create a skip link using an anchor tag, and the href attribute will be the ID selector for main. So we don't have any content with that ID, but this is how you typically create an anchor link on the same page. Then we must add the class visually hidden focusable, and we'll add the text skip to main content. So this will now become visible when we focus it using the keyboard. So let's go into the browser, select the screencast tab, and take a look. We can see that both of them are now visually hidden. When I click here and start to tap, we'll first select this link here and click one more time. It will now focus this skip link, which will now become visible. When I click one more time, it disappears. So this is how you can use the visually hidden utility classes. In this lecture, you will learn about the stretched link utility. You can use this to expand the clickable area of a link to its containing block. Let's see some examples where we're using the stretched link helper utility. First, we have a card component with a stretched link inside. We can see on the mouse cursor that this link now applies to the whole card. We can click anywhere on the card. Next up is a custom component, a media object with a stretched link inside. We can see again that we can click anywhere on this component. Then we have a column with 2 rows, and only the second column can be clicked by this stretched link here, not the first column. The last example, we have the same code, a stretched link in the second column, but this time the whole row can be clicked. Let's see how we create this. First here we have the HTML for all the examples, and now we want to modify the links. So on the first one, the card, we add a stretched link class to the link. We don't need to add anything else to this card component because the parent element, which is the card, already has the position relative value, which is necessary for this stretched link to work. So now let's go back and select the screencast tab, and here you can see that we can click anywhere on this card. Now we want to turn the link in the next example into a stretched link, so we can click on the whole media object. In the code editor, we scroll a bit down, and here on the link we add the class stretched link, but this time we must also add the position relative to the parent element. We can do that by adding the position relative class like so. Let's go back and refresh, and now we can click anywhere on this custom component. Next up, let's take a look at the column and row at the same time in our code editor. So first, to make the link inside of the column a stretched link, we add the class stretched link, and then we add the position relative class to the column, since we only want the second column to be clickable. In the next example, however, we want the whole row to be clickable, so first we add the class stretched link to our link, but this time we add the position relative class to the row, like so. Now the whole row will be clickable. Let's go back and refresh, and here we see in the first example only the second row is clickable by this stretched link. In the last example we can see that the whole row, so that is both columns, can be clicked by this stretched link. So this was how to use the stretched link helper utility. In this lecture, you'll learn about the text truncation utility. With this utility, you can truncate long lines of text with an ellipsis. Here we see what the text truncation utility looks like. First, we have a block level element, a paragraph. We can see that it's been truncated at the end of the line here. Then we have an inline block, which is a span element that's also been truncated at the end of the line. Let's see how we do this. In our code editor, here in the screencast section, we already have the paragraphs in place. Now I just wrap the lines so we can see the full paragraphs. The first is a block level element, So we add the class text truncate. The next is a span element. So we'll see what happens if we apply this text truncate class to this as well. Let's go back in the browser and select the screencast tab. We can see that it's working for the block label element, but not for the inline element. We need to change it to an inline block. So to do this, we can, for example, add the inline block class and the W100 to make it 100% width and behave as an inline block. When we go back and refresh, we can now see that text truncation works.
In this lecture, you will learn about the vertical rule helper. This helper can be used to create vertical dividers like the HR element.
Here we see the vertical rule helper. As a default, this has a min height of 1em, but you can place it inside of container with the display value of flex or grid to make it take up the full height. So this is 100 pixels right here. Finally, we see an example of the vertical rule being used in between items in a horizontal stack. Alright, let's create these examples. So to create a default ruler, you simply add the class VR to an element. This will give you a vertical rule. Now, down here, we'll add the parent element with the class dFlex. It could also have been dGrid, and we'll give that the height, an inline star with the height of 100 pixels. Now, if we add a vertical rule inside of this, it will take up the full height. We add a vertical rule like before, using an empty div tag with the class VR. Finally, let's create the examples with stacks as well. First, we add a div tag with the class hStack to get the horizontal stack and gap3 to get some spacing in between the items. Then we add a div tag with the class bgLight, border and p2 to get a nice example for an item here, with the text being item in stack. We'll copy this, and right below that we'll create our first vertical rule using the VR class for a div element. Then we'll paste in a stack and create a stack item and create one more vertical rule like so, and finally paste in our last stack item. So let's save this. Now go back and select the screencast tab. First we see the default rule with the min height of 1em. Then we see the vertical rule inside of a parent element with the flex display value, so it takes up the full height of 100 pixels. And finally, we see the vertical rule being used in between items in a horizontal stack.
In this section, we will learn how to use all of the 16 utilities available in Bootstrap 5. Utilities are used to adjust layout and content of your page. With utilities, you can, for example, create spacing around components, set the borders of an element, and change the text color and background color. We'll go through each one of them and see how they can be used. But first, here's a quick overview of the different parts. Background. Set the background color of an element using both contextual color classes as well as a few variations of black and white. You can also add a linear gradient to a background color. Borders. Style the border and border radius of an element. This works well for buttons and images as well as other elements. Colors. Set the text color of an element using both contextual color classes as well as a few variations of black and white. Display. Change the value of the display property in a responsive way. This also includes showing and hiding elements for both the screen and print. Flex. Change, for example, the direction, alignment, sizing, and order of grid columns and various components. Float. Float elements to either the left or right side, or set the float to none. You could do this across all breakpoints or only for some breakpoints. Interactions. Change how the user interacts with your content using text selection and pointer events. Opacity. Set the opacity of an element. Overflow. control how content overflows an element. Position, change how an element is positioned on the page. Shadows, add or remove shadows for an element. Sizing, set the width or height of an element relative to the parent or the viewport. Spacing, set the margin and padding of elements responsibly for individual sides or multiple sides. Text, adjust the alignment, wrapping, weight, style, line height, and text decoration of text elements. Vertical align, set the vertical alignment for inline, inline block, and table cell elements. Visibility, visually show and hide elements without affecting the layout or the display property. In this lecture, you'll learn about background utilities. Using these utilities, you can easily set the background color of an element using both contextual color classes as well as a few variations of black and white. You can also add a linear gradient to a background color. Here we see the different available background colors. These are almost the same as the text colors, which you can learn more about in another lecture. So here we see we have the primary color, secondary color, success color, danger color, warning color, info color, light color, dark color, body color, white color, and transparent color. Of course, these last examples are not easy to see. We can also use a gradient effect on top of this background color for some of these colors. For the primary, secondary, success, danger, warning, info, light, and dark background colors. Now let's see how we create all of these. So first I'm gonna select all of these paragraphs here. Then I'll add the class bg dash. So this is what you need as a prefix for adding a background color, and then the name of the color. We'll come back to that in a moment. Then we'll also add the text dash, since we are using different text for these examples, white and dark text. And finally p3 to provide some padding on all four sides to have better examples. Now for the first one, we want to use the class bg primary to get the primary background color, and the text white class to have a white text color. The next one will have bg secondary and text white. Then we have bg success and text white. We will have bg danger and text white. We'll have bg warning and text white. Then we have bg info and text white. Then we have bg light, this time with text dark. And then we have bg dark, again with text white. Then we have bg body with text dark. We have bg white with text dark. And finally we have bg transparent with text dark. Now let's save this, go back and select the screencast tab, and here we see all the different available background colors. Now let's see how we can use the gradient for some of these background colors. So this will work for all of these examples we see right here until the dark variant, so not for body, white, and transparent. So I'll simply copy this and replace it down here, like so. Then I'm gonna select these paragraphs here and place the cursor right there. It doesn't matter where you put this class, but I like it here. So now we need a modifier class to add this background gradient, and that class is simply bg gradient, like so. So we've now added that to all of these paragraphs here. So we go back and refresh, and here we can see the paragraph, the gradient being applied to all of these elements together with the background color. So this was all about how you can use the background utility classes.
In this lecture you'll learn about border utilities. You can use these to quickly style the border and border radius of an element. This works well for buttons and images as well as other elements. Here we see what the different border utility classes looks like. First we have additive borders, where we can add borders on all sides or individual sides. Then we have subtractive border utilities, where we can remove borders from all sides or individual sides. Then we have color borders, so we can give our borders all of the different available colors. Then we can also change the width of our border. And finally, we can change the border radius. We can do that for all sides. We can also remove it. We can do it for only some of the sides. And finally, we can create a circle or this pill shape right here, which is the very last example. So now let's go into our code editor and get started. We'll start by adding a div tag with the class border, and then close the div tag again. Then we'll add another div tag with the class border top. So the first one will add the border on all sides. The second one will add it on the top. Now we can copy and paste this a few times. Change it to border right, border bottom, and border left. Then we also want to add borders on two sides simultaneously. So we do that by adding two classes. So border top, border right, for example. And we can change this to border bottom and border left. So of course this should be removed. It's a small mistake. So border top, border right, border bottom, border left. Let's save this, go into the browser and select the screencast tab. And now here we see the additive borders. First we have on all four sides, then on one side only, and then for the last two examples we have on two sides. Now let's take a look at subtractive borders. So before we create these examples, let me just show you some custom styling that I added up here to better see these examples. First of all, we are creating the squares so we can see the border. And then for these next examples where we are removing the borders, I have actually already added a border in the inline or the CSS right here. So this is the border that we're going to remove, just to keep these examples very clear and simple. So first we have the div tag with the class border 0. This will now get this border that I defined in the head, in the style tag with the CSS, but it will also be removed by this Bootstrap class here that removes the border on all sides. We can create another div tag with the class border top 0. This will remove it only in the top. And let's copy and paste this a few times and change this to border right 0, border bottom 0, and border left 0. Then we have an example where I've removed the border on two sides. So we use the classes border top 0 and border right 0, like so. Another example will be border bottom 0 and border left 0. Let's save this, go back and refresh. And here we see the first one, there's no borders. On the next four examples, we can see that there's borders on three sides, but then I have removed one of the sides. And the last two examples, I've removed two of the borders from two of the four sides. All right, next up is the colors for these borders. So we'll scroll a bit down, like so. And then we'll have a div tag with the class border, and then a modifier border primary, like so. Now let's copy this several times and update these values. So the first has the primary value, then we have the secondary value, the success value, danger value, warning value, info value, light value, dark value, and finally we have the white value as well. So let's save, go back and refresh. Here we see the different colors. Of course, it's difficult to see the light version and the white version, but they are present in the code. Next up, let's see how we can change the width of the borders. We'll scroll a bit down at the div tag with the class border and then the modifier border 1. So we can use the values 1 through 5. So let's update these to border 2, 3, 4, and 5. Then save. Go back here. Now we see the varying width of the borders. Finally, let's take a look at border radiuses. We'll apply these to images. So we add an image tag here. We'll get that image in our img folder, like so. We'll add an empty alt attribute, and then we'll add our class. For the first one, this will be rounded SM, which will add border radius on all corners, so it will be rounded, but only a small amount. Then we have the class simply rounded, which is the default size of this border radius, and we also have the rounded LG variant, which have larger border radius on all 4 sides. Then we will see how we can remove any added border radius by adding the class rounded 0. So to demonstrate this, we add an inline styling with border radius 10 pixels. So this will essentially be removed, so this will be exactly square. We can also round it at 2 places at the same time. So rounded top will add border radius on the top left and top right corners. And rounded right will add it in the top right and bottom right corners. Rounded bottom will add it in the bottom left and bottom right corners. And finally, bottom left will add it in the top left and bottom left corners. Then we can create a circle by adding the class rounded circle. So this will have very large border radius. And finally, we can add a pill shape by adding the class rounded pill. So let's take a look at this in the browser. Here we see we have the border radius on all 4 sides with different sizes on the first 3 examples. The next 4 examples we are adding border radius, or the next one right here is exactly square because we removed the border radius. And on the next 4 we are adding border radius to only 2 sides at the time. And then we have the rounded circle. I forgot to change the picture for this rounded pill. So let's quickly go back and take this picture called 200 times 100 and not 100 times 100 like all the rest. Now we can see the pill shape. If we inspect these 2 here, we can see that this will have the border radius of 50% to create the circle, and this one here will have the border radius of 50 rems to create this pill shape. So this was all about the border utilities.
In this lecture, you'll learn about color utilities. Using these utilities, you can easily set the text color of an element using both contextual color classes as well as a few variations of black and white. Here we see the different available color utilities. We have the primary color, secondary color, success color, danger color, warning color, info color, light color with background dark color in this example, dark color, body color, muted color, white color with background dark color in this example also, and white 50 color with background dark color, and finally black 50 color. So let's see how we create all of this. In our screencast version we already have these paragraphs here. So we'll simply add the text color classes. So you'll have to write text dash and then the name of the color. So primary in this example. Text dash primary.
Now let's select the rest of them at once and add text and a dash. In our second example, it will be text secondary, then text success, text danger, text warning, text info, text light with a dark background color. So we add the BG dark color so we can better see this text light example. Then we have text dark, like so. We have the text body color, text muted. We have text white, again with the dark background color, BG dark, so we can better see this example. And text white 50, also with a dark background color. And finally, we have text black 50. Let's save this, go back and select the screencast tab over here. And here we see all the available text color utilities.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Here's an overview of the display utility. First, we have display none, which removes the element from the page. Then we have a few examples of inline and block. First, two inline elements, then a block element, and then two inline block elements. Then we'll simply see how we can change the display property to grid, table, table row, and table cell, or flex and inline flex. However, I won't go into too much detail and show you any examples of how to actually use this in context. But you can learn much more about flex in other lectures. All of these display values can be set responsibly, and then I'll demonstrate how this could work with the display none value. Finally, we can also use the display elements for print only. So let's get started. First, to remove an element from the page, we'll create this div here. We'll simply add the class d none, so D for display. Let's save this, go back and click the screencast tab. We can see there's nothing there, but we actually added this code to the page. So that was the first example. Now let's take a look at the next one. So here we'll first create the display inline elements. So we have the div tag with the class d inline. We'll give it the background color with BG secondary and the text color with text white and some padding with P2. We'll also add the text display inline. We'll copy and paste this so we have two of these next to each other since they are display inline. Then we'll just add a few line breaks. Then we'll add a span element, which is by default inline, but we'll change this to block by using the dBlock class. We'll also add the BG secondary to this example, text white and P2. We'll use the text display block. After this, we'll add one line break, and then we'll create two elements that will give the inline block value. So first we have a div tag with the class d inline block, like so, and then background color, text color, and the padding class. Inside of this div tag, we'll first add an h4 heading element, the text inline block, and then some more text below this display inline block. So this element has two lines of content inside, since this h4 element is a block level element. So the text down here will come on a new line. And all of this is possible since we're using the d-inline block on the wrapping element. So let's copy, paste this code, and now let's take a look in the browser to see all these examples with inline and block and inline block. Refresh, here we see it. Two elements next to each other, then a block level element, even though it's a span tag, and then two inline block elements. Now let's see how we can use some other values for the display property. So once again, this will be fairly simple. There won't be any real examples in context where you can see this in action, but to specify the display property as grid, you simply use the class dGrid, like so. To set different table values, you use the class dTable for the table value. I'll add the text display table, and then let's just copy this. So we can also use table row, like so, or we can use table cell, like so. We also have two flex values. We have dflex for normal flex, but we can also use d-inline flex if we need that. Let's take a quick look on the page here, but as I mentioned, we won't really see any effect of this. But they now have different display values. Let's just quickly inspect this. We can see it has display grid over here, and then table, row, and cell. And in the other example, we have flex and inline flex. So it works. Now let's see how we can responsibly use the display none classes. We can use all of these different classes that we just saw for the different values responsibly. But for this example, we'll only focus on the display none class. So to remove an element for small devices and up, so not for extra small, but only for small and up, we can add the DSM none class. So initially it will be visible on very small screens. We can also do it for medium devices and up by using the class DMD none, or for large devices by using the class DLG none, and for extra large devices by using the class DXL none, and finally for extra large devices by using the DXXL none class. So let's save this, go back and refresh, and now let's resize the width to a very small, the extra small breakpoint here. Now all of these elements are displayed, but when we increase the width we can see that right now the first one disappeared since we're on the small screen, and on the medium size right there the next one disappears, and so on. Finally, let's take a look at the print values. We'll combine this with the different display values that we've seen before, but these will only apply for print. So we can set dprint none to remove it from the page when we want to print. We can also display it inline for print by using the dprint inline class. We can use dprint block to display it block, dprint inline block to display inline block for print, dprint table to display table for print, dprint table row to display table row for print, dprint table cell to display as table cell for print, dprint flex to display flex for print, and dprint print inline flex, like so, to display inline flex for grid. We can also make it display as grid for print. So let me just create that one right here. I forgot that. D print grid, like so. Display grid for print. We'll save this, go back and refresh. But of course right now we cannot see this in effect, only if we print the page. So this was how you can use the different display utilities. In this lecture you'll learn about the Flex utility classes. Using these you can easily change, for example, the direction, alignment, size and order of grid columns and various components. Here's an overview of all the Flex utility classes. First we have the container. This is just to show how you can create the Flex container on the parent element. Then you can set the direction. Here we see the default row direction. This can be changed to row reverse, column and column reverse. We can also justify content to the start, center, end, between and around, and align end items to the start, center, end, baseline and stretch. We can align self to the start, center, end, baseline and stretch. We can apply auto margins to align the items, the flex items inside the parent element. We see some various examples here, horizontally and vertically. We can add flex fill, grow and shrink. We can control the wrap. We can apply no wrap, wrap and wrap reverse. We can change the order of elements. We can align content to the start, center, end, between, around and stretch. And that was it. For all these different utility classes there are responsive examples where we can specify for which breakpoint we want this to turn on, and then it will apply for that breakpoint and up, just as you know from other utilities in Bootstrap. I haven't created any examples for this, any real examples, just the class names, which you can see when you toggle the code here, or if you look inside of the code editor. To understand this Flex utility, it helps if you are a little bit familiar with Flexbox, but if you're not, it's not a must. I'll try to guide you between or through all of these different examples. Alright, so let's go to the start. We already have most of the all of the HTML in place, as we can see here. We simply need to add the right classes. So let's get started. First, we have our Flexbox container. To create that, we simply add a class dFlex. To create an inline Flexbox container, we add the class dInlineFlex. So this will give the same behavior for the children elements, but this will be a block element and this will be an inline element. So kind of. But this is how you set the container. Now let's look at direction. I'll first select all of these here, like so. And then I'll add the class dFlex to turn this into a flex container. Then for the first one, we'll add flex row, which is also the default value. For the second one, we'll add flex row reverse. It will now be the reverse order. If you want it horizontally, or vertically as a column, we add the flex column. And if we want a reverse column, we add the class flex column reverse. Now let's take a look at this. I'll refresh. Here you see it. Notice that I have applied some styling. I'll just quickly show you that. some custom styling here to better show these examples. It's not necessary to go through all of this now, but this is just to show you the examples. So first we have the containers, and then we have the direction, we have the default row and the row reverse, and here we have the column and then the column reverse. Notice here I'm pointing at the first element, which is actually in the bottom right now. This is because it's column reverse. The same is true up here, where we have the first element in our DOM being all the way to the right, because this is reverse order. Alright, next up is justify content. Let me scroll a bit down here and let me try to select all the parent elements like so. Yes, and then we'll add the class dflex to turn this into a flex container. Then we'll also add the class justify content and then the specific alignment. So for the first one it would be start, then center, then end, then between, and then justify content around. Let's take a quick look in the browser. Here we see how they are aligned to the start, center, the end, and with space in between or around the elements. Now let's look at align items. So we'll scroll a bit down, we'll select the parent elements again, like so. Then we'll first add the class dflex. Now we'll add the other class, align items, and then the class to specify how to align them. So for the first it would be start, and then center, then end, then baseline, and then stretch, like so. Let's save this, go back and refresh. Here we can see that they are now aligned to the top, center, the end, baseline, and the final one stretched all the way from top to bottom. Now let's see how we can align individual Flexbox items. We'll scroll a bit down, we'll select the parent elements in this group, like so, and then add the dflex to turn them into a flex container. We have a data example, align self attribute. This is just to add some of the styling in the very top. So don't worry about that right now. And then we will select the first div element. Let me just select all of them like so. We'll give them the class align self and then the value, which will be start, center, end, baseline, and stretch. Now let's save this, go back and refresh. Here we see that this only element here is aligned to the start, not the rest of them. And here it's aligned the center, the end, baseline, and the final one stretch, which is the default as well. Now let's see how we can use auto margins for alignment. So we'll scroll a bit down and we'll first select the parent like so and add the class dflex.
Now for the first one here we add the class justify content start, and now the items will be aligned to the left. Then for this last item we have the class msAuto, which will set the auto value for the left margin, which will essentially push this item to the far right side, which we'll see when we preview this in the browser. For the next group here we add the class justify content end, which will align the items to the right side. Now for the first item we have the class meAuto, which will add the auto value to the right margin, which will push this first item to the left side, even though they were all aligned to the right side. Now for the next example, we have the class flexColumn to make the direction be a column and not a row, and then align items start. It will now be aligned to the top. And for the first one, we'll add the class mBAuto, which will add an auto margin in the bottom, which will then push the two other items to the bottom. And for this last example, we have the flex column again and the aligned items end. So they will now be aligned to the end. And for this last item here, we have the class mtAuto, which will add the auto value to the margin top. So this will now push the first two items to the top. Let's see this in the browser now. So first of all, we have the horizontal example here, where we have the third child with the margin left with the auto value, which will push the other ones to the left side and that one to the right side, and the opposite in this example below. Then we have the vertical columns here, where we have three children elements. The first one have the margin bottom auto, so it pushes itself to the top and the other ones down. And the opposite is true for the last example, where the margin top will push the first two child elements to the top and the last one here down to the bottom. Alright, next up is fill, grow and shrink, and these are rather complex properties to understand about Flexbox. So I encourage you to go and Google some Flexbox guides or tutorials to really learn about Flexbox, because it can be quite advanced, and fill, grow and shrink is one of those advanced properties that you can use with Flexbox. But anyway, let's see how we can apply some of the classes for this. So for the first fill, let's apply the dFlex to the parent element, and to the children element inside, we'll add the class flexFill. Then for the next example, we'll also add dFlex to the parent element, and inside of it we'll add, or actually only for the last child, we'll add the flexGrow1. And for this example here, we'll add the dFlex to the parent element, and then to the first two children elements we'll add the class W50 to make it 50% width, and to the last one flexShrink1. Now let's save this and see what it behaves like now. Here we have the fill being applied, the fill class. Let's see what happens if we delete that class. Then it will simply be aligned to the left, as we saw in the very beginning. So this is a way to stretch or fill out the available space. Then we have grow. We can see that when we set the class flexGrow1, it will take up all of the space available after the other two child elements have the space that they need. And for flexShrink, this is something opposite. We can see that the first two ones have a 50% width each, so they try to take up the full width. Then for this last element, we can set the class to flexShrink1, which will only take up the space it needs. We can see that it even breaks the words into two lines, and then the rest will share the available space. So that's how the shrink property works. But once again, I encourage you to check out Flexbox online in other courses or some articles. Next up, we have the wrap property. So we'll go back to our code editor here. Now we'll select the parent elements, this one, and that one. And we'll add the class dFlex, and then flex. And for the first one, it will be no wrap. So these won't wrap. The second one,
it should wrap, and for the third one it should be flex wrap reverse. So it should wrap but in a reverse order. Save, go back and refresh. Here we can see that the first one, it's not wrapping, so instead it's forcing the text down to 2 lines instead of 1 to make space for all of them on the same line. If we apply the wrap class or the flex wrap class, we can see that they wrap into 2 lines and keep all the text on 1 line. If we use wrap reverse, we can see that this is just the opposite. We can see that the first element in the DOM here will be that one, and then if we point through all of these, we can see that the order has been reversed. Alright, next up is how we can change the order. So to do this, we scroll a bit down and we add a class dflex to the parent element. Now we can change the order in different ways. We can set the order to be the first one, which is the same as -1, or we can set it to be 0 through 5, so this is 6 different values, and finally the last one, which is the value 6. So here we have the first in the DOM, but we want it to be the last one. So to do this, we'll add the class order last. Then we have the second element in the DOM, and we want this to be number 5. So we add the class order 3, not 5. This will make sense when we're finished. And the third element on the page should be number 4. So we add the class order 2. Notice this comes before 3 because 4 is before 5. Then the fourth element, we want it to be number 3. So we add the class order 1. So this will now be number 3. And the fifth element, we want it to be the first element. So we add the class order first. Now the last element, we don't want it ordered, so it will actually be number 2. So this will be number 1 first, and this will be number 2. And then we have 3, 4, and 5 using these values 1, 2, and 3, and then the last one. So let's save this, go back and refresh. Here we can see what it looks like. Fifth but first, last but unordered, so number 2. And then fourth but number 3, third but number 4, second but number 5, and the first one but last. So this is a great way, easy way to rearrange or reorder different elements on your page. Now the final one is align content. So we'll go back here and we'll select the parent elements like so. And first add the class dflex and then align content. Now for the first one here, we'll add start. For the second one, center, end, between, around, and finally stretch. All right, let's see what this looks like now. We can see it doesn't look right, and that is because we need to add the flex wrap class to all of these. So let us just select these like so and add the class flex wrap in the very end. Save, go back and refresh. Now we can see that they wrap as we want them to, and these are now aligned to the top using the align content start class. And then we have them aligned to the center. We can see that they are a group that aligns, so that's why it's called aligned content. They are aligned to the center and the end. Now they have space between them, and here they have space around them, and finally they have become stretched. So this aligned content is similar to justify content and align items and align self. So they use some of the same values, you can say. Finally, let's look at responsive examples. We won't see any visual examples of this, but just see what the classes looks like. So for the first one, let's make this display flex for small devices and up by adding the class DSSMFlex. So notice that the device size right here comes right after the D and before the flex. And another example is DMD inline flex. So this will display inline flex for medium devices and up. Now for the next ones here, I'll multi-select some of them and add the class dFlex. We need that for all of them. And for the first one, we want to set the flex direction to row for large devices and up. So we add the flex LG row. For the next one, we want to set it to row reverse for extra large devices and up. So we add flex XL row reverse. And for the next one, we want it to be column for extra large devices. So we add flex and then the device size XXL and column. Then for the next example, it should be for small device size, it should be column reverse. So we add flex SM column reverse. And for the next one, we add justify content MD start. This will now justify the content to the start for medium devices and up. Now to justify it in the center for large devices and up, we add justify content and then LG center. So notice here that the breakpoint is right before the last value. And so we have the first value, justify content, which is the property, and then the breakpoint, and then the value. This is how you do this. All right, the next example will be justify content XL end. This will justify it to the end for extra large devices, and the next one will be in between for extra large devices. So justify content XXL between. I can see I have a little spelling mistake right there. The next example will be for small screens, justify content around, justify content SM around. Now let's look at alignment. So we want them to align to the start for medium devices and up. For this example, align items MD start, and then align the center for large devices, align items LG center, and then align in the end, align items for extra large devices to the end, and then align baseline for XXL breakpoint, align items XXL baseline, and final one, align stretch for small devices and up, align items small stretch. Okay, let's continue with the other examples here. Let's just multi-select these parents here all the way down to shrink, like so, and add the class dFlex for the parent element to create the flex container. Now for this example here, or actually for more of them, we'll multi-select like so and add the class align self. And for the first one, it should be for medium devices aligned to the start, then for large devices aligned to the center, for extra large devices aligned to the end, and for extra large devices aligned to the baseline. And then for small devices, it should stretch. So align self SM stretch. Now for the fill, we have an example which is flex MD fill. So this will fill the item for medium devices and up. And to make it grow for large devices and up, we can use the class flex LG grow 1. And to make it shrink for extra large devices and up, we add the class flex XL shrink 1. Alright, now we have the wrap property. So we'll just select all of these here, these three, and add the class deflex first, like so. And then for the first one, we can add the flex XXL no wrap, since we don't want this to wrap for extra large devices. The extra one, we want it to wrap for small devices, so we add the flex SM wrap. And then for the last example, in this group, we want it to wrap reverse for medium devices and up. So flex MD wrap reverse. Now we have the example with order. First we add the deflex class to the parent element. And now to order this as number 3 for large devices and up, we add the class order LG3. The second one should be ordered as number 2 for extra large devices, so it will be order XL2. And the third one should be ordered as number 1 for extra large devices, so it will be order XXL1. And now for the final group of examples is the align content. So first let's select all of these and add deflex and then align content. And for the first one should be for small devices and align to the start. Next one should be for medium devices, aligned to the center. Then for large devices, aligned to the end. For extra large devices, aligned around. And the final one for extra large devices, it should stretch. So I hope this makes sense by using all these different device prefixes inside of the regular values or the regular classes for the Flex utilities. So if you go back and refresh, we cannot see anything. Only if we view the code here, we can take a look here as well as inside of the HTML file. Yes, so this was all about how you can use Flexbox utilities to align different elements. Flex utilities are also used across some of the other components and forms to better change the styling of the different parts.
In this lecture, you'll learn about the float utility. Using this, you can float an element either to the left or right side or set the float to none. You can do this across all breakpoints or only for some breakpoints.
Here's the various ways in which we can use the float utility. First of all, we can float left, right, and don't float. We can also do this responsively. Float left, float right, and float none. So let's see how we create this. We already have all of our text elements here inside of div elements. So for the first one, let's add the class float left. For the second one, we'll add the class float right. And for the last one, we'll add the class float none. Now, if I scroll up, we can see that I have applied some special styling to better showcase this. So all the ones that are floated left or right will be aligned in the center. And all the ones that have the float none being applied will actually be floated right. So this value will be overwritten by the Bootstrap class. Now let's scroll back, save, go into the browser, select the screencast tab. We can see it's been floated left, floated right, and this is not floated even though we applied this styling I just showed you. You can take a look here. We have this float right being applied to all elements with the none text inside of their classes. but this is being overridden by the float none class from Bootstrap. All right, let's check out how we create the responsive examples. We'll scroll a bit down. Now I just select all of these at once, so it's a little quicker to create these similar examples. We'll add the class to all of them, then the float and a bash. For the first one, or for all of them, we now need to add the prefix for the screen size before the direction. So for the first one, it will be SM and then left. Then it will be MD left, LG left, XL left, and XXL left. The second one will be similar: float SM right, float MD right, float LG right, float XL right, and float XXL right. For the last one, float SM none, float MD none, float LG none, float XL none, and finally float XXL none. Let's save this, go in and take a look. We'll decrease the width of our browser window to the extra small size. So now we can see that these are all center aligned. This is my special styling being applied, and this is floated to the right side. Now notice how the first example in each section changes when we reach the next breakpoint. So right there, it becomes floated left, right, and not floated. And for the next breakpoint, which is a medium breakpoint, something new happened. And for the large breakpoint, the next line will change in each section. Now when we reach the XL breakpoint, right there, floats again, or it changes again in each section. Floats left, floats right, and don't float. And for the final example, the XXL screen size. This floated left, this one floated right, and the final one didn't float. So this is how you can work with the float utility classes.
In this lecture, you'll learn about the interaction utility classes. These can change how the user interacts with your content. It covers text selection and pointer events. Here's an overview of the interaction utility. First, we have text selection. We can use text selection all, so we can simply mark all texts in a component simply by clicking on it. We can have the auto value, which is the normal value where we can select the text, or we have the none value where we cannot select any of the text. We can also adjust the pointer events. Here we have pointer events none, so I cannot click on the link. And here we have the auto value applied, so it's default behavior. And in the final example, we have none for the parent, so all the links inside will inherit that, except for the second child, where we had set the auto value again. So we can click on that. Let's see how we create all of this. In our code editor, we'll start by looking at text selection. I'll create a paragraph and paste in this random text here that's taken from the reference section. Now we can add the class user select all to select all of this text simply by clicking on it. Then we have a similar paragraph down here, and we want to give it an inline style with user select none. So now we cannot select it, but we can override that behavior by adding the class user select auto, like so. In the final example, we have the same paragraph, and we want this to not be selectable, so we add the class user select none. Let's go in the browser and take a look right now. Select the screencast tab. In the first example, we can see that all of the paragraph becomes selected when I click on it. The second example, I can select this text even though I had the inline style with user select none. So this has now been overridden by this
utility class. In the final example, I cannot select any of the text. Now let's go back and take a look at pointer events. Scroll a bit down, create a paragraph again, like so. And this time we'll add a link in the beginning here. And this will wrap around our first sentence until the dot here. Now we want this link not to be usable by adding the PE none class, so the pointer events become none. We cannot click the link now. In the next example, I'll paste in the same paragraph, or actually in the next example, I'll copy and paste this paragraph with the link, and I'll add an inline style with pointer events none. So now we want to override that behavior by using the PE auto class here. So now we can click this link anyway, even though we have the inline style. In the final example, we'll paste this code in again, and here we'll move this class to the parent element, the paragraph, and set the PE none. So now we cannot click this link, and we want to make the last few words into a link as well. Like so. So now these two links will inherit the pointer event none on the paragraph. But for this second link here, we want to override that behavior by using the PE auto value. So it will now be possible to click on it again, just like we did up here, where we are overriding another value. So now let's go into the browser, refresh. Here in the first example, I cannot click the link. In the second example, I can click the link even though it had the inline style with pointer events none. And for the last example, we have the pointer events none for the parent element, which means the links will inherit it. Here we see the first link, we cannot click on it, but we also had the pointer events auto on the second child, the second link here, so I can click that anyway. So that is how you use the interactions utilities.
In this lecture, you will learn about the opacity utility. You can use this to set the opacity of an element.
Here we see the opacity utility classes. We can set the opacity on an element to 25%, 50%, 75%, and 100%. Let's see how we do this. So in here, we'll first create our example, a div tag with the class bg primary and text white and p2. So this will be an element with the primary background color, white text color, and some padding, and the text will be 25%. Now to actually add this opacity of 25%, we add the opacity 25 class like so. Now let's copy this line and paste it in 3 times. And on the second line, let's change this to 50. On the third line to 75. And on the last line to 100. This is the default values with which you can use the opacity utility class. We have saved, go back and select the screencast tab. And now here we see the same examples as we saw in the reference section. In this lecture, you'll learn about the overflow utility. Using this, you can control how content overflows an element. Here's the overview of the overflow utilities. In these 4 examples, we have the same paragraph with a limited width and height specified by inline styling. In the first example, we have the overflow to auto, which will add this scroll bar because the content exceeds the size of the element or the container of the paragraph. In the second example, we have set the overflow to hidden, so it will now clip the content which extends outside of this container of the element. The third example, we have the content set to visible, so we can see it's still visible even though this part is outside of the border. And in the final example, we're always showing the scroll bars, except this is on a Mac, so it will actually only show the scroll bar when you start scrolling. On a Windows, this is different, and they will be visible at all times. Now let's see how we create this. So here in our code editor, we'll start by creating a paragraph tag, and I'll paste in this random text here from the reference section. Then to better see these examples, we'll add the class border and p2, and then we'll specify the inline style to be width 30 rem and height 6 rem. This will limit the width and height so we can actually see what effect these overflow utilities have. Before I continue, let's just copy this whole paragraph here. Now in this first example, we wanted to have the overflow auto value, so we simply add the overflow auto class like so. In the next example, we want it to be hidden, the overflowing part, so we add the class overflow hidden. Now the part that overflows will be hidden. In the third example, we want it to be visible, so we add the class overflow visible, and here we also add one more inline style, margin bottom 10 rem, to better see these examples so they won't overlap. And in the final example, we add the class overflow scroll. Now let's save this, go into the browser, select the screencast tab. And here we see our first example. We have the scroll bar added automatically since the content overflows the element itself. In the second example, it's hidden. In the third example, it's visible, and we added the margin bottom of 10 rem so it won't overlap with the last example where the scroll bars will always appear depending on the browser and the operating system. So this is how we can use the overflow utility. In this lecture, you'll learn about the position utility. With this, you can change how an element is positioned on the page. So here's the overview of the position utilities. First, we have position values. This is an easy way to set the position value to either static, relative, absolute, fixed, or sticky. These examples might look a little strange. You can see, for example, the position fixed is fixed in the middle of the screen. But this is just to demonstrate how you can do that. Then we can also arrange elements. We can arrange them in the top left, top right, the center, bottom left, or bottom right corner. But we can also center elements. So if you look at this next example and compare it, we can see that here it's now being centered directly on the border of the parent element. So this is horizontal and vertical centering for both directions. We can also do it for one direction only, either the horizontal or vertical direction. So here we can see an example of this, where we have them inside of the border again, as we saw with the previous example up here. This will make much more sense when we get to it. Finally, we have some examples of how you can use these positioning utilities. Here we see a notification number on top of a button, a notification circle on top of a button, a marker placed under a button, and we have a progress with steps placed on top of it. Alright, so let's get started. First we'll look at how to set the position values. So we'll create a div tag here with the class position static to set the position value to static. We'll add the text here. Now let's copy this and paste it in here. Change the class to position relative and the text to position relative. Paste it in again. Change the class and text to position absolute. Paste it in again. Change it to position fixed. And one more time, paste it in and change it to position sticky. Let's take a quick look in our browser to
select the screencast tab up here, and now we can see that some of these have been positioned fixed and absolute. That's why we can see it looks a little strange. We'll look at how to use this in some concrete examples later on in this lecture. Now let's take a look at how we can arrange elements. We will first create a container. So we add a div tag with the class position relative. So this is not a regular Bootstrap container class, but this is a parent element for all of these examples that we'll look at in a moment. So this will have the position relative class. Then we'll add a border. We'll add some margin on all sides and set the width to 50%. We'll also give it an inline style with a height of 300 pixels, like so. Inside of this, we can now create our elements. We'll use a div tag with the class p2 to provide some padding, text white for white text color, bg dark for dark background color. Now we'll start positioning this div element. We'll add the position absolute class, and then top 0 and start 0. This will position this in the top left corner. Now let's copy and paste this and change this last class to end 0. This will now position this in the top right corner. Paste it in again. We'll change the top 0 to top 50 and the start 0 to start 50. So now it will be in the center, top left, so not completely in the center. We'll look at how to make it completely centered in the next example, in the next section. Let's copy and paste this and change this top value to bottom, so it becomes bottom 50 and end 50. So this will now be in the center, bottom right. Paste this in again here. Update the values to bottom 0 and start 0. This will now be in the bottom left position. Copy and paste this and change the classes to bottom 0 and end 0. This will now be in the bottom right position. We'll save this, go into the browser and refresh. Here we see it. We have the parent element with the border, and then we have all the elements placed in the corners and in the center. Next up, we'll see how we can center these elements in both directions or in one direction only. Using this method, we can make them placed exactly on the border, so centered according to the border. So let's see how we do this. We'll start by copying all of this code, since we want to use our wrapper, then paste it in right here. Then erase all of the elements except the first one. Now, first we want to look at how to center elements in both directions. And for horizontal and vertical centering, this only works when using top and start values for positioning. So here we can see we have used the top 0 and start 0. So this will now work when we add the translate middle. This will now translate the element minus 50% in both the X and Y axis. So this corresponds to the top and start values here. Now let's copy and paste this and change this to start 50 and the text to top center. The next will be start 100 and the text will be top right. Paste it in again. Update the top to top 50 and this will now be middle left. The next one we have top 50 and start 50. So this will now be in the middle center. Then we have the top 50 and start 100. This will now be in the middle right, like so. Then we have the top 100 with start 0. This will now be the bottom left. And then we have the top 100 with the start 50, which will be the bottom center. And finally, we have top 100 and start 100, which will be the bottom right. So let's now take a look at this in the browser. We'll refresh. Here we see we have top left, top center, and top right, and we can see how they are placed exactly in the middle according to the border. Then we have the middle left, middle center, middle right, bottom left, bottom center, and bottom right. Now to see how we can do this in one direction only. So we'll copy and paste this example up here and paste it in right here. Now, horizontal centering only works when using start value for positioning, and vertical centering only works when using top value for positioning. So you must remember that. Let's erase these so we won't have one example left. Top 0 and start 0. So this will be in the top left in the corner where we want it. So we won't change that. Then we'll create the next example, which will have top 0 and start 50. Now we want to place that in the middle horizontally. So we add the translate middle X. This will now be top center. Then for the top right position, we use the top 0 and end 0. If we scroll up here, we can see that was also what we used up here. So this is essentially the same. Now we want the next example in the middle left side. So we have the top 50, start 0, and now we want to translate this or center it vertically. So we have the translate middle Y. Middle left will be the text value here. We'll copy and paste this, which should now be in the middle center. So we must add the number 5 to this class. So we have top 50 and start 50. And now we want to use the translate middle class, which we learned about up here, since we want to translate this both vertically and horizontally to place this in the middle center position. Now we have the middle right position, so we use the top 50 and the end 0 class like so, and then translate middle Y again, just like we saw up here, except this time we're using the end 0 instead of the start 0, but we are centering this horizontally for both of these examples, middle left and middle right. Let's copy the first example here, use it here. We want to create the bottom left example, so we use the values of the classes bottom 0 and start 0. Copy and paste this and add the bottom center, so we use the bottom 0 and the start 50, and we want to translate this or center this horizontally, so we have to translate middle X. Paste it in again to create the last example. In the bottom right position, we use bottom 0 and end 0. Once again, this is the same as we saw up here. So all of these examples here is a mix of what we saw here, arrange elements and center elements with the translate middle class, and the two new classes, translate middle X and translate middle Y. We'll save this, go back and refresh, and here we see how we can position these elements. So some of them has been centered vertically only, horizontally only, or in both directions, or not at all. So here we're using a mix. This was all about how you can center and arrange elements, and now let's take a look at some concrete examples. First we'll see how we can create a notification number placed on top of a button. So we'll start by creating our button element with the type button. The classes btn, btn primary, and then add the position relative to this parent element. Inside of the button, we first add the text, messages, and then we add a span tag with the class position absolute and top 0 and start 100. So this will now be in the top right position. We also add the translate middle class, which we just learned about, to center this both horizontally and vertically. And to use this, we must use top and start. We cannot use bottom or end, as I told you before. Now we add some more classes for styling. These classes is for positioning of this notification number. For styling, we add the badge class, the rounded pill to make it round, and the BG secondary to add a background color. Inside of this span element, we'll add the number 3, and then we'll add one more span element with the class visually hidden. So this will be text for screen readers, unread messages. We'll close the span tag, and we have the closed span tag here as well. Let's put these on the same line, like so. Now, let's save, go back and refresh. So here we see our primary button, and we have this rounded pill badge with the secondary background color and the number 3 placed in the top right corner, centered on the edge or the border. The next example is similar. This will just be a red circle instead of the number. So we'll copy and paste this code here. These classes for the parent element will be the same. We'll keep the text messages. We'll keep the positioning that we're using right here. We'll keep the badge class. Then we'll add a border to it. This will have the color light, so border light. We'll also change the rounded pill class to rounded circle, so this will not be a pill shape but a circle shape. Change the background color to the danger, so we use BG danger, and then we add some padding with the P2 class. Now we want to get rid of this number here, but we still want to keep a nested span element with the visually hidden class and the text unread messages for screen readers. We'll save this, go back and refresh. So here we see the same example with a red circle instead of the gray pill with number inside. We can also see this light border on top of the button. Now let's see how we can add a marker to a button. First, let's create the button element with the type button and the classes btn, btn dark, and position relative. Inside this we add the text marker, and now we want to add a Bootstrap icon which will position in the correct place. So to find that icon, we'll go to icons.getbootstrap.com. Then we'll search here for caret and take that caret down fill icon, and then simply copy this HTML here, the SVG code. We'll paste it in right there. And now we'll add some classes. We already have the classes BI, which is short for Bootstrap icons, and BI caret down fill. Now we want to position this, so we add the position absolute to it, then top 0, since we wanted this to be placed in the bottom, and start 50. We wanted it placed in the bottom center, and we're using top and start instead of end and bottom, since we need to use the translate middle class to center this both horizontally and vertically. Then we add some margin to the top to push it a little bit down, and we'll change the text to dark. If we don't use this text dark, it will be white, since this will inherit the text color of the button. Now we can save this, go back, close this tab and refresh here. Here we see with the marker button with this caret down fill icon positioned in the bottom center. Finally, let's see how we can create a progress component with steps positioned on top of it. So here we start by adding a wrapping element, a div tag with the class position relative, and M4 to add some margin on all sides, and W50, so this example will only take up half of the screen and look a bit more pretty. Then we create our progress element using a div tag with the class progress, and the style, inline style with the height, the value 1 pixel. So this will be the height of our progress. Inside of this, we add the div tag with the class progress bar, the row progress bar without any dash. Then we'll also give this an inline style with the width of 50% and the area value now attribute with the value 50, the area value min attribute with the value 0, and the area value max attribute with the value 100. Remember, you can learn more about how to create these progress component in the component section of this course. So here we have the progress element. Now, still inside of the wrapping element, we want to create 3 steps. We'll add the div tag with the classes position absolute, then top 0 and start 0 for the first one, and translate middle. So once again, we can only use translate middle if we're using top and start values, not for bottom and end values. So this is for positioning. Now for the style, we create a badge component with a primary background color, and we make it rounded pill shape. And then for positioning the number inside, we'll add the dFlex class to make it a flex container, and use justify content center to center it, and align items center to center it on both axes. Then we add an inline style to set the width to 2 rems and the height to 2 rem. Finally, we add the text 1. And now we can simply copy and paste this 2 times. Let's first change the text to 2 and 3. Now for the second one, we want to place it in the middle, so we change the start 0 class to start 50. The other classes will be the same, primary and primary for the background color. And for the last one, this should be all the way to the right side, so we change this to start 100, so we can still use translate middle. So don't use end 0 here. Now we want to change this background to BG secondary, since this step is not yet completed. Remember that we set the width of the progress bar to 50% up here. So this will now match with the second steps. So step 1 and 2 is completed, and step 3 is not completed yet. We'll save this, go back and refresh. And here we see our progress component. We can see that we have the blue colored progress bar between step 1 and 2, which also have the blue background color. And then we have the thin gray progress line all the way to step 3. So this was all about how you can use the position utilities.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
In this lecture, you'll learn about the shadows utility. With this, you can add or remove shadows from an element. Here we see what the shadow utility can be used for. Here we have 4 simple card components. The first one have no shadow, the second one have a small shadow, and then we have a regular shadow and a large shadow. So let's see how we do this. In our code editor, we'll start by creating this simple card component by adding a div tag with the class card, p3 for padding, and mb5 for some margin in the bottom. Then on this first one, we'll add an inline style with this box shadow code that I'll just paste in like so. You can take a look at the reference section, and then I'll add the text no shadow. Now to remove this shadow, which we just added in the inline style, we simply add the class shadow none. In the next example, we have the same card component with the card class p3 and mb5, and the text will be small shadow. To add this small shadow, we add the class shadow sm. Now let's copy this and paste it in. In the second example, we want a regular shadow, so we simply use the class shadow. And in the last example, we'll have a large shadow. We can do that by adding the class shadow lg. So let's go in the browser, select the screencast tab, and now we can see that the shadow has in fact disappeared on the first card, and in the other 3 cards we can see the different sizes of the shadow utility. In this lecture, you'll learn about the sizing utility. Using this, you can set the width or height of an element relative to the parent or the viewport. Here we see an overview of the sizing utility classes. First, we see the width being specified relative to the parent element. We can use the values 25%, 50%, 75%, and 100%. The same goes with height, 25, 50, 75 and 100%. We can also use a max width and height. So here we are using the max width 100%. So we can see that if I resize this window, it will maximum take up 100% of the width, even though the image is 600 pixels wide. If we look at the other image here, we can see in the code that the parent element has a height of 400 pixels and the image is 600 pixels tall, but the max height is being set to 100%. That's why the image is only shown as 400 pixels tall. So that's how you can use max width and max height. We can also do something relative to the viewport. So here we have the width being set to 100% of the viewport width, so we can see that it will scale along the width of the browser. We'll never see all of this image since it's inside of this grid that doesn't take up the whole width of the page. But we can see that it scales along the width of the browser window. And for example, right now the browser width is 1300 pixels. And we can see that the image is also being displayed in 1300 pixels. We can also use a min width together with the 100 viewport width value. So here we can see if we resize this browser here, we can see that the top image will take up only 100% of the width of the viewport at all time, but here it's being set at the min width of 100 viewport width. So here it's 1000 pixels
wide, and that's why it's being displayed in a larger format than the browser window. So we can see that it will scale above 1000 pixels, but not below. And we have something similar for the height. Let me just change this. Now here we can see that this first one will always be 100% of the viewport height, so we can see that this will scale along. And for the other one, it has a min height of 100 viewport height, so we can see it won't scale below its own size, which is 2000 pixels in the height, but it will scale above. So similar to what we saw with the width over there. Now let's close this. And the final examples here, I'm demonstrating how we can use column classes to specify the width. So this must only be used when the parent element is a block level element. Normally we use column classes inside of a flex container, but to only set the width, we can use it inside of a block level element. And then we can specify the width divided by 12. So that is, we can set it to be 1/12 of the total width, 1/6 or 2/12, 1/4 or similar to 3/12, 1/3 or similar to 4/12, and so on. 5 out of 12, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Just like you know when you're building a responsive grid system. We can also do that in a responsive way. So if we resize the browser window again, we can see this last example here, that the width will grow along with the width of the viewport. Alright, so let's go into the code editor. We'll start by creating the first examples where we're specifying the width and height relative to the parent element. So to set the width, we use the W dash and then the number 25 to specify the width as 25%. We can also use W50, W75 and W100. These classes, or the values of the percentage that we can use, that can be adjusted by looking into the Sass files of Bootstrap by customizing the utilities there. You can learn more about that in another lecture in the customizing section of this course. Now to specify the height, we can use the H-25 class, or H-50, or H-75, or H-100. So let's save that and go into the browser, click the screencast tab, and here we can see the first two examples with the width and height. Now let's see how we can specify max width and max height to be 100%. Here we can see that the image is always 600 pixels wide, and down here it's always 600 pixels tall, even though the parent is specified to be 400 pixels tall. We'll now change that so it displays 100% width or height in relation to the parent element. So for this first image here, we want to add the class wW9eWwY100 to set it to a max width of 100%. And for the image down here, we'll add the class MH100 to set the max height to 100%. Now let's go back and refresh. We can see that the max height is now only 400 pixels tall. That's the same height as the parent element, and the other image will scale along the browser when we go below 600 pixels. Now let's see how we can specify the width in relation to the viewport. So we go back into the code editor, scroll a bit down here. For the first image, we want to set it to the viewport width of 100%. We do that by adding the class wW-100. So wW stands for viewport width to be 100%. For the second example, we wanted to have a min width of 100%. So we add the class min-wW-100. For with the third image here, we'll add the class VH100. So now the height is 100 viewport height, and here we'll set the height to be, or the min height to be 100 viewport height. Alright, let's check that out in action here in our browser. I'll refresh. Now we can see that this image appears much larger than before, because now the width is set to 100 viewport width, and we can see that the browser width is now close to 1600 pixels, and the image is the same size. If we go below the 1000 pixels wide, this first image will scale down, but the second image will not scale down. It has a min width of 100 viewport width, so it will only scale up like so. And the same is true for the next two examples. Let us just move that a bit. We can see that this first image here will scale because the height is set to be 100 viewport height. We can see that in the right side over here. And for the next example here, it will only scale up above 2000 pixels, which is the current height. We cannot see that right now on this screen, but here we can see 2000 pixels tall, but it won't scale down as the other image did. So that is how you can use that if you have some specific situations that requires that. Now let's take a look at our final example of how to use column classes to specify the width of elements. Alright, so first of all, the parent element must be a block level element, so it must have the display block value, and that is the default of the div element. So now we can use column classes to set the width of these elements. So remember that column classes can be anywhere from 1 to 12, so 100% divided by 1 to 12. You can learn about that in the column lecture under the layout section. So if we add col 1, it will be 1 out of 12 wide, so 100 divided by 12, 100% divided by 12. And we can use col 2, it will be 2 out of 12 or 1 out of 6, that's the same. And col 3, it will be 3 out of 12 or 1/4. Col 4, it will be 4 out of 12 wide or 1/3. Col 5, it will be 5 out of 12 wide. Col 6 will be 6 out of 12 or 50% or a half wide. Col 7 will be 7 out of 12 wide. Col 8 will be 8 out of 12 wide or 2/3. Col 9 will be 9 out of 12 wide or 3/4. Col 10 will be 10 out of 12 wide or 5/6. Col 11 will be 11 out of 12 wide. And finally, col 12 will be 12 out of 12 wide, so that will be the full width. Before we preview this, let's also see how we can do that in a responsive way. So that's quite easy. We have the call word and then the prefix for our breakpoint. So initially we'll set it to 2. We don't need a breakpoint prefix. Then for small devices we add the SM, set it to 4, and then call MD to target medium devices. We'll set it to 6. Call LG, we'll set it to 8. Call XL, we'll set it to 10. And call XXL, we'll set it to 12. We can now save this, go back, and here we can see all the width being applied. And if we resize the browser window, we can also see the responsive example. So here we are on the extra small breakpoint size. And then when I increase the browser window, we can see that it gradually becomes wider, like so. So this was all how you can use the sizing utilities and the column classes to specify width and height of elements. In this lecture, you'll learn about the spacing utility classes. Using these utility classes, you can set the margin and padding of elements responsively for individual sites or multiple sites. Here's an overview of the spacing utilities. First, let's take a look at the notation. It's composed of 3 to 4 parts. The first part is the property, M for margin or P for padding. Then we have the sides, which can be top, right, bottom, left, left and right, top and bottom, or all 4 sides. And then we have the size from 0 to 5. We can also insert a breakpoint before the size if we want this to apply for a specific breakpoint set up. So this is a way to use responsive spacing utilities. So if we scroll a bit down, we have the usual breakpoints here. We have the sizes 0 through 5. 0 is of course just 0, which means there will be no padding or margin. And then we have the auto value as well. There's also negative values for margins, but these are disabled by default in Bootstrap 5. So here's a look of what this looks like. Here we're applying margin to the top. Notice that the space becomes gradually bigger when we move down. Then we have margin to the right. It's a little more easier to see at the bottom and at the left side. And then we are adding horizontally, so that means on left and right side, vertically, top and bottom, and finally on all 4 sides. We can also use auto margin. So here we have auto margin for this element, so it positions itself all the way to the right, and here we have a horizontal centering of an element using the auto value again. Then we have something similar for the padding. Here we have padding on top. Then we have padding on the right side, which we cannot see in these examples unless we open up the dev tools. Then we can see the green area to the right there. And then we have padding in the bottom and the left side. Then horizontally and vertically and on all 4 sides. Finally, we have some responsive examples. So if we just decrease the width here, we can see that none of these are being applied, only the first one, which sets the margin and padding to 0. Then for small devices and up, the padding and margin increases gradually. So here is a small breakpoint. Notice the change happening for the margin here and the padding here. Then we have a large, extra large, and finally extra, extra large. So this is a way to use responsive spacing utilities. Now let's see how we create all of these. So in our code editor here, we'll first take a look at margin for the top. So we create a div tag with the class mt1 and the text mt1. This will now add margin at the top with the size of 1. Then we'll copy this a few times and update the values to 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now let's do something similar for the right side. We'll change the MT class to MR. So this means margin right. And then with the same values, 1 through 5. And we'll change this to MB for margin bottom. And then ML for margin left. And for the horizontal example, it will be X, so the X axis, meaning both left and right side at the same time. So we'll just write MX. And then the vertical example will be Y, because this is along the Y axis, so top and bottom. And finally, an example of applying margin to all 4 sides, just using the letter M. We'll save this, go into the browser, select the screencast tab, scroll down. Here we see the margin being applied to all these first examples here. finally the one with all sides. Now let's take a look at auto margins. So if we go back here, we'll start with creating a div tag with the class W50 and the text ML auto. This will now be 50% width. To verify this, let's go into the browser and take a look. 50% width. Now we want to move this to the very right side by adding the margin left with the value auto. So we add the class ML auto. Now let's save, go back and refresh, and we can see that it is now pushed all the way to the right side. We can do something similar with horizontal centering. So let's create another div tag with the class W50, and this time we will get the class MX auto. So both margin left and margin right will have the auto value. This will effectively center the item on the page, since it's only 50% width, like so. Alright, next up is padding. Let me just quickly mention these custom styles I've created up here. So they will just apply a background color and a border to all the div elements inside of the code examples. This is just to better showcase all these examples. Alright, we'll create the example for padding here. Add the div tag with the class PG1 and the text will be PG1. So this will add padding at the top of this element. Let's copy and paste this a few times and change the values to 2, 3, 4, and 5. Then let's copy and paste this in below. Change the class to PR, like so. And then to PT, or I mean PB, from PT to PB, stands for padding bottom, and then to PL for padding left, and then for the horizontal value we'll use the PX class. For the vertical value we'll use the PY class, and finally for all sides we'll simply use the letter P. Let's save this, go back into the browser and refresh. Here we see the padding on top, on the right side, which we cannot really see unless we open the DevTools, then in the bottom and the left side, and horizontally, vertically, and on all sides. Now we'll take a final look at the final example for responsive margin and padding utilities. So we'll scroll down here, and we'll create a div tag with the class ML0 and give it the text ML0. We'll copy and paste this a few times, like so. And this second example, we'll change the value to 1, then 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now we want to make this responsive. So for this second example, we'll only apply this for small screens and up. So we add the SM into the class, so it becomes ML SM1. And for the next one, it should only apply for medium devices, so it will be ML MD2. And then it should only apply for large devices. And the next one should only apply for extra large devices. And the final one should only apply for extra large devices. Now let's copy and paste this down here, and we'll simply rename the ML part of the class to PL. So this can of course be any size or any sides you want. Right here we're only dealing with the left side since it's the most easy one to see in our examples. So we'll save, go back and refresh, and now let's resize the window here down to the extra small. Now we can see the first one with the 0 value is applied, so nothing is changed. And then when we increase the width, we can see something happens right here with the margin and here with the padding, just as we saw at the beginning of this video. Notice when I increase the width, the different spacing utilities are being applied based on the breakpoint. So this was all about how you can use the spacing utilities. In this lecture, you'll learn about the text utility classes. These include utilities to adjust the alignment, wrapping, weight, style, line height, and text decoration. So here's the overview of the different text utility classes. First, we can set the alignment to left, center, and right aligned. We can do that for all breakpoints or responsively. We'll take a closer look at that when we get to it. Then we can control the wrapping. We can make text wrap or not wrap. We can control the word breaking behavior. We can transform text to make it lowercase, uppercase, or capitalized. We can set the font size of text no matter what HTML element is being used. We can change the font weights and the font style, which are the italic style or normal style. We can set the line height. We can change the font to a monospace font. We can reset the color for a link, and we can change the text decoration. So let's see how we create all of these examples. If we go to the screencast tab here, we can see that we have all the text content, and now we'll apply these different text utility classes. So inside here, let's do just that. So first, to make some text left aligned, we have the class text left. To make it center aligned, we have the class text center. To make it right aligned, we have the class text right. And now to do this responsively, let's first select all of these at the same time, and then add the class text, and then we set the breakpoint. So for example, SM and right. This is for our first example here. This will now be right aligned for breakpoints small and up. The next example will be for medium devices, then large devices, and then extra large devices. Then the next 4 examples here should be, or 5 examples, should be center aligned. The next 4, like so, should be center aligned for breakpoint small, medium, large, and extra large and up. For our last 4 examples, we can see that they are already being text or right aligned initially, and then we'll override that by adding the class text SM left on the first one, and then text MD left, then text LG left, and finally text XL left. So as you can see, right aligned as default, and then left aligned for the specific breakpoint and up. Now let's see what this looks like in action. Let's refresh. Here we can see the first 3 for all breakpoints, and then let's take a closer look at the responsive ones. We'll resize down here. We can see that this will become right aligned for small, medium, large, and extra large, and the same goes for the centered. And for the last one, they will become left aligned. Right now they are right aligned. So we can see that when we decrease the width of the browser window, we can see that happening. Right there we reach the small breakpoint. There we reach the medium breakpoint. Then we reach the large breakpoint. And there was the extra large breakpoint. So this is how you can control the alignment. Next up, let's take a look at text wrapping. So we can see that we are limiting the width of this parent here to 10 rems, but if we go back and take a close look, we can see that it continues out of it. So we can force the text to wrap by adding the class text wrap. For the next example, we have a very long paragraph. If we don't want this to wrap, we can add the class text no wrap. Now it will continue out of the screen. So let's see this in action. Now we can see the first one is being wrapped and the second one is continuing out of the screen. We can even scroll to see a line if we want to. But this is how you can show the wrapping. We can also make text break. Here we have a very long word. To make that break, we add the class text break. So let's save that and refresh. Here we can see the text now breaks when it reaches the end of the container here. Next up, let's see how we can transform this text. We add the class text lowercase to make it all lowercase. To make it all uppercase, we add the class text uppercase. To make it capitalized, we add the class text capitalize. Let's take a look at this. Yes, we verify that this works. Now let's take a look at how we can control the font size. So here we just have regular paragraph tags, but this could be other elements as well. Let's select all of them and add the class FS, which is short for font size, and then dash and our number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Let's refresh or go back and refresh, and here we see the various font sizes. Now let's see how we can change the font weight and style, which is the italic or normal style of text. So here we want this first one to be bold, so we add the class FW bold. FW is short for font weight. If we want it to be bolder, we can add the class FW bolder. And now here we have a strong tag inside of a p tag, so this is already bold. But if we want that to be normal, we can override this by adding the class FW normal, so font weight normal. We can also make it light by adding the class FW light, or lighter by adding the class FW lighter. Now if we want this paragraph to be italic, we can add the class FST, which is short for font style, and then italic. So FST italic, it will now be italic. And in this last example, we have an emphasized text, which is by default italic in a browser. So if we want to change that, we can override this by using the class FST normal, so font style normal. Now it won't be italic. Let's save, go back, and before I refresh, notice that our third paragraph was bold by default, and our last one was italic because this is emphasized and this here was strong. Now when we refresh, we can see that we have bold and bolder text, then normal, light, lighter, italic, and normal. So this is how you can use that. Now let's take a look at line height. Here we can see we have the same line height, which is the default line height for paragraph elements. We can change this by adding the class LH, short for line height, and then 1 if you want the line height to be 1, or LHSM if you want it to be small, LH base if you want it to be the base, which is the default line height for paragraph elements, or LHLG if you want it to be large. So before I refresh, notice that this base line height will be the same, but we can see this is now 1, this is small, and this is large. So let's just quickly inspect this and remove this class. We can see nothing happens because it already has the base line height, but this would be useful for other elements that doesn't already have the base line height. Next up, let's see how we can create monospace font. So here we have the default font being used. We can change that by adding the class font monospace. Save, go back, and here we see it. We can also reset this link color here. So we can see we have a link inside of a paragraph. To reset this, we add the class text reset to our link. Let's save, go back and refresh. Now we can see that it has the same color as the text surrounding it. Finally, let's take a look at text decoration. In our first example, we want an underline, so we add the class text decoration underline. In our second example, we want a line through, so we add the class text decoration line through. And in our third example, we already have an underline since this is a link, and we want to remove that underline by adding the class text decoration none. So let's save, go back and refresh, and here we see the result: underline, line through, and no underline for the link. So this was how you can use all of the text utility classes. In this lecture, you'll learn about the vertical align utility. With this, you can easily set the vertical alignment for inline, inline block, and table cell elements. Here we see the different values of the vertical align being applied to an inline element. We can see that we have this H1 headings here with an image next to it. The image is an inline element, and we can see the value being set to baseline, text top, text bottom, top, middle, and bottom. We can also see 4 of these values being applied to table cells. Note that the text top and text bottom is not applicable on table cells, but here we see it with the baseline, top, middle, and bottom being used. Let's go ahead and recreate these examples. So in our code editor, we'll start by adding a heading element, give it the text baseline. Now inside of this, we want to add our inline element, which will be an image, and the source will be an image in our folder, 20 by 20.png, so a small image. We'll copy and paste this a few times and just change the text here to text top, text bottom, top, middle, and bottom. Now we'll apply the various classes that we need to change the vertical alignment of this image. So we'll add the class align dash and then the value. So for the first one, this will be baseline. For the second one, this will be text top. The third one, text bottom. The fourth one, top. The fifth one, middle. And the sixth one, bottom. So let's save this, go into our browser and select the screencast tab. Now we can see that the image has different vertical alignment depending on the class we were using. Now let's create a small table and see how we can adjust the vertical alignment for table cells. So we'll start by adding a table element, give it the class table, and set the inline style to height 200 pixels so we can see this example. Then we'll add a table body, inside of this a table row, and inside of this a table cell here. The first one will get the class align baseline, and the text will be baseline. Now let's copy and paste this 3 times. Remember that text top and text bottom is not applicable for table cells, but we can use the value top, middle, and bottom, as well as the baseline value we used for the first example. like so. Let's save and go into the browser and refresh. Here we can see the table with the height of 200 pixels, and we can see the different vertical alignment of the table cells. So this is how you can easily change the vertical alignment for inline, inline block, and table cell elements. In this lecture, you'll learn about the visibility utility. With this utility, you can visually show and hide elements without affecting the layout or the display property. Here we see the visibility class in action. On this page, there's actually two card components. The first is visible and the second is invisible. So let's go ahead and see how we create this. So in our code, let's first create a card component by using a div tag with the class card. We'll add some padding with the p3 class on all sides and some margin in the bottom on this first example here. Then we'll set an inline style with visibility hidden, and we'll add the text to the card, visible card. Now this card, we actually want this to be visible, so we add the class visible here. Now it will become visible. In the next example, we'll have another card component with the p3 padding and the text invisible card. So we want this to be invisible. We can do that by adding the class invisible. So let's go into the code editor, select the screencast tab, and here we can see the visible card, even though it had the inline style of visibility hidden. And the invisible card is of course hidden right now. So this is how you can use the visibility utility. In this section, you will learn how to customize and extend Bootstrap 5 with Sass. First of all, I will show you how to compile Sass with the Koala app and introduce you to the Bootstrap 5 Sass files. Then I will show you many examples of how you can customize and extend Bootstrap 5 by changing global options, as well as changing the settings and styles for color, layout, content, forms, components, helpers, and utilities. These are just some selected examples. It's possible to customize almost anything related to Bootstrap 5. The examples follow the same order as the learning kit and the lectures in section 2 to 7. So if we scroll a bit up here, we can see that the order here is layout, content, forms, components, helpers, and utilities. And that's the same we find down here after the global options and the color options. Then we find examples for layout, content, forms, components, helpers, and utilities. For this section, I have created some learning resources that you can use to explore the various examples of customization that we're going to learn about, and to follow along to my coding screencasts. So the file that you can download looks like this. We have two versions, a screencast version, which is kind of the empty version that I'm using when recording these screencasts, so you can use that to code along. And in the source code folder, you'll see all the code that we're gonna create. If you take a look in the custom styling and settings folder, for example, and then in the HTML folder, we can pick one of these options here, for example, the colors and the colors overview. If you open that one in your browser, you'll see this. So here's a color overview with the color Sass maps. Then you can jump to other examples of customization by using the menu up here. So there's a lot to choose from. Let's take a quick look inside of the code editor of these files. So here we have them again. We have the source code, and in the custom styling and settings, we were looking at this colors overview in this HTML file and the colors folder right here. And the corresponding Sass files for this can be found in the CSS folder under the same name, the colors folder, and then colors overview.scss. So this is the same file name and this just another extension. This will then be compiled into this finished CSS style sheet. So if you compare that to the screencast version, we have all the same things. Instead, inside of this CSS folder, we don't have the compiled style sheet. You're gonna compile those style sheets using the Koala app or another Sass compiler. And we also don't have any of these settings that we're gonna create. So that is what you can use the screencast version of these learning materials for. To customize the Bootstrap Sass files, you need a Sass compiler. There's different ways to compile Sass, but for this course I'm using the Koala app, which is an easy application for compiling less Sass, Compass and CoffeeScript, and it works for both Windows, Linux and Mac. So visit the koala-app.com website and download the Koala app. When you open it up, it looks something like this. Now, the first thing you want to do is drag and drop a folder or click this plus button here. Then I already have my folder selected with some Sass files in. Now I can click on one of them and I can compile it right away. It will then generate the file that you see below with the small font here, which is the same file name .css. If you want to change the output path, you can right click and select set output path or simply click this icon here. Then you can choose another folder if you want and a file name. So for example, let's just pick this folder here and write example.css and save. Now you can see that it will output to this destination. Then when you want to compile this, you can click the compile button here and then look for settings over to the right side. If you have the auto compile feature turned on, every time you make a change in one of these style sheets and save it, it will automatically compile again. So this is really a time saver if you're doing a lot of changes. The other thing I want to note is the output style. I'm using the compressed style here, but you can also choose compact, expanded and nested. Let's take a quick look at what that actually means. So here's an article explaining the various Sass output styles. I've also linked to this in the lecture resources. So here we have our Sass file with a main, an article rule and a p rule nested inside of the article rule. If we scroll down, we can see what the nested output looks like. It will then indent this article with the p nested inside. It will indent it using some spaces here in front of it in the output CSS file. The expanded rule look a little bit similar, but it won't indent it. So this is what I would refer to as regular CSS output. The compact style will put all of the rules in one line only, which you can clearly see right here. And the compressed output style will make a minified version with the minimum amount of space possible. So you can see that all the white space and line changes have been removed. So this is a little bit about the different output styles. As mentioned, I'm using the compressed output style for all the examples. So you are now ready to continue with the next lectures.
You might experience problems when you're trying to compile the Sass version of Bootstrap with the Koala app. There is a bug in the latest version of Bootstrap 5 that prevents you from using the Koala app. So instead, I suggest you use this Scout app here. It's free as well and easy to use. In the near future, I'll create a guide on how to exactly use this Scout app, but it should be possible for you to figure out if you have already been using the Koala app as well, or if you have seen my instructions about the Koala app.
Here's a short introduction to the Bootstrap 5 Sass files. Right now we're looking at all the files that we'll get when we download the Bootstrap 5 source files. And all the Sass files are in the SCSS folder right here. When we open it up, we can see that we have a lot of individual files for all of the various components. We also see that we have this forms folder, the helpers folder, a mixin folder with mixins, utilities folders with an API file, and finally a vendor folder. We'll only concentrate on the main files that we find up here. Notice in the bottom we have these 4 different Sass files that will import Bootstrap with everything, or only the reboot styles, or with the grid, or with the grid and utilities. This is the same you will find in the compiled version of the Bootstrap files. But now let's take a closer look inside of these Sass files. So here we have the same files available, and the most important file for you is the variables files. That is where most of the styling for Bootstrap is defined. So first we find variables for colors, which we can see right here. We'll dive deeper into this in some of the following lectures. But for now, focus on that this file is where you find all the variables that you want to change or override. So first we have the colors. Here we have some global options, which we'll also take a closer look on. We have some spacer values, position values, and here we have some more general styling for the body, for links, paragraphs. Here we have grid breakpoints, grid containers, grid columns, and so on. If we scroll a little bit further down, we'll start to see that here we have all the different styling for typography, and very soon we'll come to the components here at the tables, some input elements, button styles, forms, more inputs, and forms, and here we start with our components. We have the navs component, the nav bar, drop downs, pagination, cards, accordion, tooltips, popovers, toasts, and so on. For now, let's take a quick look at the badges. So here we have some variables for the badge. We can see that the font size is being specified, the font weight, the color, padding, and border radius. Some of these are referring to other variables that is specified before this code. So higher up in this file, we have a font weight bold being specified, and the color white, and the default border radius. So the badges rely on that. We can open up this file here if we want to and see how the badge is actually created. So here we have all the CSS styles, and we can see that it's using these variables that we were just looking at. You shouldn't change these files here, but only override the variables using your own SCSS file that will then import Bootstrap with your new variables. But we'll learn much more about that in the following lectures. This was just a short introduction to the Bootstrap Sass files. In this lecture, we'll see how we can make a default import and compilation of all the Sass files from Bootstrap 5. Here we see a simple HTML page with no style sheet compiled yet. If we go to our code editor, here we see the HTML that we're using. So we're actually linking up a style sheet in the CSS folder with the name bootstrap.min.css, but this currently doesn't exist. We want to compile that CSS style sheet. If we look in our SCSS folder over here and open it up, we have two files, all.scss and parts.css. First, let's take a look at the all.scss file. this will import all of Bootstrap, and it does that by looking to the Bootstrap folder that is right there, and then in the SCSS folder, and then it will take the Bootstrap file, which we'll find in the bottom here. We'll open this up, and here we'll see that it will simply import all of the different parts of Bootstrap. So we can import everything by simply importing that main file with one line of code. So now let's go into our Koala app. Then we'll add the folder. We have the right folder right there with the two Sass files. So this is the one that we're looking at, all.scss. Then we'll click this icon here to define the output folder and file name. We want it to output in the CSS folder, and the name should be bootstrap.min.css. This is now the same as what we see up here in the href attribute. So now we can click it and click compile, wait a few seconds, and go into our browser and refresh. Now we see the styling for our button, and we can also verify that the JavaScript works, since when we click it, it will toggle to the active state, and click it again, it will toggle to the off state, since we're using a toggle button, which we can see in the code right here, databs toggle button. So this is simply also using the compiled JavaScript, but in this section and in this specific lecture, we are only compiling Sass files, so the style sheet up here. Now let's take a look in the other file that we have called parts.scss. This imports some configuration files, all the layout and components files, and some helpers and utilities. So this is basically the same as what we saw before when we looked in this Bootstrap file here, which is right there. So this is actually basically almost the same in almost the same order. So we can use that instead. Let's see how we do that. We go into our Koala app, then we click this icon down here so we can specify the correct output folder and file name, bootstrap.min.css. It will now override the one that already exists, so we say yes to replace that. Then we'll compile it like so. Go into the browser and refresh, and now we actually have the same compiled style sheet. We're just using another Sass file to compile from. So this is how you can make a default import and compilation of all the Sass files in Bootstrap 5. The customization lectures that comes next will import Bootstrap 5 Sass files in different ways depending on what will be customized. If you're trying to customize parts of Bootstrap 5 yourself with no effect or errors when compiling, be sure to try and change the way and order you import the various Bootstrap 5 Sass files. Questions to ask yourself are you changing global settings? Are you overriding a variable? Or are you referencing another variable as a value when setting or overriding a variable? By watching the following lectures, you will learn much more about how to customize different parts of Bootstrap 5. In this example, we'll change the default spacer value, which is used to generate the spacer utilities and also used in some of the components. So here we see an alert and a card component with this larger spacer value being specified at 2 rem instead of the default value of 1 rem. And we also see the spacing utilities, which is now larger than usually. We can compare this to the learning kit. If we look at the alert, here we have the default spacing being used, and in the card we see the default spacing there and the spacing utilities. Here we have the padding examples. Now compare that again with what we've created here, where the spacing value is twice as large. So we'll go into our code editor right here, and then we'll simply override the spacer variable and set it to true rem. Notice in the left side in our HTML that we have the alert and the card, which is using this spacer variable, and then we're using the spacing utilities P1 through P5 to add padding on all 4 sides. Now we can go into the Koala app, select the spacer style sheet here and compile it and wait a few seconds. Then go into our code, select the right tab here. We see the page without any compiled CSS, and on refresh we now see the alert and card component as well as some examples of the spacing utilities, now with a spacing value twice as large.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
In this example, we'll see how we can disable the predefined border radius styles on various components. So here we see some components. We have a card component, button, form control, alert, and list group. We can now see that they don't have any border radius in the corners. If we go to the learning kit, we can see that we here have the card with the border radius. And let's take a look at the buttons as well, the border radius, alerts, and list groups. So we'll see how we can simply disable these predefined border radius styles. So in the code editor, on the left side we see the HTML for these common components, and on the right side we want to override the variable called enable rounded, and we'll set it to false. After that we import all of the Bootstrap Sass files. We can now save this, go into the Koala app, compile this border radius style sheet, wait a few seconds, then go into the browser, select the next tab here and refresh. Now we see that the border radius has been enabled or disabled on these components here. In this example, we'll see how we can enable predefined box shadow styles on various components. And these components are the image thumbnail, form control, select, button, and progress. So here we see it with the box shadow styles. They are very subtle, so they can be a little hard to see, but now let's compare it over here with our learning kit. We'll scroll a bit down here under images and we can see our thumbnail without the box shadow. Let's take a look at the progress element right here to confirm that they now have box shadow. So first, to confirm that they don't have box shadow in the learning kit, the default Bootstrap styles, let's take a look over here and now select the other tab and let's inspect this progress element. We can now see that it has box shadow being added. So now if I change back to tab number 1, no box shadow on the progress component, and tab number 2, the box shadow has been added. So let's see how to enable these box shadow styles for these components. So in the code editor, we have the HTML at the left side, no surprises there, and on the right side we'll override the variable called enable shadows, and we'll set it to true. The default value is false. And after that, we import all of the Bootstrap Sass files. Now we go into the Koala app, select the box shadow style sheet and compile it. Go into the browser, select the next tab here and refresh. And now we can see that we have been added these box shadows. So let's check it out. We can see we have the box shadow there. We have the box shadow right there. Here we have the box shadow again, and finally the box shadow right there. So that's how you want to do this. In this example, we'll see how we can enable predefined gradients via background image styles on various components. So here we see an alert with the gradients on the button and the carousel with the gradients on the carousel controls. We can clearly see that when we hover above these controls in each side. If we compare it to the learning kit right here, let's open up our carousel. Here we can see there's no gradients on top of these controls here. And here we can see with the gradients. So let's see how we do this. In the code editor, we have the HTML on the left side for the alert button and the carousel with these carousel controls here. Now to enable these predefined gradients, we'll override the enable gradients variable and set it to true. And after that, import all of the Bootstrap Sass files. Then go to the Koala app and compile our gradients style sheet here. Go into the browser, select the next tab and refresh. Now we can see that we have this gradient being added to the alert button and the carousel. We can inspect this to see it right there, the background image style with the variable BS gradient, which is applying this style also for the button. See it right there. In this example, we'll see how we can disable predefined transitions on various components. So this is actually only being used on the progress component for the moment. Here we can see there's no transitions on this progress. If we go to the learning kit and scroll down to the animated stripes example, right here we can see we have this transition applied to it. And that is what we have removed over here. So let's see how we do this. Here in the code editor, we have the code for the progress component in the left side. And on the right side, in the Sass file, we now want to override the enable transitions variable and set it to false, just like so. After that, we import all of the Bootstrap styles. So we can now save this file, go into the Koala app, select the transitions file here and compile. Now go into the browser, refresh, select the right tab, sorry about that, and refresh. Now we can see that this has now been disabled on the animated progress component. In this example, we'll see how we can disable the pseudo element caret on the drop-down toggle button. So here we can see there's no caret icon. If we look at the learning kit on the drop-downs, we can see this caret on all the buttons. If we inspect this button, we can see that we have this after pseudo element right here that has the code for this icon. If we go over here again and inspect this, we can see that there's no after pseudo element on this button now. So let's see how we can disable this. In the code editor, we have the code for the drop down at the left side. And on the right side, we now want to override the enable caret variable with the value false and then import all of the Bootstrap styles. Let's go to the Koala app, select the caret file and compile it. Then go into our browser, select the next tab and refresh. And now we see the drop down button without this caret on. In this example, we'll see how we can remove the hand cursor from button elements. So here we see we just have the default cursor and no pointer. In the learning kit, however, we can see that the default is actually this hand cursor on button elements. So now let's go into our code editor and see how we disable this. On the left side, we see one button that normally has this pointer cursor. But now we'll override the variable called enable button pointers, and we'll set the value to false, and then import all of the Bootstrap styles. Afterwards, go to our Koala app, select the button pointers file, compile it, and then we'll go into the browser, select the next tab, refresh. Now we can see that I don't have any hand cursor anymore on this button element. In this example, we'll see how we can disable background image icons in text inputs for validation states. Here we see two simple input elements where we have the feedback as a border color and some feedback text. We have a valid form control and an invalid form control. If we take a look at the learning kit right here, we can see that we also have these icons here, the check mark and the exclamation mark. We can disable these, and now let's see how we do this. In the code editor on the left side, we see the HTML for our two form controls. We have the first one being set to is valid and the second one to is invalid, and then we have the feedback text below it. At the right side in our Sass file, we'll now override the variable called enable validation icons and set it to false. After this, we import all of the Bootstrap files. Now we go into our Koala app, click the validation icons file and compile it, and then go into our browser, select the next tab and refresh. Now we see our feedback here without any icons. In this example, we'll see how we can enable negative margin utilities. Here we are at the spacing utilities in the learning kit, and if we scroll down, we can see right here that this is disabled by default. So we can only have a positive value for our margin utilities. Now in the next tab, we can see that we have enabled these negative margins, and here we can see in these examples that we have applied a negative margin on the left side. So if we go into our code editor right here on the left side, we can see that we're now using this class MSN and then a number. M is for margin, S is for start, which is the left side, and N is for the negative value. Normally we wouldn't use this N. Normally it would be MS1 for a margin of 1 in the left side, but this N will add the negative value. So we have now used number 1 through 5, as we know from the other spacing utilities. And in the right side, in our Sass file, we want to set the enable negative margins variable to true. Enable negative margins to true. After this, we import all the Bootstrap styles. Now we go into our Koala app, select the negative margins file and compile it. Then we go into our browser, select the right tab and refresh. And now we see that it works. We can inspect this. Here we have no class. Then we have the negative margin left of 0.25 rem and so on. So this is how we enable negative margins. In this example, we'll see how we can disable the important suffix in utility classes. So here we have a text utility class put on this paragraph here that will try to center it, but because the important utility has been disabled, it will now be right aligned since we have specified that CSS property in the start tag in the top of the document. I'll jump over here to the learning kit on the text utilities and show you an example. If we inspect this right aligned text here, we can see that it has the text align with the right value and then the important suffix. If we try to make this text align become center, it won't work since we have the important to overrule that. We can now disable this important suffix. So let's go into the code editor, and here we see our code. Let's take a look in the top. I have this custom styling for the class myElement with text align right. And then I have this div tag down here with the myElement class that is being right aligned. And then I'm using this text center. This will center align it no matter what, because it has the important suffix in the CSS code. But we can change that. We can disable and remove this important suffix so it won't override in the same way. To over to the right here, we'll set the enable important utilities to false. And I can see I misspelled that. Utilities. Now it's correct. Enable important utilities, set it to false, import all of the Bootstrap styles afterwards. Then we'll compile our important utilities file here. Wait a few seconds. Then go into the browser, select the right tab and refresh. Now let's inspect this div again. We can see that it has the text align right from the myElement class in the style tag. And before that, from the Bootstrap styles, it has the text center, which is now being overridden by our own class. If we hadn't disabled this important suffix, the text center class would overrule our own class. But now it doesn't happen. So this is how you can disable this if you prefer that. In this lecture, we'll see how we can extend the default theme colors found in Bootstrap 5 by using more color variables from the Sass files. Here's a quick overview of the default colors. We have the contextual color classes for primary, secondary, success, danger, warning, and info. And then we have different kinds of light, dark, gray, white, and black colors. But we'll now see how we can extend these. So first, we're going to see how we can generate classes for all the different shapes of gray colors. And then we're going to generate classes for all the available named colors. We have the blue, indigo, purple, pink, red, orange, yellow, green, teal, cyan, white, gray, and gray dark. And then we can compare it to the default theme colors. Finally, we'll see how we can generate classes for all tints and shades of a specific color. We can do that for all of these colors here, but we'll only do it for the blue as an example. Alright, so let's get started. In our code editor, we'll first take a look at this variables Sass files that comes with Bootstrap. We can see the very first variables that are defined are the different grays. So it starts with white and then 9 shades of gray and then the black. These are all added to the grays map, or at least the gray ones, not the white and black. So we have this grays color map. Then we have all the named colors right here that are also added into a colors map. And then we have all the contextual colors or the theme colors for primary, secondary, success, info, warning, danger, light, and dark. And they are referencing variables that we just saw up here before this code here. And they are also added to this theme colors map. So we're gonna see how we can change that. And the last example will be how to get all the different shades of the blue colors. So here we can see that we have variables blue 100 through blue 900. And then we have this tint color function and shade color function that will make the colors more light or dark. Those variables are available for all of these colors. But we'll simply look at the blue color and generate classes that we can use to set the background color. Alright, enough talking now, let's get started. So here we have our Sass files, we have the configuration files, and then in the bottom we are importing the rest of Bootstrap files. So First, we're going to create color classes from the grays color map that I just shown you. We'll write the @ symbol and each, which will create this Sass loop. I will define a variable called color and another one called value in grays. So grays is the color map that I just showed you right here. So it will loop through this color map. And for each of them, we'll generate this class called bg-gray-. We can see it over here on the left side. And then we want this number here, 100 through 900. Then we'll add the hash symbol and the curly braces because we are working with a variable. And then we'll add this color here. Inside of this, we'll now add the background color CSS property and add the value. So let us take a look over here. The value is this one up here, which are referring to these hex colors here. So this is the value that will be added to the background color, and this color variable that will be added to the class is this one here. Alright, now let's take a look and see if this first example works. We'll go into our Koala app, select this file here and click to compile it. Wait a few seconds, go into the browser, select the next tab and refresh. So here we see that we have now generated all of the different gray colors. We have the theme colors to the right side, just to compare to all of our examples, and the next example will be for all the named colors. So we go back here, and this time we'll copy this code and paste it in again, and now we'll change first this map variable to be colors instead of grays. And just to recap, we have this colors map right here with all the colors being defined, referencing these variables here with all the color hex codes. We want to remove this gray here, so we only have BG dash and then the color name. We can see that I have the HTML code over here with all those classes. So now we can simply save, compile our style sheet, and then go into our browser and refresh. And now we see that we have all the colors right here with those background being applied. Finally, let's see how we can create these different kinds of tints and shades for the blue color. As we saw here in the variables file, we have all those blue colors as variables here, but we don't have it as a variable map or as a color map for the different kinds of blues. So we're going to create this first. You can see here I have the comment create blue colors color map. So we create the variable called blue colors, and then we create this map by using normal brackets and not curly brackets. Then we add blue 100 and specify that to be the variable called blue 100 and then a comma. Copy this, paste it in, so we have a total of 9, and then we'll update these to 200, 300, 400, 500, 6, 7, 8. Paste it in one more time and update it to 900. Make sure to close this color map by using a semicolon. Now we can copy and paste this code up here and paste it in. So first of all, we'll change this variable to be blue colors, and then if we take a look at the left side, we can see that our class names will simply be BG dash and then the name of the color. So we can keep this as it is. Now we'll save this, go into the Koala app, compile our style sheet, and wait and go back into the browser, refresh. And now we see all the different tints and shades of the blue color applied as a background to these elements. So this is how you can make use of the already existing color variables found in Bootstrap 5. In this lecture, we'll see how we can add more colors to the default theme colors. Here we see the default, which is primary, secondary, success, danger, warning, info, light, and dark. In the next tab, we see what we're going to create. We're going to be adding 5 more colors, the indigo, purple, pink, orange, and teal color. We can see that those are now being used here as background colors and text colors, and also in components automatically. So here we have an alert, button, list group, colored link, and a border using these colors. So let's see how we do this. In our code editor, let's first take a look at the variables here. We'll scroll a bit down, and here we have all the color variables that's already available as color variables. So we're going to use some of these. First, we'll create our own custom map. We'll call it custom colors. Inside of this, we'll first add our name that we're going to use for our classes. I'll simply use the names tertiary, quaternary, quinary, centenary, and septenary, but of course you can use whatever you want. And then we'll add the indigo color to this class. The next will be the quaternary, and we'll add the purple color for this. Then we have the quinary, and we'll add the pink color variable to this name. Then we have the scenery, and we'll add the orange variable for this name, and then the septenary, and we'll add the teal color to this. Make sure to close the map here with the semicolon. Now we want to merge our custom colors with the theme colors. So we'll do that by setting the theme colors variable like so, and then using the map merge Sass function, and then passing in the theme color and the custom colors like so. Now if you look to the left side before we preview this in the browser, we can see that we have these background classes here: tertiary, quaternary, quinary, centenary, and septenary, as well as the text classes. So these are automatically generated when we add to this theme colors map. And remember to do that before all of the components and utilities and helpers. Then we have some example of components that are using these theme colors. We have a tertiary alert, a quaternary button, a quinary list group item, a scenery link, and a septenary border color. So if we save this file over here and compile our style sheet, add to theme colors, remember the correct file, then go into our browser and select the next tab and refresh, we can now see that we have generated these colors added to the default themes, so we can use it as background colors, text colors, and together with various components and utilities. In this lecture, we'll see how we can remove colors from the default theme colors. So here we have the default theme colors: primary, secondary, success, danger, warning, info, light, and dark. If we go to the next tab right here, we'll see that we have now removed info, light, and dark. So let's see how we do this. Here, let's first take a look in the variables file. We'll scroll a bit down, and here we see our theme colors. We'll now remove dark, light, and info from this theme color map. So right here, we simply do that by setting the theme colors variable to the function map remove which is a Sass function. Then we add the theme colors, and then we specify what we want to remove from it. So that would be info, comma, light, comma, dark, and remember the semicolon at the end. So info, light, and dark. We can see at the left side we're not using info, light, and dark. Now we'll save this, go into the Koala app, generate this file here, remove from theme colors, go into the browser, select the next tab, and refresh. Now I can see the colors that we have, and if I try to change one of these to info, we'll notice that is now gone. It doesn't exist. The same is true for the light class as well as the dark class. So that's how you can remove colors from the theme colors. In this lecture, we'll see how we can define our own color palette. Here we see the default color palette for the primary, secondary, success, danger, warning, and info color. This is one of the easiest way to customize your WordPress site so it doesn't look like all the others, or as the default theme at least. If we go to the next tab, we can see what colors we're going to use. So we're going to create new colors for the variables primary, success, info, warning, and danger, and remove the secondary color from our theme colors map since we don't want to use it. We can see that we'll generate classes for the background colors and the text colors. If we go into our code editor here, we'll start by looking at the variables file and scroll a bit down to these theme color variables here. We're going to override some of these and remove one. So in this other file here, we must define our color palette before we import the variables. So I'll actually now copy and paste this since I have some specific hex color codes. So I'll paste them in right here. So we can see that we're now defining the primary variable, success variable, info variable, warning variable, and danger variable. Those will not be changed by the variables imported here since they have the default flag here in the Sass file. That means they won't receive this color if they have already been defined. So we add these up here, and then we want to remove the secondary from the theme colors map. We saw how we can do that in the previous lecture. So we'll specify the theme colors variable and set it to the map remove function, then specify theme colors again, then a comma and the item we want to remove, which will be the secondary one, and add a semicolon at the end. Now let's save this. In the left side we can see that we're using the different classes for background color and text color, except that we're not using the secondary one, which we removed. We'll also see that we're using the light and dark classes, and we didn't change that. We only changed the other 5 that we see up here. Alright, let's go to the Koala app, compile this file here, defining color palette, and then go to the browser. Select the next tab and refresh. And now we see our new color palette. In this example, we'll see how we can change the grid breakpoints. So before we go into the code editor, I just want to tell you that I have copied this responsive guide from the learning kit, which we can see up here, so we can better see when the breakpoint changes. And now let's jump straight into the code. At the left side, we have this responsive guide I just talked about, and then we have this simple grid where we can see that this column changes size on every breakpoint. This is also to demonstrate how these new breakpoints will look like or work like. In the variables file from Bootstrap, we can see here what the default values are for the grid breakpoints. To change this, we simply override this variable So in the right side, we'll write grid breakpoints. And inside of this, we'll now add new values to these properties. So XS will be 0, SM will be 300 pixels, MD will be 600 pixels, LG will be 900 pixels, XL will be 1200 pixels, and finally XXL will be 1500 pixels. Now we can save this, go into our Koala app, compile our breakpoint style sheet and wait a few seconds. Then go into our browser and select the next tab and refresh. Now let's try to resize the browser window. So let's take it all the way down to the extra small size, which is below 300 pixels, as we can see here. When we reach 300 pixels, it will go to the small breakpoint, and we can see that this column decreases every time we reach a higher breakpoint. Let's decrease or increase the width to 600 pixels. Right there, now we're on the medium breakpoint and the column width decreases. Then we'll increase the browser window to 900 pixels. Right there, we're at the large breakpoint. We can see that this column gets narrower. Then we'll increase the window again until we reach 1200 pixels. Right there, we're on the extra large breakpoint. And finally, when we reach 1500 pixels, right there, we're on the extra large breakpoint. And we can also see that this grid column is now very narrow. So this is how you can change the grid breakpoints. In this example, we'll change the container max width. So let's see what a container looks like when we resize the browser window. We can see that it has a new max width on every breakpoint, from small and all the way up to extra large. And now when we go to the next tab, we can see that we have changed it to some other values. And now the container is more narrow. So we'll see how we can achieve that. Let's go into the code editor. On the left side, we see the container with some random text inside. And let's take a quick look in the variables file from Bootstrap. We can see that just below the grid breakpoints map, we have the container max width map. So these are the current or default max width that we want to change. So in the right side, we'll override this container max width variable. And the new values will be for SM 300 pixels, for MD 500 pixels, for LG 700 pixels, for XL 900 pixels, and for XXL 1100 pixels. Now we can save this, go into the Koala app, compile this container style sheet, wait a few seconds, and in the browser we can now select the next tab and refresh. We can see that we have now adjusted the max width of the container. We can see that now it's more narrow than the default one. In this example, we'll change the number of grid columns in the grid system as well as the grid gutter width. By default, Bootstrap's grid system has 12 columns, but we'll change that to 16. We'll also decrease the grid gutter width. So here we see the example that we're going to create. And notice when I change the tab how the default gutter width is a bit larger. Now let's go into our code editor. On the left side, we see the code for our grid system, and we can see that we have now used the call 16 class to make it span the full width initially when we're using a 16 based grid system. Then to make up half of the width, we use the call mg8, and finally the call lg4 to take up a quarter of the available width. So in total, there is 16 columns on a row. On the right side here, we need to change the number of grid columns by overriding the grid columns variable and set the value to 16. To change the grid gutter width, we override the grid gutter width variable to 1 rem. Now we can save this, go into the Koala app and compile the grid style sheet. Wait a few seconds. Then go into the browser and refresh this page. Now we can see it turns into this 4-column grid, and if we resize the browser window, we can see that initially it will take up the full width by using the class call16, and the last 2 columns are using the class call8. Then when we increase the width of our browser window, we can see how this grid system changes. We can also see that it's using the new grid gutter width, which is a bit smaller than the default one. Here we see the figure element, and in this example we'll change the figure caption font size and color, which we see right here. And the final example is going to look like this. So in our code editor, we'll override the variable called figure caption font size. We'll set it to font size LG, so the large font size. And then we'll override another variable called figure caption color and set this to the body color. On the left side, we can see that we have a figure element with an image and caption inside. We'll go into the Koala app and compile this file. Wait a few seconds. And then in the browser, we can select the right tab and refresh. And now we see that our figure caption has a larger font size and a darker font color. In this example, we want to change some of the styling for the thumbnail images, which we see right here. So what we're going to change is the padding, the background color, the border color, and the border radius. So in our code editor, at the left side, we see we have this small image with the img thumbnail class. And then on the right side, we want to override 4 variables. First is the thumbnail padding variable, which we'll set to 0.5 rem. The next one is the thumbnail BG for the background, which we'll set to be the variable called gray 200. Then we have the thumbnail border color variable, which we'll set to the variable gray 500. And finally, we have the thumbnail border radius, which we'll set to 0 to remove the default border radius. Then we'll save this, go into the Koala app and compile the images style sheet. Wait a few seconds and go into the browser, select the right tab and refresh. Now we can see that we have changed the styling for the thumbnail image. In this lecture, we'll change various aspects of the table. So if we go to the next tab here, we'll first of all change the table background scale, which will affect the background color applied to our tables. Like here we see the primary color. Then we'll also change the table color for the text and the background, which we can clearly see in the first example. And the final thing we want to change is the table striped order. We'll change it from odd to even, which we can see down here in the final example. So let's go into our code editor. At the left side we have the HTML, and at the right side, first we want to specify the background color scale. We'll do that before the configuration files, since this is being referenced in the variables file. So we'll override the table bg scale variable, or we'll set it, and the value will be 60%. The default is 80% or minus 80%. We'll set it to minus 60%. Then down here we'll override some more variables. We have the table color variable, which we'll set to gray 600. Then we have the table bg variable for the background color, which we'll set to gray 100. And finally we'll change the table striped order variable to even. Now we'll save this, go into the Koala app, and compile the table style sheet. Then we'll wait a few seconds. Go into our browser, select the right tab, and refresh. And now here we see that we have added the background color and text color to the first example. We have affected this primary background color for the second example by using by changing the table background scale, and finally we have changed the table striped order from odd to even. In this lecture we're gonna change various typography styles. Here we see the default typography styles that comes with Bootstrap, and if we go to the next tab we see what we're gonna create. We'll change some body styles, some basic typography styles, including how to use a Google web font. Then we'll change some link styles, some lead styles, some heading styles, and some display styles. So let's get started. In our code editor, we'll first change some body styles. So we'll override the body bg variable and set it to gray 100. And then we'll override the body color variable and set it to gray 700. So this will set the background color for the body element as well as the text color. Next up, let's see how we can change basic typography styles. For this, we need to include the Google web font Roboto. So we go into the browser and select this final tab here, which is fonts.google.com. That is the website. Then I'll click on this Roboto card here, the first font, and then I'll grab the styles for the light variation, the regular one, and the bold one. Then I'll copy this code here and go back into my editor, and then in the HTML file up here I'll scroll up and I'll paste this in like so. And if we quickly go back in the browser, we can see that to reference this we simply need to call the name Roboto and sans serif. So we can now close this, go back into the code editor. Let's scroll a bit down so we can see the HTML again. So here we have it. Now we want to change the font family base. And we'll set that to Roboto, comma, sans serif, just like we saw on the Google Fonts website. Then we'll change the basic font size, the font size base variable, set it to 1.5 rem. Then we'll change the base line height base variable, set it to 1.3, and also the line height SM, which is a small variation of line height, and set it to 1. Then we'll change some link styles. So first the link color, set it to the info variable, then the link decoration variable, which we'll set to none to remove the text underline. Then we'll change the link hover color, and we need to override an existing variable, so the value for this will be shift color, which is a Bootstrap function, and then write link color and link shade percentage. This will calculate the correct value of this link on hover by using this link color that we just defined here. After this, we'll also change the link hover decoration, and here we'll add the underline. Then we'll change some lead styles for a lead paragraph. We'll change the lead font size. We'll set it to the font size base times 1.25, so a little larger than the base font size. We'll change the lead font weight. We'll set it to font weight light. And remember that we included the light and bold versions as well as the regular versions of the Roboto Google Web Font. Then we'll change some heading styles. So we'll change the H1 font size and set it to font size base times 3.5. Now let's copy this and paste it in a few times and update these values here. Heading 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And it will now be the font size base times 3 times 2.5 times 2 times 1.5, and the last one will simply be the same font size as the base. Then we'll change the headings font weight. We'll set it to the font weight bold, so the bold variation of the Roboto font. Then we'll change the headings line height. We'll set it to line height SM, which we were defining up here. Finally, we'll change the headings margin bottom to spacer. The default value is spacer divided by 2, so half of the spacer value, we'll set it to the spacer value, so 2 times the default size. Finally, we'll change the styles or some styles for the display headings. So we'll override the display font sizes map. So the one property will be H1 font size, which we defined up here, times 1.5. Then we'll duplicate this 5 times, change this number to 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So now we are defining our display font sizes by referencing the heading styles and multiplying with 1.5. After this, we also want to set the display font weight to font weight light, which we included a variation of that of the Roboto font. And finally, the display line height, which we'll set to headings line height. So it will now have the same line height as our headings, which we defined up here, which is the small line height. Alright, so that was a lot of variables that we are overriding. Now let's go into the Koala app and compile our typography style sheet and wait a few seconds. Then go into our browser and refresh. Now we see our new typography styles. We have our headings, our display headings, our lead paragraph and regular paragraph with a link inside. In this example, we'll make the range input larger by changing the track height, thumb width and thumb border radius. So here we see the default range input, and here we see what we're going to create. We can see that the track height has been changed, as well as the thumb width and thumb border radius. Now we'll go into our code editor. At the left side we see the HTML code for a range input, and on the right side we want to change 3 variables. The first is form range track height. We'll set it to 1 rem. The next one is form range thumb width. We'll set that to 2 rem. And we'll also set the third variable called form range thumb border radius to 2 rem. So it will match the thumb width. Now we can save this, go into the Koala app, compile our range style sheet, wait a few seconds, then go into our browser, select the next tab and refresh. Now we can see that we have a larger range input. In this example, we'll see how we can change the breadcrumb divider. Here we see the default breadcrumb, where the divider is a slash character. Here we see what we're going to create. We have the breadcrumb now with this larger than character as our breadcrumb divider. Let's go into our code editor. At the left side we have the HTML for a regular breadcrumb, and on the right side we want to override the variable called breadcrumb divider, and we need to use the quote function, and inside of this we can now add the character that we want to use as our divider. We'll use the larger than character. We'll save this, go into the Koala app and compile our breadcrumb style sheet. Then wait a few seconds, go into our browser and select the next tab and refresh. And now we see that we have changed the breadcrumb divider. Here we see the card component. Now let's scroll all the way down to the grid cards example. Here we can see that they don't have equal heights. To get this equal height, we have learned that we can add a sizing class, which we can see down here. H100, it will set the width to 100% or the height to 100%. Now let's see how we can make cards have equal height by default. We can see that here in the example that we're going to create, they have equal height. So in our code editor, at the left side, we have the grid cards, and on the right side, we'll change the card height variable and set the value to 100%. Then we can save this, go into the Koala app, and compile this card style sheet and wait a few seconds. Now go into the browser, select the next tab and refresh, and we can now see that they have equal height by default. Here we see the carousel component. We can see that it changes from one slide to the next with a specific transition duration. We'll now see how we can change this duration to make it a bit slower. Here we see the example that we want to create, and we can see that this transition duration now is a bit slower. It now takes 1 second. In our code editor at the left side, we have the code for a carousel with slides only, and on the right side, we'll override the variable called carousel transition duration and set the value to 1s, which is 1 second. Then we'll save this, go into the Koala app, compile this carousel style sheet, wait a few seconds, then go into our browser, select the next tab and refresh. And now we can see that the transition duration takes 1 second. We'll take one slide more. And the final one.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Here we see the modal component. When we open up a modal, we can see that it has this sliding animation from the top. We can change that animation. We'll also see down here that we have max width on our modal, which will also change. So here we see the final example where we have changed the modal animation and the max width of the extra large modal. So here we can see that it scales in and out when we open and close the modal. And we can see that the max width when we reach the extra large breakpoint will now take up 100% of the width minus 1 rem. So let's see how we do this. Go into our code editor. On the left side we have the HTML for a modal, and we can see that we have added this class modal XL to have the extra large modal. We want to adjust the max width for that variation. But first let's change the modal animation. We do that by targeting the modal fade transform variable like so. And now we can add scale 0.25. It will now scale up from 25% of its size to 100%. Then we'll change the max width for the extra large modal by overriding the modal XL variable with the value calc 100% minus 1 rem. So it will now take up all the available space except for 1 rem. So half a rem on each side. Now we go into the Koala app and we select the modal file here, and we'll compile this and wait a few seconds. Then we go into our browser, select the next tab and refresh. Now when we open this modal, we can see that it has this scaling animation also when we close it. And we can see that it now has a max width of 100% minus 1 rem for the extra large devices and up. So if we decrease the width, we'll see that it has the default max width, but from extra large and up, it has our new max width. Here we see the progress component, and if we scroll down, we can see that we can have animated stripes. And we can change this animation timing. So notice the speed of this. And now when I change to this tab, we can see that I have increased this animation timing. So let's see how we do this. In our code editor at the left side, I have the HTML for the progress component. And at the left side, we now want to target the progress bar animation timing variable. And we'll set the value to 0.5s, which will be the actual timing, and it will be linear and infinite, like so. We'll save this and go into the Koala app, and then we'll compile this progress style sheet. Wait a few seconds. Then we'll go into the browser, select the right tab, and refresh. Now we can see that the animation timing has been increased. Here we see our spinner component, and notice the spinner animation speed. We can change that. So here we see that I have changed the speed to be slower. Let's see how we do this. In our code editor at the left side, we have the border spinner and the growing spinner. And here at the right side, we can now specify the spinner animation speed. We do that with the spinner animation speed variable, and we'll set it to 1.5s for seconds. And after that, we import all of Bootstrap. Now we can save this, go into the Koala app. We can click this spinner here, compile it, wait a few seconds, and now we can go into this tab here, refresh, and now we can see that both the border spinner and growing spinner have a slower animation speed. Here we see our ratio helpers. Out of the box, we can create aspect ratios of 1:1, 4:3, 16:9, and 21:9. Now let's see how we can add more aspect ratios. So here we see the final example where we have added 1:2, 2:3, 3:4, and 4:5. So inside of our code editor, at the left side, we can see that we are using these new classes here, and we have a div element with the primary background inside of it. Now let's see how we can create the styling for these classes. So first we'll create our own ratio map. We'll call that custom ratios. Inside of this, we'll add the values that will be appended to the class name. So 1x2, which is what we see over here, will be the first value, and the value of that will be this formula, 1 divided by 2 times 100%. Then a comma, and on the new line, we'll create the next one, 2/3, and the next one will be 3/4, and the last one will be 4/5. We'll remove this last comma here. Then add a semicolon, and then we'll merge this with the aspect ratios map. So we write that variable here, aspect ratios, and we'll set it to the map merge function. Then we have the aspect ratios map again, comma, and then our custom ratios map, and we'll end with the semicolon. Now we can save this, go into our Koala app, and compile our Sass. Now let's go into the browser, select the right tab here and refresh. Now we see our new added custom ratios. And let's try to resize the browser window so we can see this in action. We can see that they scale. Right now we cannot see it, but we can see that they scale along with the width of the browser window. So this is how you can add more aspect ratios in the ratio helper. In this lecture, we'll change the border width globally for various components, as well as the border width for the border utilities, which we can see down here. So the final example is here. We can see that we have a thicker border width for this alert component and also for these border utilities. So let's go into our code editor. And first of all, we want to specify the global border width before the configuration files, since the variables will reference this global border width variable. So we add the border width variable and we set it to 5 pixels. This will now affect this alert component as well as other components. Then we'll specify the width for the border utility by overriding the border width map. So first we'll have a 0 to remove the border. Then we'll have 1, which will be 2 pixels. 2 will be 4 pixels. So now I'm doubling up on the default values. Then 6 pixels. Then 8 pixels. And finally 10 pixels. The property 0 through 5 refers to what we are appending to the class over here. So border 1 through 5. We're going to look at examples for that. Or at the missing semicolon here. Save this. Go into the Koala app. Then we'll compile the border style sheet. Wait a few seconds. And go into the browser. Select the right tab and refresh. Here we see we now have a thicker border width for the component as well as for the border utilities. In this lecture, we'll see how we can add more values to the position utilities. So if we scroll a bit down, we can see that we can place elements in the beginning, in the middle, and in the end. Now if we look at the next tab, we have added some more position values at 25% and 75%, what I'm calling top left-ish, top right-ish, top-ish left, and bottom-ish left. I'm sorry for the little weird naming. But now let's go into the code editor. At the left we have all the HTML. We can see that we are using the start 0 and start 50 and start 100, which is default. And then in between those we have start 25 and start 75. In the same way we're using top 0, 25, 50, 75 and 100. Now to achieve this, we want to override the position values map. So we do just that. The first property here is the thing we are appending to the class. So a 0, which will mean 0. 25 will be 25%. 50 will be 50%. 75 will be 75%. And 100 will be 100%. Remember to add a semicolon colon to close this map here. So these properties will be appended to the class names that is being generated. And this is being generated for both the top, bottom, start, and end position utilities. Now let's go into the Koala app, compile the position style sheet, and wait a few seconds. Then go into the browser, select the next tab, and refresh. And now we see that we have these extra elements positioned 25% and 75% from the start and from the top. Here we see the default sizing utilities. We can see that we can specify a width and height to 25%, 50%, 75%, and 100%. We want to change that and add more values to be used. So in the next tab, we can see that we now have 10 values, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100% width and height. But these examples are only for the width. So let's go into the code editor and do this. On the left side, we can see that we have the HTML and we have the W class prefix and then appended with this number here, which will be the property in the map that we're going to override. So we're overriding the utilities variable. And inside of this, we are specifying that it is the width utility that we want to override. And then we set the property here to width. The class is W, so these are the default values. And down here in the values property, we are specifying all the new values. So we have 10, which will be for 10%. Then let's copy this a few times and update these values to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and a final one will be 100. And I forgot also the auto one, like so. I'll just add a comma here and the semicolon. Alright, so now we are overriding the width utility. You can learn more about how to use the utility API in another lecture. Now we can save this, go into the Koala app, compile the sizing style sheet and wait a few seconds. Go into the browser, select the next tab and refresh. And now we see our new width utility classes in action. In this lecture, we'll see how we can change the values for the spacing utilities. Here we see the default sizes. And now I'll change to the next tab. And here we see the new sizes that we're going to create. First of all, we have one for no padding. And then we have one for a quarter and a half of the default spacer size. Then we have the spacer size itself. And then the spacer multiplied by 2, 3, 4, and 5. And the property, which we see here, is appended to the class. So Q is for quarter, H is for half, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is multiplied by the spacer. We go into our code editor here. On the left side we have the HTML, and remember that I used the same classes here, P0, PQ for quarter, PH for half, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, just like we saw before. So now we simply need to override the spaces map. We do that like so. The property will be appended to the class. So 0 will get the value 0. And then Q for the quarter, which will be the spacer variable divided by 4. Then we have H for half of the spacer variable divided by 2. And then 1, which is simply the spacer value. Then 2, which is the spacer value multiplied by 2. I'll copy that, paste it in a few times, update this value to 3, 4, and 5. So to recap, we have no 0 RAM here, so no spacing. Then we have a quarter of the spacer, half of the spacer itself, and multiplied by 2, 3, 4, and 5. Remember the closing semicolon here. We'll save, go into the Koala app, compile the spacing style sheet, wait a few seconds, then go into our browser, select the right tab and refresh. And now we can see that we're using the new sizes for padding by using our spacing utilities. And this also works for margin and gap utilities. In this lecture, we'll take a look at how to use the utility API. This can be used to modify, add, rename, and remove utilities. First of all, let's take a look at the syntax right here. So we have this utilities map, and inside of this, we can add a name for a utility. Then we can specify the CSS property, then the CSS value that we want to use as a list or as a map. Then we can choose a different class name if we want to use another one than the property name. We can generate variants for different states. We can generate responsive classes, which by default is disabled or set to false. We can enable fluid rescaling, which is also false as a default. We can generate print classes, which is also false as a default. And we can keep the utility in the right to left version of Bootstrap, which is true by default. I'll dive deeper into this syntax when we get to it. Here's an example of how we have modified the sizing utility for width. So here we have added the names or the names for the classes for the width in the left side, and then the percentages for the width CSS value. So here we have from 10 to 100%. We can see here in our learning kit in the other tab that the default is only 25, 50, 75, and 100. So we have modified that. Then we have added a simple utility, which is a cursor utility. So we have added some values that can be used here. I'll dive deeper into that when we get to it. We have also added a complex opacity utility where we're using various breakpoints and generating styles for print and on hover. Then we have renamed a utility. We have renamed the margin start class from MS prefix to ML prefix, like in the old days of Bootstrap, where L stands for left and S here in the new Bootstrap stands for start. Finally, we've removed interaction utilities. So here there's no more the pointer events none class doesn't have effect anymore, and the user select all class doesn't have any effect anymore. So once again, I'll explain in more details when we get to it. So now let's take a look at how we can modify this sizing utility for the width classes. Now we are in our code editor, and at the left side we see all the HTML for the page that we were just looking at. And on the right side, we're going to create our Sass file for this customization. But first, I want to show you inside of this Bootstrap folder here and the SCSS folder, all the way at the bottom almost, we have this utilities file. This is where we can see that we have this utilities map that I mentioned, and this then have all the different utility classes that's being used as a default in Bootstrap 5. We can then modify these, rename, remove, or add some new ones to the utilities map and merge them with the existing ones. Now, back to the first example, we'll modify our sizing utility for width. So we have the HTML on the left side, and we want to generate some more classes for increments of 10 for the percentage of the width, so 10 through to 100, the step of 10 between each. Alright, so in the right side I should also mention that we are importing the functions, variables and mixins as usual, but also the utilities file. And then in the end we have the utilities API, which will make us generate the new utility classes. So this is the correct order that you must use. In between here are all the layout and components, and then the helpers. We'll now start by adding the utilities variable, which we want to override, and we'll use the map merge function, and then we'll merge the existing utilities map like so, and add one more item to this. The name for that will be width, and inside of this we'll now specify first the property, which will be the CSS property, that will be width. The class we want to use will be W, which is already being used by Bootstrap to specify the width, and then we'll add the values, and we'll add that as a map. So here we can specify at the left side the property 10 will be used as an add-on to the class, so W-10, and the CSS value will be 10%, like so. Now we'll copy and paste this a few times and update these values. We'll see if I have enough. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and the final one will be 100. And after this, we'll actually also add the auto, which is also being used already by Bootstrap. We'll close all of this line here, or code block, with a semicolon. Now, let's save this, go into our Koala app, and we already have the utilities folder here, so we can select this utility API file and compile it. Then go back into the browser, select the next tab, and here we see the page without any compiled CSS for the utility API examples. Now I'll refresh. We can see the CSS have now compiled, and here we can see that these modified sizing utility for the width property now works. Next up, let's see how we can add a simple cursor utility. So we want the cursor to change when we hover on top of these badges here. We'll scroll a bit down, and let's first take a look at the HTML. So we have these different badges, and we're adding a new class for a new utility, cursor, dash, and then the value, auto, context menu, copy, grab, help, pointer, and wait. Some of these only works for some browsers or operating systems, so you should be aware of that. All of them are not used everywhere. So over at the right side, once again, we'll override this utilities variable and use the map merge function, and then merge the existing utilities with a new item inside of our parentheses here. So we'll specify the name for our new utility. In the previous example, we were overriding the one called width that already exists. Now we're adding or creating a new one. Inside of this, we'll add the property, which will be the cursor, which is a known CSS property. And then we will specify the values as a space separated list. So that will be auto, context menu, copy, grab, help, pointer, and wait. So this is a very simple way to add a utility class with these values. Now we can simply save this, or I forgot to add the closing semicolon, so let me save right there. And if you haven't compiled, you should go over here and compile. Then we can go into the browser and refresh. Now when I hover over the mouse, we can see that the first is auto, nothing changed. Then we see a context menu cursor, copy cursor, grab cursor, help cursor, pointer cursor, and a wait cursor. Next up, let's see how we can add a complex opacity utility that's also using breakpoints, print styles, and hover styles. So we'll go back in our code editor, scroll a little bit down in the HTML, and take a look. So here we see that we're using the O as a reference to this new opacity utility. And then we're using values 0, 25, 50, 75, and 100. And we're also using this for specific breakpoints and up by using our breakpoint prefixes that we also know from other default Bootstrap utilities, like for margin and padding, for example. We have all these examples. We're also generating styles for print only, which has this print word inside of the class name, so O print and then the value. And finally, we have hover values as well, where the CSS property will only be added upon hover, where the hover word is added after our value here. All right, so let's see how we do that in our Sass file over here. Once again, we'll override the utilities map variable by using the map merge function, taking the existing utilities and adding a new item. We'll call it opacity, and inside of this the property will be opacity. The class will be O, which we just saw on the left side in the HTML, and there should be no quotes around that. So the letter O will set responsive to true, set print to true. These two are false by default. Then we'll generate some classes for a specific state, which will be the hover state, which we saw. And then we'll set the values to a map. At the left side, the property will be the class or the text that will be added to the class name. And on the right side will be the actual value. So 0 will be 0. 25 will be 0.25. Remember that opacity is from 0 to 1. And then we have 50 with the value 0.5. We have 75 with the value 0.75. And finally we have 100 with the value 1. Then we'll close this with a semicolon at the end. We can now save, compile our style sheet, if you don't do it automatically, which I actually do. Anyway, let's go back and refresh. We can see that something changed now. We can see now we have this first example for all breakpoints, opacity set to 0, and then 25, 50, 75, and 1. Let's resize the browser window. We can see that the other ones will start to have effect when we reach a larger breakpoint. Here we have the small breakpoint. Here we reach the medium breakpoint, a large breakpoint, the extra large breakpoint, and the extra large breakpoint. So this is how we have the responsive variations of the utilities using the utility API. We also have these for print only. So if we try to print this, let me go up here, select print, then we should actually be able to see down here that now, right here, we actually have these hover styles or opacity styles applied on print only for these elements. Finally, we have the normal badges that will change and hover, and then they will get these different opacity values applied to them. Alright, our next example will be how to rename an existing utility. So we'll go back in our code editor, scroll a bit down in the left side, and here we have it. We can see that we're now using ML for margin left. This was what was used in the old days of Bootstrap, but for the latest version of Bootstrap 5, it has been changed to MS, where F stands for start. The same is true for right side, which is now E as end. This is done to better work with right to left versions of Bootstrap. But now let's see how we can change that back if you prefer that. Once again, we'll override the utilities variable like so. This time it will be a little bit more complex. So we'll use the map merge function to merge the existing utilities, and we'll merge it with this value margin start, which will override the existing value of the margin start. But it will do that with another map merge. And this will use the map get to get something from this utilities map, which will be the margin start property. And inside of this, we'll now override the class to be ML for margin left. So let me try to explain again. It will override the class to be ML for the margin start utility that already exists inside of the utilities. And it will then override it right there and merges into the existing utilities. So let's save this and go back, refresh. Now we see that it actually works. If you forgot to see it, we have the HTML over here using the L instead of the S. So that's why this works. Finally, let's see how we can remove a utility with the utility API. So here we can see that we're using pointer events none and user select all. So if we didn't remove this here, we would not get the cursor. We wouldn't only get a default cursor, not the hand cursor for this link. If we go back, let's take a quick look here. We have the pointer events none, so we don't have the hand cursor, and here we can select all of the text. We want to disable these two features by removing these interaction utilities. So the way to do this, once again, we override the utilities variable using the map merge function to merge the existing utilities, and inside this we set the user select, we override that value and set it to null. So now it will be removed from the generated CSS, and also pointer events, we'll set that to null. So now all the utilities for user select and pointer events, which is found under the interaction utilities in Bootstrap, will now be gone. I forgot the semicolon, that's why I got the red error. Now the semicolon is added. We can generate our Sass. If it doesn't do that automatically, then we can go into our browser and refresh. And now we can see I get the hand cursor again, and now I can select only parts of this paragraph, because now these two classes have been removed since these interaction utilities for user select and pointer events have been removed. So these were different ways in which you can use the utility API to add your own, to modify existing ones, to rename, or to remove utilities. Bootstrap introduced their own icon set, Bootstrap Icons, in November 2019. It's open source and free to use for everyone, and it can be used with or without Bootstrap. The latest version of Bootstrap Icons can be seen in the top of this page. Here we see the Bootstrap icons resource that I made for this course. The first section has different links to view the icons. We can see all the available icons in the current version locally by clicking the local link. So here we see a quick overview of all the icons. We can see all the available icons in the current version online on the official Bootstrap icons website by clicking the online link. So here we see all the icons again. We can see all the available icons in the current version in a Figma file by clicking the Figma link. So it will now open up this online Figma file right here. The second section shows different ways to install and download Bootstrap icons. First of all, you can download the whole package as a zip file or just the SVGs and fonts as a zip file. You can also use JSDeliver as a CDN. Clicking the link will open the CSS on their server, and then you can use that URL in your HTML file. I'll show you how in a moment, but here's a quick view. Here we see the CSS code hosted by JSDeliver. If you're familiar with npm, you can install this with the command npm I bootstrap icons. However, I won't demonstrate that in this video. You can implement Bootstrap icons in 5 ways: as SVG code directly embedded in the HTML, as SVG code in the HTML referencing a linked sprite sheet, as an external image using the img tag, as an icon font using icon names as classes, or as CSS pseudo content with SVG displayed as background image. You can change the color and size of Bootstrap icons in different ways depending on the way you implement them on the page. The only exception is for icons implemented as external images where you can't change the color. Now let's see how we create all of these examples. But first we must download and install Bootstrap icons. So we can either click this everything link here to download everything. We can also go to icons.getbootstrap.com and click the download button up here. It's the same link. So I'll just do that right now. Save it into my project folder, like so. Now let's go in and take a look at what comes with the zip file. So we'll unzip it here. Open it up. Now here we have the Bootstrap icons sprite sheet. We want to use that, so I'll drag it out of the folder we just unzipped. We also want to use all of the icons, or at least one of them, but we will grab the whole icons folder so we can use it as external images. Then we want to use the icon font, so we'll grab this folder here called fonts, drag it out, and we'll also grab this bootstrap icons.css file, which we need to use when using Bootstrap icons as an icon font. Now we can close this up again, like so. We can delete this. And now we simply want to add a new folder called Sprite. Inside of this we'll move our bootstrap icons.svg file, which is our sprite sheet. We'll keep the bootstrap icons.css file in this level next to our index file. Now we can go into our code editor, or just before we do that, let me just show you that the CSS is simply the regular Bootstrap code that I have here as a CSS, and in the JS as well. But you actually don't need that. But I just have this basic Bootstrap installation already in place. So here we are in the code editor with the index page, which we just looked at in the beginning of this lecture. Now let's install the Bootstrap icons as an icon font so we can use them in a moment. So we'll add a link with the rel attribute with the value style sheet, the href attribute being bootstrap icons.css. We placed it in the same folder, which is necessary to make it work out of the box with all of the fonts that we have here in the icon fonts. Now let's scroll a bit down and let's see how we can use this in different ways. First, we have the embedded form. So one way to do that, we need to get the SVG code, so we can go in here on the official page, and then we can search for an icon here or pick one from the list. So over here in my other tab, I have this circle fill icon. And now I can simply copy the HTML or the SVG code here. And then I can paste it in right here. Now let's try to save this. Go into the browser and select the tab here. This is the screencast version, so this is without any of the code that I'm adding now. So when I refresh, we'll see it being embedded right there as SVG. We can also embed it as a sprite sheet or by referencing a sprite sheet. So here in our next example for the sprite, we add the SVG tag, give it the width of 16 and the height of 16, which is pixels, and the fill will be current color, so it will take the color of the parent element. Then we add the tag use and then xlink colon href, and then the value will be the path to our sprite sheet. Sprite, that was the folder we created ourselves, and bootstrap icons.svg, and then an ID selector, circle fill. And then we close this like so and save. When we preview this in the browser, we won't see anything. This is because this only works on a server. It doesn't work locally. But the first file I showed you was actually placed on the front-end workshop server. So here we can see that it is actually working. We can see that this is being referenced like so, and here we see the output. Let me just show you what the file looked like. So if we go up here and we go into the sprite folder, bootstrap icons.svg, we see an empty page, but if we look in the source code, we'll see that we have all the icons one after each other as SVG code. So this is what a sprite sheet looks like. Alright, next up we'll see how we can embed this as an external image. Right here, we simply add the img tag, and then we have the icons folder that we copied, and we'll pick the circle fill.svg file. We'll go back and refresh. Here we see it. Notice that this won't inherit text color from parent elements. Next up, let's see how we can use the icon font. To do this, we simply use the I tag, and the class will be bi circle fill. We already installed our icon font, so we can now go back and refresh and see it right there. If we go to the official Bootstrap icons page, here we have the circle fill icon. We can see that we can also copy the code right there. Remember that I copied this code in the beginning. Alright, the next example is using icons as CSS. It won't inherit text color from the parent element in the same way as with the external image. Down here, we create an element, div tag with the class pseudo icon. And now we'll add our own styling to make this work. So we'll do that up here in the style tag. we'll target the element pseudo icon and then create this before pseudo element. We'll add display inline block. Then we'll add the content with an empty value. And then in the background image property inside of the URL function, we'll first add data :image / svg plus xml, comma, and then right here we can actually paste in the same code as we used down here, the embedded code, the SVG code for the icon. So let's copy that. Now we'll simply paste it in like so. Then we'll remove the spacing here. So we have one long line. I'll just wrap the lines like so and add a semicolon at the end. Then I'll add background repeat with no repeat value, like so. Background size will be 1 rem, the width 1 rem, and the height 1 rem. Now we're finished and we can go back and refresh, and here we see the icon used as a background image by using a pseudo element. Now we'll take a look at different ways to style our Bootstrap icons. Our goal will be to give it the primary color and make it twice as large. So back in our code editor, we'll scroll down to the styling section, which is right here. Now let's first grab the code for the embedded file from up here, like so. Scroll down again. This embedded SVG will inherit the color from our parent element. So we can add text primary as our class here, and since we're using the fill current color, it will now have the primary color. To make this twice as large, we'll create a class up here in our style tag with the name icon large, and the width 2 rem and the height 2 rem. Now we'll use that class, so we'll scroll back down again right here, and we'll add this class to the SVG element. So icon large, we'll save, and we'll take a look in the browser. Here we see that we have the embedded SVG now being twice as large and with the primary color. Let's see how we can do that with the sprite version of our icon. So we'll scroll up again here to the sprite example from before, copy this code, scroll down and paste it in. Now we'll also add the class text primary to the parent element and the class icon large. Like so. Now remember, we cannot preview the effect of this because this is a local version on my computer, but here on the server version we can see that it works in the same way. We have the correct color and size. Next up, let's add our external image, and remember, we cannot change the color on that image in any way using CSS. I'll start by scrolling up and grabbing the code here from the external image, and scroll back down and paste it in. We'll use the same class from before, icon large, save, go back and refresh, and here we see it in the double size. So this shouldn't be a big surprise. This is regular styling for image elements. Next up, we'll change the size of our icon font. So first we'll copy the code here with the I tag, scroll down and paste it in. Now this will inherit the parent element, text color and font size. So we will add the text primary color and the FS2 classes. We'll save, go back and refresh. And here we see the icon font in the correct color and size. Finally, let's see how we can change the styling of an icon embedded via CSS as pseudo content. In our code editor, we scroll a bit up here and we copy this code from before with our own class pseudo icon. Then we'll add two more classes. The first will be pseudo icon primary and then pseudo icon large. Now we'll use these two classes to create some specific styling for this up here. So first, let's see how we can change the color. We'll target the class pseudo icon primary and then the before element. So we'll target the pseudo element on that div tag with the class pseudo icon primary. Now we'll copy this background image up here, paste it in, because to change the color of our icon we need to change it in the SVG code. It won't inherit from any other properties. So here we have the fill being current color. We can change that to the hex value. We must escape the hash symbol by using these characters here. And then we can add the primary color, which is 0D6EFD, like so. To make it large, we'll target the other class, pseudo icon large, and then the before pseudo element. Then we'll change the background size to 2 rem, the width to 2 rem, and the height to 2 rem. Save this, go into the browser and refresh, and here we see the icon with the correct color and size. So this was all about the Bootstrap icons, how to download and install them, how to use them, and how to style them. Here's how to use the project resources. Right now we are on the first project, the portfolio. First we have the lecture screenshot of project. This is an article where we can see screenshot of all the pages contained in the project. So for this project it contains 3 pages: the index, portfolio overview and portfolio item page. And then we see a screenshot of each page below. So here's the index page, the portfolio overview page, and the portfolio item page. You can use this first lecture in each project, screenshot of project, to quickly decide which project that you're going to create. Remember, you can create the projects in any order that you want to. The next lecture is an introduction to the project, and it has some resources to it, which is a link to an online demo of the portfolio project that we can click, which will take you to this demo here. Here we see the complete portfolio project. If we close this again, we can also download the source files, which is this zip file here. I've already done that, and let's unzip this folder and take a look inside. First, we have this overview.html file. If we open this up in the browser, we have a responsive previewer. So we can change the device size. First we have the mobile portrait. We can change that to mobile landscape. And then we have the tablet portrait, the tablet landscape, and then the laptop, and finally the desktop layout of this project. We can navigate around inside of this, but we can also change page up here at the top. So here we are on the second page, the portfolio overview, and now the third page, the portfolio item. So this is how you can use the responsive previewer that comes with each project. If we go back here, we see that we have 3 folders. So the finished project contains, well, the finished project. So we can open this file up, and here we have the finished project which we saw in the beginning as the online version, which were the link that we opened up right here. So this is the same code that you can now watch offline. Now let's take a look in this folder inside of our code editor. So we open up this folder, we see the same content right now. When you want to follow along my screencast, you should open up the screencast tab or the screencast folder. So here we have the basic installation of the latest version of Bootstrap 5. These files are placed inside of these folders here. You should use this file as your starting point when following along my screencasts. You can also, however, jump into any of the lectures and get the code for that lecture by opening up the individual lectures folder. So for example, the first lecture is about the navbar in the top. If we open that up, we can see that we have the navbar and nothing else, only the basic starter template, of course. And the second lecture is adding the about section to the navbar. So after the navbar, we can see that we have the about section right here. So this is how you can use these individual lectures if you prefer to do so, to check your code is correct for each lecture. So this is how you can use the project resources.
The projects for this course have been created with earlier versions of Bootstrap 5. Therefore, some of the code is outdated, and I will show you a text overlay when that's the case. Please know that all source code is fully up to date. So if you look in the project resources for each project, you'll find the latest version of Bootstrap 5 used. I will re-record these videos for the projects when the stable version of Bootstrap 5 is released.
To download and install the Font Awesome free icon font, we go to the official website fontawesome.com. Here we click this button, download Font Awesome free for the web. This will give you this zip file. We unzip it, open up the folder, and we can see that it contains a lot of content. We're interested in using SVG files with JavaScript, so we go into the JavaScript folder and then we take the all.js file, since we want to use all of the icons or have all of them available. So we drag this all.js file into our own JS folder down here. Now we can simply delete this folder again. On the official Font Awesome website, you can learn more about how to use this icon system. If we go to how to use, we can see that for the basic use, we can choose between 4 different styles of icons. Some of them requires a pro license. We have the solid, regular, light, and the branch icons. We need to use a prefix FAS for solid, FAR for regular, FAL for light, and FAB for branch. And then we need to prefix our icons with FA and a dash and then the name of our icon. You can also find all the icons on the website under the menu item called icons. Here you can see all the available icons. So we'll go back to our code editor now, and to actually install this we need to add a script tag, and we'll give it the defer attribute, which is for making the script load in the right way. I won't get too technical about this. Then we add the source attribute src that will lead us to our JS file, which is located in the JS folder and called all.js. Remember to close the script tag. Again, this is an empty tag with no content between the two tags. We can see that I'm referencing this script right here. If I go back to the browser and select my index.html file and reload, I can see that I won't get any console errors. So this should be installed correctly now. Let's test it out. In our body, we'll use the I tag to wrap our icons, but in fact you can also use a span tag or any other tag. So we use the I tag, and then we'll give it the class FAS to select between the solid icons and then the FA Facebook or home icon. Remember to close the I tag again, and this is also an empty tag. We'll create one more, this time one of the brands icon, and this will be the Facebook icon. So let's save this and go back into the browser and refresh. Now we see the home icon and the Facebook icon. These are inline elements, so they will take up the same font size and color as the parent element. So for example, we can add an HT heading element around our icon, and you can see that it will get larger. For the color, we can, for example, add the style attribute with the value color tomato. Save this and go back and refresh. Now it has the tomato color. So this is very basic and quickly showing you how to download and install Font Awesome. You can learn much more on the website about how to style the icons, giving them different size, fixed width, placing them in a list, rotating them, animating them, stacking them, and so on and so on. I'll use different ways of styling the icons throughout the various projects for this course.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Here we see an overview of the portfolio project using the responsive previewer. Right now we're on the home page and the mobile device. Let's change devices here so we can see that the layout changes a bit. So here we are on the home page. We have the nav bar, some headings, image, text, and a grid layout with featured projects and another grid with testimonials. Then we have a contact me section, and finally a footer with various links. We can see that this changes when we change device up here. We can see the layout changes. Next page is the portfolio overview, which looks like this. This is another 3-column grid layout with card components showcasing each portfolio item with image, heading, text, button, and date, and also a small tag, and then the footer at the bottom. Here we can see what it looks like on various screen sizes. And finally, we have the portfolio item, which consists of the heading with the tag, and then we have a carousel, a description, details and link, and related projects. So this was a quick overview of the portfolio project. Let's get started. Here we have the index page of our portfolio project. We'll now start by creating the nav bar up here. We can see that we have a nav bar brand with image and text, and then we have a small menu with 2 items. For medium devices and below, these will collapse, and then we can show and hide them using this nav bar toggler icon. Alright, so here we are on the blank page, and if we go into our code editor, we'll see that we have the minimum required HTML elements right here. We already have the title filled out, and we can see that we have Bootstrap installed, the Bootstrap CSS, and the Bootstrap JavaScript. We have also included the Font Awesome. In another lecture, you can learn how to download and install the latest versions of Bootstrap and Font Awesome. So let's get coding. First of all, we start by adding this nav element and giving it the classes navbar and navbar expand LG. So this will now expand the navbar for large devices and up. Then to set the color, we add the navbar light to pick the light theme of the navbar and add a light background color by adding the BG light class. Inside of this navbar, we want to limit the width of the content and center it by using a container. So we add a div tag with the class container. Inside of this goes our navbar brand using an A tag with the navbar brand class, and the href attribute will get the value index.html. So this is the file we're in right now. Then we'll first add an image with the class rounded circle to make it round, and align middle to make it align in the middle vertically along with the text next to it. We'll also add the MR2 to add some margin to the right side. Then we'll add the source attribute, src attribute, and this will be the img folder and 50x50.png. That will be the image we want. Then we have an alt attribute with the text profile picture. After our image, we'll simply add the text portfolio. Then after this navbar brand, we'll add our button to toggle the menu on smaller screens. So we add the button element with the class navbar toggler, the type attribute with the value button, and to hook it up with JavaScript, we add the data toggle attribute with the value collapse. We must also add a data target attribute with the value being the ID navbar. Remember this ID selector here. We'll use that ID in a moment. For accessibility, we add the area controls attribute, the value navbar again, this time without the ID selector, but it is still the same ID we are referring to. Then we have the area expanded attribute with the value false, and the area label attribute with the value toggle navigation. Inside of this button, we'll add the span tag with the class navbar toggler icon, and close the span tag again and leave it empty. After this, we'll now create a wrapper for our menu. So this wrapper will get the class collapse and navbar collapse. This will now be collapsed according to the breakpoint set up here with the navbar expand LG class. The ID for this will be navbar, which we're referring to here and here. Alright, now we can create our actual menu inside of this using a UL tag with the class navbar, nav, and ML auto. ML auto will set the margin left value to auto and push these two list items to the right side in the navbar. The list items will be created now, so we add the li tag with the class nav item and active for this first one, as well as area current attribute with the value page for this first item. Inside of this, we'll add an anchor tag with the class nav link and the href attribute with the value index.html, and the text will be home. Let's just add a new line here, like so. Then we'll create one more list item with the class nav item. We won't use the class active for this one. And inside of this, an anchor tag with the nav link class and the href attribute being portfolio overview, which will be the next page we'll create for this project. Then we add the text portfolio, save. I can now go into our browser, refresh this tab, and here we see our navbar. It has full width, the background color has full width, but the content within it is limited by the container class. Now when we decrease the width here, we can see that it collapses the menu, and we can then show and hide it using this navbar toggler button. So for screen sizes less than large, it will be collapsed, and now it will be visible again. So this was the nav bar. We will now create the About section, which is these headings here, image and some text. We can see that this is a 2-column grid, and we'll notice that it's a 1-column grid for devices less than large. Alright, let's see how we create this. In our code editor, we create some code right after the closing nav tag. So this will be a div tag with the class container, since this will contain most of the content for the page. We also add the MT4 class to get some margin in the top. Now we'll add the headings using the H2 heading element with the class display4 to make it a display heading, and MB4 to add some margin in the bottom. Then we'll add the text first name, last name, and then we'll add a small tag underneath it with the dBlock class, so it will be a block level element and be on a new line, and text muted, so it will have a gray color. We add the text job position. After this heading, we'll create our grid system using a div tag with the class row and MB4 to add some padding in the bottom, or margin in the bottom. Then we create our first column using the classes call12, so initially full width, and then call LG6. So for large devices and up, it will take up half of the available width. Then we'll add some margin in the bottom by using the class MB4 and remove it again for large devices and up when it turns into a 2-column grid by adding the class MBLG0. Then we'll put an image inside of this, and we'll make it fluid by using the IMG fluid class and round it to add some border radius on all corners. Then we'll select the image for the source attribute. This will be in the IMG folder, and it will be 690 times 400.png, like so. Now we'll create the other column using the classes call12 and call LG6. This time we won't need to add any margins. Inside of this, we first have an H3 heading element with the text about, and then we have 2 paragraphs. I'll now open up this sidebar here and go into the finished project and grab the 2 paragraphs from here. Close the file, close the sidebar, and paste it in right there. We can now save this, go into our browser, select the right tab and refresh. Here we see our About section with the headings and the 2-column grid. We will now create the featured projects section, which we see just below our About section. So we have this 4-column grid here. We have some figures with image and figure caption. This is a 4-column grid. Initially, everything is stacked, then it turns into a 2-column grid on medium devices, and on extra large devices, it turns into a 4-column grid. So let's go ahead and create that. So we'll go down just before our closing div tag. We need to be inside of our container, and here we'll add an H3 heading element with the text featured projects like so. Then we'll create our grid system using a div tag with the class row and MB4 to add some margin in the bottom. Then we'll create our first row using the class call12, so it has the full width initially, call MD6. This means it will get half of the width on medium devices and up, and then call XL3. Now it will take up a quarter of the width, 3 out of 12 columns in total for extra large devices and up. And then also add some margin to the bottom here using MB4. Inside of this, we'll add an anchor tag with the href attribute with the value portfolio item, which will be the third page we'll create for this project. And inside of this, we'll add a figure. So we use the figure tag with the class figure. Inside of this, we'll add an image tag and give it the class figure img and img fluid to make it responsive, and img thumbnail to add a border and some white or a white border all around it, and some border radius as well. Then we'll add the source tag and get our image img, and this is called 510 times 400.png, so in the img folder. We'll give it the alt attribute with the value portfolio item heading. After this, we can add our fig caption element with the class figure caption. So notice the difference. The HTML element is called fig caption and the Bootstrap class is called figure caption. We give it the text portfolio item heading and close the fig caption tag again. Now we can simply copy this column here and paste it 3 times, 2, 3. So we have a total of 4 of these. Now let's save, go back and select the right tab and refresh. Here we see our featured section, featured project section. We can verify that the grid system works by decreasing the width here. Here we have everything stacked, then 2-column grid, and then a 4-column grid right there. So this was the featured projects section. We'll now create the testimonials section, which is a heading with a 3-column grid, and each column has a block quote with a block quote footer as well. So let's jump right into it. Before our closing div tag for the container, we can create this content. First of all, we have a heading element, an h3 heading, same as we used before, with the text testimonials, like so. Then we create our grid system using a div tag with the class row and mb4. So adds margin to the bottom. Then our first column using a div tag with the class col12 and col lg4. So we want this to take up 4 out of 12 columns for large devices and up, which means a third of the available width. Inside of this, we'll now create a figure element to wrap around our block quote. We need that since we are also adding a block quote footer. Now we can create the block quote element with the class block quote. Inside of this, we'll add a paragraph, and I'll just open up the sidebar, select this finished project here, same page, and then we'll scroll down and get that paragraph right there. Copy it and go back. Now we can paste it in like so. After our block quote tag, we create a fig caption tag with the class block quote footer, like so. And we give it the text first name, last name. Now we'll copy and paste this column 2 times, so we have a total of 3. We'll save, go back and select the right tab, and refresh, scroll down. Here we see our testimonials with the 3-column grid with a block quote footer in each of the columns. So we'll just resize the window here so we can see that it turns into a 1-column grid for smaller devices, which we can see right there. So this was the testimonials section. Next up is the contact section. We can see that this is a form, and we can also see that this is a 2-column grid. So when we resize the browser window, we can see that everything is stacked for extra small and small devices. Let me just scroll down. So here we can see everything is stacked, and when we reach the medium breakpoint right there, it turns into a 2-column grid. So a simple form like this. Let's create that. So right before our closing div tag for the container, we add yet another h3 heading element with the text contact me. Then we add a form tag with the class mb4 to add some margin in the bottom. And then we can create our grid system using a div tag with the class row. So notice this time we are not adding any margin classes to the row because we did that for the form above it. Then we'll create our first column by using the div tag with the class call12 and call md6. Inside of this, we'll add the div tag with the class mb3 to add some spacing in between our form fields. So this will wrap around our first form field. We create our label element with the for attribute with the value name with the class form label. We give it the text name. After this, we add our input with the ID name. So this should be similar to this one up here in the for attribute. The type will be text. The class form control. We'll also add the placeholder. Enter your name, like so. After this, we'll create one more div tag with the class mb3 to wrap around our next input element. So we have the label with the for attribute with the value email with the class form label. Give it the text email. Then we add our input element with the ID email, the type email, the class form control, and the placeholder. Enter your email. Then we have our final form field, but this should live in another column. So we go down here after this first column. Let's scroll down a bit. And then we add the div tag with the class call12 and call md6. Inside of this, we add the div tag with the class mb3, just like we did before, to wrap around our input field or our form field. And then we create a label tag, the for attribute, the value message, class form label. We'll give it the text message. After this, we'll create our text area element with the ID message. This will get the same class as the other ones, form control. And to set the height, we set at the rows attribute with the value of 4, so it will be 4 rows tall. Then we have the placeholder. Enter your message. We'll close the text area element, but we'll leave it empty. After this row here, but still inside of our form, we add a button with the type submit and the classes btn and btn primary. We'll give it the class or the text send message and close the button tag. Let's save this, go back into our browser, select the right tab, refresh, and scroll down. Here we see our contact me section. We can see that this is a 2-column grid. Initially, for small devices and down, we have everything stacked, and then for medium devices and up, turns into a 2-column grid. All right, this was the contact section. We will now create the last section of this page, the footer section. We can see that this is a 4-column responsive grid, and each column has a heading and then a list of links. We can also see that we're using a lot of icons from Font Awesome. Finally, we have this copyright notice in the bottom. All right, let's get started. In our code editor here, we go down below our form element and down below our closing div tag for the container, since we want to create a new container inside of our footer. First, let's just indent this script tag. All right, so we add the footer tag, give the class bglight to give it a gray background color, and then we add some padding in the top and bottom by using the py-4 class. So padding for top and bottom. Now we'll create a new container to center the content and limit the width using a div tag with the class container. And then we can start creating our grid system. First, we add a div tag with the class row, and then for the column, we use a div tag with the class call12, so it spans the full width initially, then call empty6, taking up half of the width for medium devices, and call xl3, taking up a quarter of the width for extra large devices. Now we'll first add a layered icon for the heading in front of our heading. So we use a div tag with the class dflex to make it a flex element, and then align items center to make it align vertically centered, and the mb2 class to add some margin in the bottom. Inside of this, we'll now create our layered icon. So we use another div tag with the class fa layers. So these classes are from Font Awesome. You can learn more about how to use that in another lecture, so I won't go in too much detail. Then we add the fw to have a fixed width for the icon, the fa2x to get an icon twice of the original size, and then the bootstrap class mr1 to add some margin to the right side of it. Inside of this layer, we can then add our two icons. So first, we add an I tag with the class fas, fa-circle to get the circle icon, and the bootstrap class text muted to make it gray. Then another icon using the I class and using the I tag and the classes fas, fa code for the code icon, and the bootstrap class text white to make it white. Then we also add the data fa transform attribute with the value shrink 10 to make this code icon be smaller than it normally is, so it can fit inside of the circle icon up here. Alright, after this layers here, we add an h5 heading element with the class m0 to remove the margin in the bottom, and we add the text code. So actually removing the margin all around of the heading, but normally it only has margin in the bottom. After this div tag here for the heading and the icon, we'll then add a list below it using the ul tag for an unordered list and the class list unstyled to remove the bullet points. Then we add a list item, and inside of this we add an icon using the class fab. Let me just do like so. So the first class fab, then from before we saw fw for a fixed width, and then fa GitHub for the GitHub icon, and we wanted to have a muted color. After our closing I tag, we must remember that right there, but before our closing li tag, we add an anchor with an empty href here with the text GitHub, and we close our a tag and our list item. So this is an icon in front of a link. Now let's copy and paste this twice, update this icon to CodePen, and on the next line to Stack Overflow, and also the text as well. First CodePen, then Stack Overflow, like so. Now we can copy and paste this column here, and we'll now change the text and the icons So up here we still have the circle. Then instead of code, we want a paintbrush icon, like so. If a paintbrush, the text here will be design. And then we have two list items. The first will be Behance, with the text Behance. And the next one right here will be dribble. So remember, this is a little tricky with 3 B's, which dribble also uses originally. Dribble, like so. We'll remove the last list item. Now let's simply copy this column and paste it in. Scroll a bit down. Now we'll change the paintbrush icon to an images icon and the text to photography. Photography, like so. Then we'll change the first icon down here in the list to Flickr, as well as the text Flickr. And then the second one will be Instagram, like so. Now let's paste in the code from before again. This time we'll change the paintbrush icon to a video icon, and the heading here will be video. The first icon will be YouTube, and the text as well, YouTube. And the second icon will be Vimeo, and the text will be Vimeo. Now we'll get outside of this list, out of the column and out of the row, but still inside of the container that lives inside of our footer. Here we'll add a paragraph with the class text center to center the text, and MB0 to remove the margin in the bottom. Then we'll add the copyright HTML entity by using the ampersand, copy and semicolon. Then 2020, first name, last name, dot, all rights reserved, and the final dot. Let's save this, go back, select the right tab and refresh. Now scroll down. Here we have our footer with the 4 columns. We can see that we have different icons for our headings and also for our links in the lists below. And finally in the bottom we have this centered copyright notice. And if we just resize the browser window, we can see that right now we have a 2-column grid, and for even smaller sizes we have a 1-column grid where everything is stacked. So this was the last section of our home page, the footer. We'll now start creating the second page for this project, which is the portfolio overview. We can navigate to it by clicking up here in the portfolio menu item. So here we have this 3-column grid with a total of 12 items, which is created using the card component. So let's get right to it. Inside of our code editor, we'll start by selecting all of our code and copy it, then opening up our sidebar and creating a new file. This will be called portfolio overview.html. We'll paste the code in here and close the sidebar and go to the top. We can see that this is the text here, the link. This is the file name we just used. So now first let's update the title on line 6 here to be portfolio overview. Then we'll scroll a bit down. Now we want this portfolio to be the active one. So let's delete that and delete the active class here. So for this second map item, we have the active class and the area current attribute with the value page. Now we'll scroll a bit down and now we'll delete all content inside of this container. So we have the cursor placed right there. Then scroll down all the way here. Let's delete that, so we still have the footer below it, but now we have no content on the page, only the navbar and the footer. Now we can create the content for this page. So we start by creating our grid system using a div tag with the class row. Inside of this, we have the div tag with the class call 12, then call md6 and call xl4. So first a 1-column grid, then a 2-column grid, and then a 3-column grid. After this, we have the mb4 to add some margin in the bottom. Now we'll create the card component using a div tag with the class card. Inside of this, we'll add our badge using a div tag with the class badge, and then the bg primary to give it the primary color, like so. And then we want it to be positioned absolute, so we add the position absolute. Now it will have the absolute position. Then we add some margin to the top using the mt3 class, and to the right using the ml3 class. We'll give it the text tag. After this, we create an image with the class card img top, since this will be in the top of our card. Remember that the badge have an absolute position, so this is no longer in the top. Then we select an image from the img folder, and this will be the 510 times 400.png image. Give it the alt attribute, the value portfolio item heading, like so. After this image, we'll create our card body using a div tag with the class card body, like so. Inside of this, we'll add our card title using an h3 heading element with the class card title. The text will be portfolio item heading. After this, we have some card text, so we add the paragraph with the class card text, and the text for this, we'll grab it from the finished project over here. So we open up this page here, the portfolio item. So right here we have some text inside of our card. Let us close this again, close the sidebar. Now we can paste it in. Let's toggle word wrap like so. Alright, after this text, we'll create our button, or a link styled as a button. The href will be portfolio item, which is the last page for this project. This anchor tag will get the classes bgn, bgn primary, bgn block to make it take up the full available width inside of the card, and then also stretched link class to make the link stretch all across the card, so you can click anywhere on it and it will follow this link. Then we add the text C item. After this card body, we add a card footer using a div tag with the class card footer, and also the small class to have some smaller font size. Then we add the text created dd wwYY. Alright, now we have created this column with the card inside. We can now copy it and paste it 11 times. So we have a total of 12 of these. So 11 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's see if this was correct. Save, go back to our browser, select the right tab, and now we'll navigate to this new page that we just created. It exists right there, and we can see that we have 3, 6, 9, 12 of these columns. Initially, everything will be stacked, and for medium devices, it will turn into a 2-column grid, and for extra large devices, it will turn into a 3-column grid right there. So this was the portfolio overview page. We will now start creating the last page of this project, the portfolio item page. So if we click one of these cards here, we'll see that we arrive at this page. So in this lecture, we'll focus on creating this new file and creating the project heading right here. So in our code editor, let's select everything, copy it, then open up our sidebar and add a new file here. We'll call it portfolio-item.html. This is what we have been linking to from these cards. If we scroll up a bit, we can see it. So right there, portfolio-item.html. Let's go over to our new file, close our sidebar and paste all the code in. Then at the top, first we want to update this title to portfolio item. And we'll scroll a bit down and take a look at our small menu. So currently we have the portfolio overview being marked as the active one. So we'll remove that active class and this attribute here, like so. Then we'll scroll a bit down and erase everything inside of our container. So scroll down here, select this closing div tag. Now we have erased the content of our page. We still have our nav bar in the top and our footer in the bottom. And now we can create our project heading. To do this, we add an h2 heading element with the class display 4 to make it look like a display heading with the size of 4, and we'll add some margin in the bottom by using the mb4 class. Then we'll add a span tag with the class badge and bg primary to create a primary colored badge in front of our heading. We add the text tag, and then after our span tag we add the text portfolio item heading. After this, we'll create a small tag with the class dBlock, so it will be block level element, which means it will go on the next line, and text muted, so the text will be muted. We'll give it the text portfolio item subheading. And that's all for now. We'll save, go back and select the right tab, click one of our cards to navigate to this new page. So we see that we have now created the project heading. We will now create the project carousel, which we can see in action right here on the left side of this 2-column grid. So if we resize this browser window, we can see that initially it will be stacked. And then for extra large devices and up, it will take up 2/3 of the available width, which is 8 out of 12 columns. So we'll start creating that grid system and then creating our carousel inside of it. So we go back here and we have to be inside of our container, and now we'll create this grid system. So we have a div tag with the class row, and we add some margin to the bottom using the mb4 class. Inside of this, we'll now add our big column to contain our carousel using the classes call12, call xl8. So it takes up 2/3 of the available width. Then we'll add some margin to the bottom initially and remove that again for the XL device size by using the class mbxl0. So we add some margin in the bottom and remove it again. Now we can create our carousel. So we add a div tag with the ID carousel, and the class carousel and slide. Then we'll add the data write attribute with the value carousel to hook it up with the JavaScript. Inside of this, we'll first create our carousel indicators. Before we continue, let's take a quick look more. We can see here that we have the carousel indicators in the bottom, which we can use to navigate inside of the carousel between the slides and just to see where we currently are. We also have some arrows to control the previous and next slide, and we have captions. All right, let's go back and create the carousel indicators. We use an ordered list with the OL tag with the class carousel indicators, like so. Inside of this, we have a list item with the data target attribute, the value being the ID of our carousel, which was just carousel. We specified it right up here. Remember the ID selector, the hash symbol. Then we also add the data slide to attribute, with the value being the number of the slide. So this would be the first, but we must start from 0. We'll also give it the class active, since this will be the current active one. Now we can copy and paste this, and let's just remove the class active again, change this to 1, copy it, paste it a few times. We have a total of 5 slides, so the numbers go from 0 to 4 because it starts at 0. Then we'll create the wrapping element for our slides using a div tag with the class carousel inner. Inside of this, we'll create our first item using a div tag with the class carousel item and active, since this is the active one. Then we take an image from the folder, which is the 930 times 700.png image. The alt text will be first slide, and it will get the class dblock and w100 to set the width to 100 and the display value to block, so it behaves as we want it to. Then we'll add the div tag with the class carousel caption. Inside of this, we'll add an h3 heading element with the text caption, and after this, a paragraph with the text. This text describes the first slide. All right, now we can copy this code, paste it in, and first we'll remove this active class. Let's scroll a bit down. My mouse is not working that good in the moment. Okay, we have scrolled down now. We'll update this text to be the second slide, and the text here, this text describes the second slide. Now we'll copy and paste this a few times, like so, and update the values too. Third slide and fourth slide and fifth slide, like so. Okay. Now we want to go outside of this carousel inner wrapping element right here to add our controls to navigate to the next and previous slide. So here we use an anchor tag with the href attribute, with the value being the ID selector carousel. Then we add the class carousel control prev, the role attribute with the value button, and the data slide attribute with the value prev to hook up with the JavaScript. Inside of this, we'll add the span tag with the class carousel control prev icon, and the area hidden attribute with the value true. So this will be hidden for screen readers, and instead we'll add some text that's only visible for screen readers using the class sr only, and the text will be previous, so this will be hidden for regular screens. Copy and paste this, change this class to carousel control next, and the data slide attribute to the value next, and the class for the icon to carousel control next icon, and finally the text here to next. Now let's save, go back into the browser, select the right tab and refresh. We can see that this takes up 2/3 of the space since it lives inside of our 2-column grid, and we can see that it's already running. It's changing the slides. We have the controls to navigate back and forth between the slides, and we have the indicators in the bottom as well. So this was the project carousel. We will now create the project description section of this page. So this contains this second column here in this grid. We have some headings, text, an unordered list, and a link with an icon. So let's go into our code editor, and right here after our previous column, we'll create yet another column using a div tag with the classes call12 and callXL4. So remember, the previous column had the callXL8 class taking up 8 out of 12 columns, so this one takes up the last 4 columns of these total of 12. So 1/3 of the width. Then we add an H3 heading element with the text project description, and then a paragraph with a description. So to get this, I'll just go over here and select this page here, or file from our finished project. Scroll a bit down. There we have it, the text that we want to use. So select all the text, close the file, close the sidebar, and paste it in. Now let's toggle the word wrap so you can better view this. All right, now we have our paragraph. After this, we add one more heading element, the H3 heading element. Whoops, that was a H4. We'll give the text project details, like so, and then we create an unordered list. We want to keep the styling with the bullet points, so we don't add the class list unstyled, which we sometimes use. Then we have a list item with the text description of detail. Notice that we're not using any Bootstrap classes for this. We'll have 5 of these, and after this we'll have one more H3 heading element with the text project link. Scroll a bit down. After this we'll add an icon using font awesome with the classes FAS, FA, and then the icon name, external link alt. So there's a few different of these external link icons. Then we close the I tag, and after this we add an A tag with the href attribute being kind of empty. And then we add the target with the dash blank to open this up in a new page. Then we add the link here as text, portfolio item heading.com. So this will open this link up in a new page, but of course we didn't put in an actual URL here. Okay, we have saved this, go back, select the right tab and refresh. Here we see the project description to the right side of it. Notice when we click this link, the project link, it will open up in a new tab right there. All right, next up, we're going to take a look at the related projects. Now we'll create the last section of this page, the related project section, and this is also the last section of this whole project. So let's go into our code and do that. First we add an H3 heading element with the text related projects. And then we're going to create this responsive grid. First we add the div tag with the class row and MB4 to add some margin in the bottom. Then we'll create our column using a div tag with the classes called 12, so full width initially, then call MD6, half of the width for medium breakpoint and up, and then call XL3, so a quarter of the available width for extra large devices and up. We'll also add the MB4 attribute or class to add some margin in the bottom. Inside of this we'll add an anchor tag that will lead us to portfolio item.html. This is the page we're on right now. And then we'll add a figure element with the class figure inside of this. Inside of that we add an image with the classes figure img, img fluid, and img thumbnail. We'll grab the image in the img folder, 510 times 400.png, the alt attribute with the value portfolio item heading. Then after this we'll add the fig caption element with the class figure caption and the text portfolio item heading. Now we want 4 of those, so we'll copy the whole column here, paste it in 3 times, like so. Let's save, go back and select the right tab and refresh. Here we see our 4-column grid with different figures, with image and the figure caption. So this was the related projects section of this last page in our project. This is the portfolio item, and here we had the portfolio overview, and here we had the home page, the index page of our portfolio project. I hope you enjoyed following along. Here's an overview of the project we're going to create, a resume and CV page. And here we have the responsive previewer. We can see that this consists only of one page, the home page. Right here we have the mobile portrait format, where everything is stacked on top of each other. So let's scroll back up and switch between these devices. Just scroll a little bit. We can see the design is changing a little bit. Now when I change to the next device, we can see that this turns into a 2-column grid right there. And it stays like this on the larger devices as well. Here's the laptop view and here's the desktop view. So we can see that we have various card components for each section. We have an introduction section, a work experience section where we can show more items, a similar education section. We have a testimonial built with the carousel component, and then we have this right side first with contact information including a form, then we have a list of links for our portfolio, and finally we have some progress bars showcasing our skills. We're using a lot of icons, brand icons from FontAwesome in the skills section and the portfolio section, but also all around in the other sections as well. So let's get started. We'll start by creating the introduction section, which we see here, this first card component with image and some text, including a block quote. So inside of our code editor, we can see that we have all the minimum required HTML already in place. We have the title filled out, and then we have the CSS from Bootstrap and the JavaScript from Bootstrap. We also have FontAwesome included here as JavaScript. You can learn more about how to download and install the latest version of Bootstrap and FontAwesome in another lecture. Alright, let's get started by creating this introduction section. So first of all, we'll add some color to the body element by using the class bgLight. This will now have the gray background color. Inside of this, we'll create a container element or a div element with the class container. So this will behave as a container to center the content and limit the width. Then we'll add some margin in the top using the mt4 class. Inside of this, we'll now create our grid system. If we go back before we continue, we can see that we have this 2-column grid. Initially, it's stacked, and then for large devices and up, it turns into a 2-column grid. The first column, 2/3 of the width, and the last one, 1/3 of the width. So that's what we're creating right now. So first, we have our row here, and inside of this, we'll create our first column using the class col12 to set it at full width initially, and then call lg8 to give it a width of 8 out of 12 columns for large devices and up, so 2/3. Now we can create the actual card component for our introduction section. So we add a div tag with the class card, and we also add the MB4 to add some margin to the bottom. Then we'll create a card header using an h2 heading element with the class card header. We'll also center it using the text or the class text center. We'll add the text first name, last name, and close to the heading tag. After this, we add an image tag, and our image will be found in the img folder and will be 850 times 400.png with the alt attribute with the value portrait of first name, last name. We'll give the class W100 to set the width to 100%. After this, we'll add the card body using a div tag with the class card body. And inside of this, we'll add some text. So for each of our paragraph, we add a p tag with the class card text. For the first one, we'll also add the lead class to make the text stand out a little bit. Now I'll open up the sidebar, go to the finished project, and take the text from over there. So here's our lead paragraph. I'll paste it in right there. And then we have another paragraph with the class card text again. I'll grab it also from over here. The class card text ensures that there is no margin below the last paragraph inside of our card. Now we'll have a block quote, and we'll wrap that in a figure element with the class W75 to set it at 75% width, and then MX Auto to center it using the auto values for margin right and margin left, and then text center to center the text content inside of it. Then we'll add a block quote element with the class block quote, and inside of this we'll add a paragraph. We'll grab that paragraph over here from our finished project and paste it in. Now after our block quote and still within our figure element, we add the fig caption element with the class block quote footer, and then we add the text first name, last name. Let's close up the sidebar. So now we have this figure wrapped around our block quote, and we need one last paragraph with the class card text again. We'll grab paragraph from over here and paste it in. So before we preview this, I'll just add some info that we actually don't need to use the card text for all the paragraphs in our card, since it's only applied to the last paragraph in the card, because it's removing the margin bottom of the last paragraph. But it's good practice to include them for all paragraph in case you remove one of the last paragraph, it will still apply to the other ones. So that's a good practice to include card text for all paragraphs inside of your card body. Now let's go into the browser, select the right tab. Here is our empty page, refresh. We can now see we have our first column in the grid, and we have this card with the last large image. We have our lead paragraph, the other paragraphs, and the centered block quote in the middle. If we resize the window, we can see that initially it takes up the full width of the page. So that was the introduction section.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
We'll now create the work experience section, which is another card. We see we have some sections here with icons from Font Awesome, a title and a link for the workplace, a description, and a date. We have 3 items visible, and then we can click this button to expand the section to show more of them. So this can be collapsed again like so. Let's go into our code editor and get started. So this is our closing div tag for the card, and we need another card element. So we start right here, adding a div tag with the class card, and also MB4 to add the margin in the bottom as we did with the other card. Then we add the H2 heading element with the class card header and text center, and the text work experience. Inside of this we add the div tag with the class card body, and now we'll create the layout for the content. So this is a little bit complicated, but let me try to explain. We need to use some flex classes to make this work. So if we take a quick preview over here for small screens, we can see that we have the icon to the left side and this content to the right side. Below that we'll find our paragraph. The content in the right side is stacked initially, and then when we increase the width, we can see that for small devices and up, this Facebook or the workplace and the date will go to the same line. So first we'll create the wrapping div tag for the icon and the content. So to do this, we add the dflex class and the align items start, and also the MB2 to add some margin in the bottom. So this will now make them flex items, so they will appear on a row instead of stacked on top of each other, which is the default behavior. Then we'll add the icon using Font Awesome. So we add FAB for the brand icons, and then FA Facebook, since we want the Facebook icon. Then we use the FW to get the fixed width, and FA3X to get the size 3 times bigger as usually. And then we use the Bootstrap classes, text primary to give it the primary color, and MR2 to add some margin to the right side. Remember, you can learn more about how to use Font Awesome in another lecture. So this was the left side of our item, and the right side, we'll add that in a div tag, and this will get the class flex grow 1 to get the correct layout. Then we'll add the heading, the H3 heading here, give it the class H4, so it will actually only have the font size of an H4 heading element, but we'll use the H3 since we used the H2 up here for semantic reasons. We'll add some margin in the bottom, or adjust it by using the MB1. Then I'll add the text front-end developer, like so. So now let's save this before we do the rest. Go back and preview. Here we can see our card, and we can see that we have this flex layout where they are on the same line and not stacked on top of each other. Now we will create the workplace and the date below it, as well as the paragraph. And we can see that these were or are aligned to the start, so to the top of the row here. Alright, so now let's create a wrapping element for our workplace and date using a div tag with the class DSMFlex. So remember, for small devices and up, we want them to be on the same line. So we want it to be a flex container on small devices and up. And we'll justify content SM between. So for small devices, we'll justify the content with space in between it. So it will be put to both sides, so one to the left side and the other to the right side of the container. And then align items SM baseline, so it will be aligned along with the baseline for small devices and up. Inside of this, we'll add an H5 heading element with the class MB0 to remove the margin in the bottom. And then we'll add an anchor tag, like so, with the class text decoration none, since we want to remove the default text decoration for links. The link will get the text Facebook. So after this heading element, we add a small tag to have some smaller font size, and we'll give it the class text uppercase to turn the letters into uppercase letters. And we also want bold text, so we have the font weight bold class. And finally, the text muted class to give it the gray color. Inside of this, we'll now add time element with the date time attribute with the value being 2020-01. So this will be January 2020. And we remember to close the time element. Then we add an n-HTML entity by adding the ampersand n-semicolon, like so. Then we'll have another time element with the date time attribute with the value 2020-12. So this will correspond to the text December 2020. And we have the closing time element and the closing small tag there and the closing div from before. Now we'll move a little below here, so we want to go outside of this flex container but still inside of our card body, where we'll add a paragraph with the class card text, and then we'll add that paragraph. We'll take it from over here in the finished project, go back and paste it in. The final thing we want to do is we'll add a horizontal rule using the HR element, like so, right after our text. Now let's save, go back and refresh. And here we can see our layout. Initially, everything is stacked in this right section. And for small devices right there, we'll see that the workplace and date goes on the same line. All right, we'll now duplicate this code here, like so. Paste it in twice. Now we'll simply update some values for the icons, text, and so on. So the second one here will be the Apple icon. The job position will be Art Director, and the workplace will be Apple. Then the next one will be the Dropbox icon, and it will be User Experience Designer, like so, and the text for the link will be, of course, Dropbox. Now we want 3 sections or 3 items more of this, but we want that to be collapsed, so it should be hidden by default. So to do that, we'll add the div tag with the class collapse and the ID collapse work. Then we'll paste in 3 of these items inside of here. This was 1, 2, and 3. And let's now update these values. So here we have the medium icon, and the text or the job position will be copywriter. Workplace is medium. Then we have Google icon, and the job position search engine consultant, and the workplace is Google. And the final work experience is with the Uber icon as an AI engineer, and the text Uber. Alright, now outside of this div tag with the collapse class, we'll need a button to collapse and show this section. So we have a button tag with the type button, and the classes will be btn, btn sm to make it a small button, and btn outline primary to make it a primary button with the outline style, so no background color, only color for the border. Then we add the data toggle attribute with the value collapse to hook it up with the JavaScript, and then data target attribute with the value being our ID from before, collapse work. We can verify that this is correct up here, collapse work. This will now be connected, and for accessibility we have the area expanded attribute with the value false, and the area control attribute with the value collapse work. So this will be our ID but without the ID selector, the hash symbol. Then we have the text show all. Okay, let's save, go back and refresh. Now we see our first 3 items here. We can click the show all button and it will show us the next 3 items. We can also hide them again by clicking again. Okay, so this was the work experience section.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.